Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Pits TV for the last round, round 3 of the South Island Endurance Series here at Levels Raceway in Timaru. The sun is shining, it's a nice warm day, and these guys have just popped out for a bit of practice and qualifying as well, so we'll go and catch up with some of those drivers very, very shortly. So welcome everybody around the world to what is brewing up to be an excellent day. So stay tuned, and we'll keep you posted with everything that's happening here on and off the track.
Manager.
Buffing machine operator.
Finance.
Owner-operator.
Keep moving forward. Go places in your career and help other Kiwis go places too.
So give us a shout.
And join the crew that's tread true.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. Yep. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us.
Yep, our fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. It's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning. But hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome. If you'd like to know more about how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving, head to alliedpetroleum.co.nz.
Good morning and welcome to Levels Raceway in South Canterbury, the South Canterbury Car Club, celebrating 75 years in 2022. They had their rather large celebration back in July, and you're watching this live on Pits TV and Flow Racing around the world. Stephen McIver and endurance driver Andrew Wade, who I'm sure would love to be out there today, Andrew.
Absolutely. It would be nice to be out there, but, you know, Stephen, it's nice to be in here with you.
It's a pleasure. And I've got to say one thing, it's cooking like here, so if we lose 3 kilograms like those endurance drivers, we'll be doing okay. We're going to start in this third and final round of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series with the 1 hour in classes 4 and 5. We'll take a look at the grid in just a moment. I've got to say, this is my first visit here to Levels Raceway, and I've got to say, it's a cute track.
It is beautiful. Beautiful facilities here at Timaru, and you know, everyone enjoys coming here every year. It's quite a small track compared to some of the other tracks around New Zealand, but technical at the same time. And you know, you sort of look at the track and you sort of think, can't be too much going on here, but there's a lot of consequences around this place with how fast the track is.
Let's just update you on what the point standings looks like coming into this final round with Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons sitting on 185 points. But look, just sitting behind them, Mike Hall in that Golf TCR and Warren Black in that lovely Audi RS3. I think that's the blue and yellow one sitting in third spot. Fourth spot is Brad Rule and fifth is Daniel Kropp. So the interesting thing here is I reckon this one's open. I reckon this is wide open.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, if other races go the way we've seen already, Andre Simon, he's very, very quick at the start of the race. And, you know, he says himself that he struggles once the race gets going in terms of keeping the car, keeping the tyres on the car as such. So I'm sure he's very clued up with the side of things. So he'll be working on that, and he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Talk to me about tyre wear at Levels. What can you expect in a 1 hour? I mean, are you going to chew through? Are you going to chew the tyres here, or you just have to be very careful how you do this one?
You are going to chew through tyres. You know, you start out with, I'm sure a lot of these guys may be either on brand new tyres or the tyres that they qualified to start the race in. So very quickly the tyres do start going off. So, you know, you get that new tyre again initially. But, you know, if you're pushing on, the tyres can be going off, starting to go downhill from, you know, 10 minutes into an hour race.
So cars warming up before the pace car gets them out there, and we get this one as a rolling start. Just a quick reminder, or let me tell you who qualified top, and is Andre Simon, that V8 Toyota 6, and it's a Scott O'Donnell who is in the pole position here. Didn't bring his other car for the 3-hour race, just going to run the class 4 and 5 today. Warren Black in P3, the Askew family in 4, Russell McKenzie in 5, Mike Hall in 6, Daniel Kropp P7, Denzel Travers in the Audi TCR V8, Brad Rule in that Honda Civic. Keep your eye on Brad Rule, he's a really consistent driver in that little Honda Civic, and then the Gage and the Lotus actually rounds out your top 10. So there is a lot to look forward to here. It is a big field, 36 cars. So 36 cars, and you think, almost like a slot car set out here. It could be a lot of fun, particularly going down through that McKissick curve and coming out the Pyron Coesses into the Castrol curve.
Yeah, this track it's very, very hard to pass around here because you've got a long straight, but if you're in a car that's quick around the corners but not so quick down the straight, once you sort of get caught up around the corners, it's very, very hard to get by because it's quite a narrow track as well. But the quickest way to get past someone around here is actually force the car in front into a mistake, and off the back straight. It sounds terrible.
Well, you sound like you're bullying everybody here.
Yeah, but that is, and when I say a mistake, I'm not talking that they go flying off the track into a wall, but all they need to do is run a couple metres wide here or there a couple of times, tyres start going off, and that's where you see the passes happen.
So cars are gridding up for this final round of the South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by the good team at Carter's Tyre Services. As classes 4 and 5 will keep you up to date as to what the classes they are running in at the moment. Andre Simon running in Class 4. In fact, the top 8 positions are all Class 4 cars. It's Brad Rule down in P9 who is in Class 5 in that little Honda Civic. So it is a beautiful day here too. I drove down from Christchurch. Not too hard. I think it's about 3 corners all the way coming down from Christchurch to Timaru. So it's a pretty straight drive, but a little bit of fog. But I've got to say, this is a beautiful part of the world.
It really is. It's everyone just really enjoys coming. You've got the airport just over the corner as well, and you see a few come in on their planes for the weekend as well. And it's a lot of fun to come to this track.
So cars just getting into place for this final round. Now, here's fun fact for you, and I think we'll keep an eye on this one when we get to the 3-hour race a little bit later on. Lap record. Who is it?
You're telling the story here.
Greg Murphy, January 95.
Look at that.
Reynard, 92D, 56.26.
That is seriously quick. Like we look at today and those modern GT3 cars, they were qualifying in the 56s, but
56.6 was the qualifying. It was the Audi, the leading Audi has clocked to 56.6 in qualifying. So if you can get down to 56.2 or below, you got a new lap record.
That's fast. But, that sort of shows what kind of cars suit this track. As I was saying before, it looks like a track that's quite slow and not a lot going on, but you come off the back straight, it's very, very quick down there. So a car that's got wings and slicks is very quick around here.
I was talking to Simon Evans. They're running that 6th Porsche GT4, that lovely little car there, and they believe they can keep up with the GT3s today, particularly in that technical part. You go down the John Jones Steel Corner through McKissick Curve and the Carter's Valuations hairpin, and they reckon they will make some time up there. It'll be on the front straights where they reckon, 220, 230 down that front straight?
Yeah, and a GT3 car.
The back straight, excuse me.
Straight. It is very easy to get the two confused, but down the back straight in a GT3 car, it's about 255 down there, so very, very quick.
You're missing it already, aren't you?
I was lucky enough to have a bit of a drive yesterday, so I still got my fix this weekend.
Oh, what did you have a week driving?
Down here doing a bit of coaching with a few drivers, so spend the day with Hayden Knighton and
their GT Merc?
Yeah, and Kane Lawson and their GT3 Merc. So, yeah, set a reference for those guys, and also Steve Brooks and Bill riding as well. So I got my fix yesterday at least, and it's good to see those boys improving.
Is that Wolf Porsche going to run the tour at the 1 hour as well again? They just can't get enough of racing, those two.
They just absolutely love it. They will be out there today in both races, and they'll be giving it everything they can, as always.
When is enough is enough. So the mobile pace car is just sitting waiting to get them in to go for the first formation lap, but they're away, as all the cars will need to keep up and grid up pretty quickly so we can get a nice clean rolling start in this 1 hour race. Cracking day here at Levels Raceway. First opened back in 1967. In fact, I was talking to Lyle Williamson from International Motorsport. He says, I remember when it opened. I said, okay, we'll leave that story there.
That would be a good story to hear, and see what was really going on and how much the place would have changed. Like a couple of times that we've been here, they've actually resurfaced the second half of the track a couple of times now, and so it's all nice and fresh down there. So it's just so beautifully looked after, this track.
It's when you look at it, you go, I feel like I'm in the middle of a field, a field, So here we go. We'll just have to wait and see how it all rolls out. So, pace car now controlling this for the rolling start. They'll get out shortly. Well, we'll see. Keep an eye on that. Andre Simon in that V8 86, Toyota 86, sitting in pole position beside Scott O'Donnell, who leads this championship, 185 points from Mike Hall in the Golf TCR, who came down in P6, so he's going to have to work his way through the traffic.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see the start here. We know Andre's got plenty of horsepower and uses all the available power off the start, so I'm sure we'll see plenty of that here again. And you know, he'll be really working on looking after the tyres and trying to get the longevity out of you know, the handling of the car in this race. I'd say that's where his full focus will be.
Well, the big issue there too, as we've seen in the first 2 rounds, is reliability of the car too, right? It's a weird mix, right? I still think I mean, it suits, but it sounds great, but it's a weird mix. A V8 86, come on.
Yeah, he's doing very well with it. It's you know, to see what they've managed to get out of the car is pretty impressive.
So the mobile pace car coming into pit lane, and we are good to go for a start. And the Carter's Tyre Service, 1 hour, classes 4 and 5. Andre Simon in the 86 on pole, beside him Scott O'Donnell. And they are away and racing at Levels Raceway, and straight away that V8 of the Toyota 86 takes them through into the S's. Well, no surprises there as the train follows them through, but already Scott O'Donnell trying to look on the inside going through Castro.
Yeah, he's had a great start, and Scott's actually lost a couple of places. We've got the V-Dub Golf in second place at TCR. He's made up one position there straight off the start, so they are into it.
That's the SQ TCR, and those boys can go.
Yeah, no, really, really good start by those guys. And interestingly enough, Warren Black, I can't quite see him in the mix there, whether he's missed the start. But yeah, he's certainly a bit further down, and we got Scott O'Donnell in third place there.
So, opening lap of this classes 4 and 5 in the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. We followed them through. This is coming up back through the Carter's Valuations hairpins. This is where you talk the technical part, right?
It is very, very technical. This last corner that we can see them on at the moment is a hard corner to get right, and especially with the guys in the TCRs, because they're front-wheel drive cars, they generate a lot of front tyre temp, but trying to get rear tyre temp is always the hardest thing with these cars. And I was speaking to Scott O'Donnell a bit earlier, and he said just those first couple of laps it's so hard to get going because you can't get any heat in the rear tyres, and it's sort of like a snowball effect. When you can't get that heat in the tyre, you can't lean on it to then generate more heat, so it takes quite a few laps to be able to start leaning on the car and really getting on top of it.
So opening laps of this 1 hour endurance race, and it's just quite simply Andre Simon holding fort.
So we can see, yeah, Andre doing a great job here out in front. He's, as I was saying before, he will be managing this gap. You can see it's quite close between the two, but he knows he just needs to really focus on the full 1 hour of the race. I'm sure he's got the power and the ability to just pull away, but what will happen is it'll be the rubber band effect. He'll pull away, but then very quickly they'll pull him back in, and we know that the TCR cars are designed for 24-hour races. They're designed for a lot longer races, so they are better set up over the distance. And you know, Andre's very, very clever. Oh, we've got a car off there. That is the number
122. 122 is in the kitty at the moment. We'll just check out who that is at 122. That's the Neville Prince Subaru Impreza WRX. So wait to see if they're in a position where they are going to bring out a yellow. Everything seems to be rolling okay at the moment.
If it's stuck in the kitty litter there, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a safety car. Obviously, we don't have eyes on it at the moment, but generally, once a car gets in the kitty litter, we don't see them come back out very often. So unless it's full drive, maybe he's able. Nope, look, there he is. He's still stuck in the gravel. So we will, I'm pretty sure, see a safety car before we know it here. There we go. So we've just heard from race control that the safety car boards and flags are out on the track. So
okay, so early doors we get the safety car. So and that's an interesting point too, isn't it? Where they've come off, so they're out at the top end.
Yeah, so that's a pretty easy place for the track to come off. You know, if they just missed the leader with the safety car there, they have to.
They have.
So now best let the safety car push the whole field through and catch up. And look at that, Murphy's Law. Pull the safety car out and away he goes. So the old Subaru, I'm sure she's probably 4-wheel drive there. managed to get it out. Maybe it was just he stalled the car, and generally when cars get hot, some race cars, they take a while to get started again, so maybe that's all it was, that's the reason he was still stuck in the gravel. But either way, she'll be a short safety car, but yeah, well, the safety car definitely missed those first two cars, so let's see what they do with this race control upstairs and how they readdress this, and they may be best to just let the whole field back through and then pick up the leader again.
We don't want to go through that palaver, do we?
No, it's yeah. Otherwise, it just becomes this huge advantage for the first two cars
I think you're right too. So the safety car's just gone past the askew car now, and so Andre Simon would be the only car in front of them who was a race leader. So
yeah, so that's an interesting one. You don't often see the competitors slow down and let the safety car back in front, as I wouldn't be surprised if Andre...
From where I'm sitting, there you can see there, foreground. So there's Andre Simon. So he's obviously been told to slow down and wait for the safety car. So they'll as you say, redress that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that must be a call from race control to the teams. Basically how that works is there's race radio, which comes from up in race control. Some drivers don't mind having race radio talk directly to the driver, but quite oftenly you have the engineer who receives all the race radio calls, and then the engineer filters what the driver needs to know from there. Because you have race radio in your ear when you're racing. You've got all sorts of calls, black flag for car number 23, car off here, and that just becomes too much information. So that's where it's good for that engineer to just filter out exactly what the driver needs to know. So I'd say that's what's happened there. The race controls got on board and told the two front guys to back off and get them behind the safety car, which that saves everyone a lot of time, save the field having to go right back around. But still interesting to know what happened to Warren Black and the beautiful TCR there, the Audi TCR. He's dropped right back. He's at the back of the field. So yeah, we'll try and get a bit more information and see what's going on there. So this works out really well for Andre as well, because as we've spoken before, his he knows that full race length is something that he needs to get the car better for. So the safety car just allows the car to have a breather and get the tyres. So and a safety car is in pit lane. We're getting ready for a restart here.
And the skew is sitting right up his tailpipe as we go green again. So we're underway again in classes 4 and 5. The South Island Endurance Series, and already Scott O'Donnell under pressure as well. He's sitting in P3. Remember, he started out in P2, and we go through Castrol here at Levels Raceway, and there's really a lot to look forward to, particularly further down the field. I just saw Warren Black go past on the front straight, so we'll get some information as to what was going on, because that car is a contender.
It is, yeah. So for him to not be in the mix is an interesting one to see why he's not there. And you can see Mike Hall as well having a good battle with the BMW as well. He's having a great run out there. He could see him at the restart there, try and go up the inside, but didn't quite make the move work. And you can really see the attitude difference on Andre's car here. You can see how much he's looking after the car. It's sitting nice and flat. You can't see a wheel spinning on the exit of corners. He's just really, he's so far, he's doing a nice job to look after it. Come out of the last corner, the left-hander here. This is quite a tricky corner, this one. It doesn't look like much, but it's very easy to get sucked into braking quite late into there and, affecting your run down the straight.
Just called a shot about 2 corners back, 417. Little car working the grass, doing Ben Silcock in that Honda CRX, finding the grass, doing a bit of mowing, but he's back on track, although he was He was tracking around the track. I'm not sure whether he's come back. Oh, no, he hasn't from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on that, because it just about looks like he went for the grass because of an issue rather than actually coming off the circuit. He was quite slow as he was cruising along, so hopefully nothing too major with that car.
So Andre Simon currently leads. 9 minutes gone in this 60-minute race of the classes 4 and 5 of the Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. Got to thank the good sponsors that make this all happen, the likes of Allied 24/7 Fuel and Commission and Motorsport will come back through. Now this is Scott O'Donnell.
He's still trying to, I would say, build up that rear tyre temp. It was certainly a big talking point for him to get those tyres, those rear tyres to work a bit better, and you'll just see that car come on and on throughout the race as it keeps going on.
He's got lots of wins in the BMW E46 all on, really starting to put pressure on him. But Scott's a campaigner. He knows exactly what he's doing, so he'll let them do all that work. He'll let them chew the tyres. So he'll just sit there comfortably, right? Like he's in a lounge chair.
You're spot on with that one. A campaigner, he certainly is. He's been around the traps for a while and very, very experienced, very accomplished driver. I actually raced with him in the Audi R8 GT3 a couple of years ago when it was owned by Track Tech Motorsport, and it was the first time he'd driven the Audi R8, and the way he got in and drove that car, you can see, why he is, has had so much success. He's a very, very, very fast driver.
Also a big proponent and involved with the South Island Endurance, and he's making sure that it's easy for everyone to compete there. So, all right, let's go down to the pits. Steph's got some news for us. Stefan? All day, keeping us up to date with what exactly is going on, particularly when it comes to the 3R as well, because when we've got driver changes and the likes, we really need to know where cars will be there as far as tactics goes. Well, so Stefan will be in the pits with us today, and that's the 122 car. The Prince Neville president went off into the Kedler, so got a tap. Oh, okay. How about that?
Yeah, well, it's an awkward part of the track down there, because as the day's going to go on, marbles start forming on the outside of the track, so it becomes like railway tracks where you need to be on the circuit. So, basically it would have been like a funnel down into there. Obviously we haven't seen, is that smoke coming off the back of Andre Simon's car there? Has he got an issue? Let's keep an eye on that one. Definitely a fair bit of smoke coming out the back of that car. Whether or not, it's getting worse very, very quickly here. Let's see. It's hard to see if it's dropping anything out of the back. Maybe we'll just see how his pace goes. It could be something like power steering. You can't assume that it's engine off the bat. It could be diff. We'll just keep an eye on that one. And as he's pulling gears down the straight, it doesn't seem quite as bad. Obviously, there is a bit of...
You can see there's still plenty of smoke there, so that'll be of great concern when he changes down too. Look at that, just billowing out.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's interesting that when he's on the brakes, it's worse. So to me, that looks like it may not be engine, because you're lowering the RPM.
Well, look, here we go. So the SQ TCR now takes over the lead from Andre Simon. So the car that was in pole position is in trouble. So now we just have to see whether or not he comes back into the pits.
Yeah, that's a real shame for those guys. And see how when he's in the slower corners, it's carrying quite a lot more smoke. I'm wondering if it's a power steering issue more than anything. It's it's a real stab in the dark, but it just sort of looks more like it. The fact that when he's pulling gears, there's not a lot of smoke coming out of it. But hopefully we can get some info down in the lane and see what's going on.
So your pole sitter into the pits here at Levels Raceway after 12.5 minutes of this 1 hour race in classes 4 and 5, which means the Askew TCR V-Dub is now your race leader. So a little bit of drama already, and this is the championship weekend.
It is early days, and there's obviously a few drivers already, and Andre will be gutted with that. It'll be interesting to see what's going on, but perfect for the guys in the golf. It'll be interesting to see how they go. So they'll be thinking about strategy as well now. Obviously 1 hour race, 2 drivers, they need to make a pit stop at some point. And because they're in the race lead, they're going to play this properly. They'll be looking for that safety car. As I said, round 1, they'll be really focusing on what's going on. So as we have a bit of a look, he's looking around the wheel, so maybe...
There's a lot of smoke coming out from under that hood though, so You know more than most. Do you think it is power steering?
Hard to know. It's you know, the smoke. It's obviously oil of some description. It gets on all the hot parts. It's oil outside of where it should be, and you know, it starts baking onto things, and that's where we see the smoke. That's a real shame for these guys.
So it looks like that car is done. The 86 of Andre Simon being pushed back. We'll get Stefan down into that and ask the team exactly what went wrong, and we'll get information shortly. I can see him actually rushing there now. He's just getting the information, so we'll get that shortly as we just remind you who the race leader is. It's the Askew car. It is the Golf GTI TCR leading at the moment, and they are a very strong car as well. So now, and as you said, this is the sort of circuit, once they get their tyre temp up, this will suit them fine. So now it'll be to see if the likes of Scott O'Donnell can actually haul them in.
Yeah, absolutely. And sounds like we've got the guys down in the lane for us.
Yeah, we were just down there with the Andre Simon's crew. They don't actually know what's going on with that car at the moment. They've pushed it back out to the pits, and they're going to come back up with some more information for us very shortly. But as you said, a lot of smoke from the leader there.
Thanks, Stefan. Appreciate that. Nice work, mate. Keep on it, and just keep your head out of the smoke as well. So Stefan getting us all the deets from pit lane. Doing a fine job early on. Don't worry, he's got 45 minutes in that hot race suit to go, so it's going to be a long day as we see the Askew car now lapping cars.
Yeah, so this is where the complex of the race changes quite a bit. Now he's lapping cars. Look, he's got 4 cars in front of him here that he's already having to go up the inside. This changes the race and what his focus is. Obviously, he's got a lot of traffic. It's about navigating that as fast but as safe as possible. And you know, especially the first lap that you start catching cars, you have to be a little bit more cautious because you know they're so focused on their race. They're not used to lappers yet. So being the first one on the scene to start lapping cars, you just got to be that little bit more cautious. Make sure they actually see and they don't close down on you.
There will be pressure. We've just noticed that Warren Black, who we were concerned about at the beginning of the race, is now starting to move up the field. Currently 6th in the 93 Audi. So just keep your eye on the 93 car because they are in play as far as the championship goes.
Yeah, that's a huge gain already, up to 6th place. So they're doing really, really well there, and they'll be gutted with whatever was going on, and they want to rectify and get as best possible result out of it. Beautiful looking car with the blue and the yellow, stands out from a mile away. They've done a great job with that car.
That's why you're calling it beautiful, right? Because it's pretty looking.
It is pretty looking, very pretty looking.
So this was the car that we were concerned as to where it was. And look at the times as it goes through, 1:14 to 1:07, then a 1:06. So they are now on pace and starting to push it. As we look at the time for Australia, it's popped up into 3rd position. And it's probably effectively 2nd position with Andre Simon in the pits.
Yeah, by the time that films back through, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on those times. It's interesting to see that Andre's still showing his 2nd place there.
So in fact, it's Mike Hall sitting in second position now in the other Volkswagen, the Golf GTI. So 2 Volkswagens out the front. Too, with the temperature, I mean, it was actually a really cold morning here at Levels Raceway. I wonder, from your perspective, temperature heats up, track heats up. How then does that affect these types of cars?
It does. It really does, especially those TCR cars because they're turbo. So you know, the hotter the ambient air temperature gets, the slower they go. You know, it's not noticeable as a driver in the driver's seat when you know the heat comes up, but it does pull a little bit of horsepower out of it. But I don't think it's going to be warm enough for these guys' race to really start affecting that. But yeah, it's lap record kind of weather this morning. Nice crisp air, bit of sun coming down on the track. It certainly makes for good lap times as we've seen in qualifying.
So you're currently looking at Scott O'Donnell in the Hyundai TCR. Currently listed running 3rd behind Mike Hall in the other TCR. So there's 3 TCRs leading this class 4 and 5. And And Scott will need to stay up there because he currently leads this championship going to this final round on 185 points. So this is an interesting thing because Mike Hall is sitting in second position on 172 points. You get 20 points just to enter it. I discovered it over the past week, and then of course you run down 75 and the like. So you win this one, you get 95 points, and it works backwards like that. So being in the top three, we consider these the top three. This is going to be an interesting one to watch.
Oh, it will be, and you sort of wonder, oh, that's interesting that they get points for entering and showing up for the race, but that keeps everyone showing up to each round of the championship and keeping full fields. And but to be honest, that's not the only reason we have full fields in the South Island Endurance Series. It's just such a well-run series. Everyone does such a fantastic job within the series, and it just keeps competitors coming back. It's just so great to see, these world-class FIA GT3 cars, and you got guys with cars that they've spent their life and blood, money, sweat, tears putting together out there as well, and that's what makes the championship so good.
Yeah, I was talking to Paul Lancaster here, who races here, as we see Car 200, Scott O'Donnell, championship leader, go through, coming into the Par & Co S's and then heading out towards Cashwell. They say, oi, a little bit of an off there for one of the following cars. Fastest lap, we've got a 104 from the Askew car, so eyes forward for that leading car at the moment.
They're in a great place to be out in the lead of the race like that, setting fastest race laps. They're looking pretty healthy in this race. And just to add, you saw that car come off the track on the exit of turn 1 and 2 there. That curb is very high. It's very easy to get sucked up onto that curb. Normally a curb is nice and flat, but this one sort of rolls up quite a bit, so it pulls the car up onto the curb, and then it's very, very hard to get it right.
So it was car 181, and just talk us through. It was Mark Denton and his BMW 320.
Yeah, so you can actually sort of see he's actually missed the curb. He's just gone in way too hot altogether and missed the. You can sort of see the car bump up and over it, but yeah, that's generally what happens. Is you get caught up on that curb and it sort of drags the steering and the whole car up and over it. But in that case, unfortunately, he just went in a little bit hot, missed the curb altogether. But the other side of it, maybe he's seen that he's heading for that curb, and rather than going over it, damaging the car, he's just decided to go right around it.
And we've got to remember, this is an expensive motorsport. A lot of these guys, weekend guys. This is Mike Hall, currently sitting in second position,
who's doing a fantastic job. He hasn't been around motorsport for too long. He's a member down at Highlands Motorsport Park. He got quite interested in getting involved with the sport, and I think he might have done a little bit a few years ago, but he's got into it now, and he was doing a really good job. Just the way he stepped up. He started with a Golf Cup car and went really well on that, and he's just progressed. Now he's in the TCR car and doing a really good job.
And the TCRs are one category that you would like to see. The problem is, and let's be blunt, cost. The cost to run these TCRs is not cheap. If you want to run around, you need a strong budget, right? Let's be fair about it. It's a good class.
It is. It's a great class. Yes, they are, an expensive car to run, but that's just unfortunately the realities of motorsport altogether. The faster you go, the more it's going to cost, and that's what it comes down to really. But they are reasonably cost effective in their own right. The TCR cars, if they run properly, then they're not too bad compared to some things.
But you have to get adjusted to them, right? And if you're a rear-wheel drive racer having to race one of these, like this Askew car, you're going to be ready to race front-wheel drive.
It's a lot different, with the front wheel drive, you have this thing what they call torque steer, where if you get on the gas too early, it basically pulls you out to the outside of the track, and you've got to be quite patient on the gas, because you've got to really look after the front tyres in a TCR car, because you think about it, they're doing all the braking for the car, all the loads on the front of the car, they're doing all the turning, they're doing all the accelerating, so really the front tyres are doing all the work, and the rear tyres are in just for the ride, so it really comes down to managing those front tyres.
Andre Simon stripped the oil filler bung, stripped the thread, so not flash at all.
The old 1 cent piece is 5 cent piece is the thing that's let you down there. Always the way, those 1%ers, and unfortunately that's a real shame for those guys.
So that's all everywhere.
It's oil everywhere.
Yes.
There goes my theory of what I thought it was. But anyway.
Well, I thought the power steering was a very good theory. It's a very good theory. So you're currently looking at the leader, and that is the Askew car. running in behind one of the tail gunners, which is car number 101, which is Dan Barlow out of Queenstown. This little Suzuki Bellino got pressure all over him. He's already been passed by the race leader, who has a 22-second lead, almost 23-second lead on Mike Hall.
Huge lead. That is a massive lead that he's managed to pull out there, and you can see him being nice and patient with the traffic. He's not dive bombing up the inside of cars. He's running a very, very smart race up front.
So, Andre Simon, oil fillabung. Let's get his own thoughts with Stefan in pit lane. Stefan?
Andre, heartbreak, mate, leading the race. What's happened? What's going on? What's going for you?
Yeah, really disappointing. This season has not been ours. We've had one problem after another. This time it looks like the fillbung has stripped out of the Hollinger gearbox. So it came out of, I think it was turn 3, just started noticing smoke in the rear view. Got progressively worse. Car was still going fine, still had plenty of power, but can't finish a race like that, so came into the pits hoping that it was something simple, knowing that probably wasn't, and yet another retirement from leading this time, so yeah, a bit of a case of what could have been.
Absolute heartbreak, mate. Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and well, onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah, there's only one way to go from here. Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Stefan. So Andre Simon having no joy with that car. Reliability, right? That the big R word.
It is. It's something that you think is so simple, you know, you just got to bolt it together properly and go racing, but there is so much involved with getting a reliable car, and the realities of it, to get a reliable car, you've got to do miles. You know, you can't just go buy the best bits off the shelf and throw it all together. Yes, it's going to increase the chances of better reliability, but you know, you're piecing together bits and pieces that you want to run on your car, and the weakest link always shows through, and unfortunately that's just what happens, and you know, that's the realities of the sports.
Let's just remind you of where we stand. At the moment you're watching the leader in the form of Grant on Askew, the Askew TCR, ahead of Mike Hall and Scott O'Donnell. So what you've got there is 2 of the 3 leaders, and then you've got Warren Black, who is still in the hunt here, but he's going to need up from P4, Russell McKenzie in P5, and then we have Denzel Travers in P6. And also watch Brad Hall, Brad Hall in the Honda Civic, is certainly doing the right thing. It is round 3, the third and final round of the Carter's Tyre Insurance South Island Endurance Series. This is classes 4 and 5. There's Mike Hall and the second of the TCR cars sitting. He's got Scott O'Donnell hot on his heels, and that'll be a nice little battle to watch, because Scott O'Donnell needs points, and he needs quite a few points. We know he's got 20 in it already, but he's got Mike Hall only, what is it? Oh, she's my maths again. Only 13 points behind him. So he needs to basically get in front of Mike Hall.
Yeah, he does, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. The gap's sort of stabilised for the moment, so we'll just keep an eye on that one.
27 minutes just about to click over in this 1-hour race here at Levels Raceway. Thanks to Carter's Tyre Service, the series sponsors, Allied 24/7 Fuel, Michelin Motorsport, Brandco, and Endless Brakes. It's been a fascinating short little season too. Ruakuna Teratanga wrapping up here in the South Canterbury Car Club's pride of Levels Race Course, first opened back in 1967. The Canterbury Car Club, as we said right at the top of the day, has been going since 1947. They celebrated their 75th anniversary in July of this year as they go through start finish, and Mike Hall now having to pick up some tail gunners, and this is where the opportunity for Scott O'Donnell comes, going in through Castrol, going through car 28. That's Chris Wall out of Wellington in his little white Honda Civic. And I think the one thing too, particularly with these 1-hour races for your weekenders, is just getting out there and finishing.
Absolutely. You know, all the work that goes into getting to these race events, you know, you want to finish, and you want to work as hard as you can, and they're here to enjoy themselves at the end of the day. You know, that's what it's all about, coming here, enjoying your motorsport, finishing races, and you know, and having that beer at the end of the day.
Yeah, Scott O'Donnell, he'll be looking for that beer, but he wants to get through here because he needs to get in front by our calculations. He needs to get in front of Mike Hall, because his championship title is not in doubt, but it's under threat with Mike Hall being in front of him.
Yeah, it's just, you can see he's coming down. He's getting held up by a bit of traffic here. That gap still does seem like it's subsiding a little bit as he comes over the line. You can see Michael's already been over the line, and then Scott O'Donnell next over the line, which should reset, and we'll be able to see what the gap is between the two of them there going off there. So it's, yeah, still that 4 seconds.
So the Askew car is still 26 seconds now ahead of Michael, 28 back to Scott O'Donnell, and Warren Black a further 2 seconds back from Scott O'Donnell. But he's really starting to work his way through. There's the little 122 car that spent some time in the kitty litter, got a tap earlier as a bit of a tail wagging off the track with the number 93 car. That's the Warren Black car, that lovely Audi TCR. But he is now starting to put pressure on his South Island teammate and Scott O'Donnell as they come through on the front straight and head down through the Par & Co S's into Castro. So now Scott O'Donnell's coming under pressure. Oh, look at that. Black is now putting all sorts of pressure on Scott O'Donnell. You've got to remember, this 93 car started way back.
It's a huge effort to come from way back down the field up to challenging Scott O'Donnell, who he knows is a very, very experienced driver. It's a huge effort from him here.
And now Scott O'Donnell hit, and both cars hit traffic as they come down through the John Jones Steel corner and down into McKissick Curve. It's a lovely sort of sweeping left-hander coming in through to the Carter's Valuation hairpin. So Scott O'Donnell's already taken a back marker, and has got that back marker now in between him and Warren Black. So coming now through that little hairpin, the Carter's Valuation hairpin. Oi! Just a little bit of a tail waggle by one of the back markers. Could have been a little bit of damage if they'd touched with Warren Black, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. And away goes Scott O'Donnell down front straight. The Timaru Metal Recyclers straight and heading into Castrol. So now traffic is going to have a big say when it comes to points and where everything finishes up.
Yeah, well, and you know, this battle going on between Warren, where he's lost quite a bit of ground by the looks of it. So we'll just keep an eye on that one.
So there's Scott O'Donnell, and not too far behind him will be Warren Black. Markers again going to cause all sorts of bother for Warren Black, and Scott O'Donnell's just navigating quite comfortably through the back markers, and now he's got 3 cars between him and Warren Black as they come up through Carter's Valuation hairpin. But there's been really good driving being done here by the back markers, allowing Warren Black to go through. So good courtesy being shown by the back markers as they come onto the front straight. So what you're watching here is a real points battle too. Just reminding you that Scott O'Donnell in that number 200 car is 185 points coming into this round. Behind him is Mike Hall and the other TCR, the Golf TCR. Well, he's only 13 points behind, and he's ahead of him. Warren Black is in 3rd position, 165. So he's 20 points behind, but if we look at it right now, he's probably still 20 points behind because they get 20 points for entry. So finishing position will be critical for Warren Black and also Scott O'Donnell. Mathematician White will figure it out pretty quickly.
I'm doing my best here, I've got the numbers calculated here. We're just trying to work out the points, and it's very, very close by my calculations.
So there's the Askew TCR now caught up with back markers. But this is the really good thing I'm enjoying, is the back markers showing courtesy and doing the right thing. Getting the blues and saying, okay, move out of your way.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, now the race has found its rhythm. You're starting to see people a lot more aware of where they are on the circuit. And just remember, in this race, we've still got a pit stop to come. No one has been taking their pit stops yet. So, I know I said this in round 1, the reason none of them are taking their pit stops, they are looking for that safety car. We're at the business end of the championship. They are staying out there looking for that safety car, otherwise they're going to run all the way to that 50-minute mark.
25 seconds to the lead between the Askew car and the Hall the Hall TCR, and then Scott O'Donnell is 28 seconds off the lead, and he's being pressured by Warren Black in that beautiful blue and yellow Audi. So the front of the field, it is all on for the championship, and that's the key part of the story here. The championship is, the leaders are all pretty much at the business end, and we're under 30 minutes to play now in this third and final round of the Carter's Tyre Service Class 4 and 5 1-hour race. That's the leading car, the Askew TCR.
So I've done my calculations. With the points as it stands, if we keep going the way that we are, this still leaves Scott O'Donnell as the championship winner at the end of this race on 251 points if he stays where he is. And then we've got Michael on 242, so it is very, very close. So
okay, so what's the here's the question I have to ask you. What is the worst finishing position for Scott O'Donnell to fall out of championship contention? So you're saying he's got a 9-point lead?
9 points. 9 points. 9 points lead, and then Michael is the 242, and there's quite a gap back to the next position after that. So it's tight, but needs to do a bit more to be able to. He needs to get to the lead, but he's still not going to quite have enough points, and leaves him 4 points away from the championship win if it goes the way we are seeing it at the moment.
So there's Scott O'Donnell. If he stays in that position, that car right there and then, if he stays in P3, he will be your Class 4 and 5 overall champion and the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. Another fast lap for the Askew team, 104.811.
And that sort of just puts it in perspective a bit as well. You can see Scott O'Donnell doing all he needs to. He knows, I'm sure he's calculated all of this and what he needs to do to take the championship and who needs to be where. So he knows that if he just sits in behind Mike, the championship's his to take.
Well, they're running, the top cars are running around 106s and 107s right now. So as you said, they've fallen into that rhythm. But here's Michael now. Has Scott O'Donnell picked up some time on Michael here?
He really has. He's closed that gap right up.
So this is good news for Scott O'Donnell, and Mike Hall will be slightly concerned as they go past the Timaru Metal Recyclers pit straight.
And just looking at it as well, have we lost Warren Black? Has he dropped off the results? We cannot see him. If we look at our timing, he is not there. What has happened to Warren Black? I did see him at the corner of my eye earlier, looking like he was slowing. That gap was getting bigger, but altogether, he's not there. We've lost him in the results.
Well, I'm hearing that he might be in the pits and the hood's up. So we'll get Stefan onto that just to see what's going on in the pits with the Warren Black 93 car that had made its way up into 4th position, which is now held by Russell McKenzie. So I can just tell you now from what I'm seeing coming out of pits now, the 93 car was in the pits, and there you go, it's coming out of the pits. So we'll get Stefan to talk to one of the team down there and see if we can get an explanation as to why that car was in the pits. So that's an up and down day already.
Yeah, hopefully. Obviously we can't tell from here, but hopefully they've just done their pit stop. But I can't see them doing their pit stop at this point of the race. Especially one driver. We talked about it in round 1 that some of these guys are purely here for fun, and I've got 2 drivers. They'll just split the race in the middle and have a bit of fun that way. But for them, there's no point in pitting in this point of the race. You may as well run as long as you can and hope for the safety car. You've got more than enough fuel to go that little bit longer. So that's really interesting. But then the flip side of it, maybe they've done that stop early because the lane is going to get real busy at the end part of this race. We've seen hardly any cars pit at this point.
So there's your race leader going through pit straight now. That's the Askew TCR with a 26-second lead on Mike Hall. And in the Scott O'Donnell Championship leading car has really cut the time down. He is really now right behind the Hall car and try to improve that position. Andrew Waite has done his calculations and says basically if Scott O'Donnell just sits there, he will take the overall title win in this class is 4 and 5.
I hope my calculations are good. I failed maths at school, but that's all right.
Actually, that makes two of us, so we're in a hell of a state. So we're touring around, coming through the Carter's valuation here, and this is your leading car. He's done a nice job too, just a really nice job, maintain the pace.
Yeah, great job, and that's a very, very tight hairpin down in there. And oh, we've got a car off.
Well, guess what? Same spot for Mark Neville and out of Rangiora in that Subaru WRX. This time, he doesn't look like he's going too far because the last time that car was there was a bit further down in the sand. This time it looks stopped. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I'm confusing myself. It was the other end. My apologies. That was up in the John Jones Steel corner. That's just out of Castro. So not having a great day. I wonder if that tap has done more damage than we know.
Yeah, no, that's a real shame. And here we go. There's a car off where it is. If they're not going to get going, this could pull that safety car that everyone's looking for.
No, Andrew Waite's been looking for a safety car.
It makes it's exactly, if you're an engineer, you're looking for that. You're looking for that. So you may even see a few cars come into the lane now to make that stop, just in case that safety car does come out. But yeah, it'll be interesting to get another shot of that car, see if it's still in the gravel, or off on the side of the track, or whether they'll manage to rescue without calling the safety car.
So car 122 off track. No sign of a safety car yet.
See, just out in the back left-hand corner of that shot there, we'll try and get a view of it on these cameras that we've got at the moment to see whether or not...
The question is it in a safe position?
That's,
won't bring in a safety car.
That is a question. We should be able to see it there. They managed to just drag it out without the safety car. So those guys out the front, they would have been hoping for that safety car. They didn't get it, so that's all right. They'll keep circulating around, waiting for the next thing.
Tough day for car 122, and that is Mark Neville, Rangiora and Subaru Impreza WRX. We are into our 41st minute of this 1 hour race in classes 4 and 5, and still the Askew TCR leads Mike Hall and Scott. Let's go to the pit. Stefan?
Okay, we're here with the Warren Black car. We're actually here with the other driver, Barry. Mate, early pit stop, what happened?
Yeah, no, I'm not driving with him, but we run the team, but he had a boost hose blew off, which is not a big thing that took a couple of minutes to fix, so yeah.
So back out there and away we go.
Yeah, he's back out there, pushing hard, trying to reel that time back in, so see how it goes.
All good luck, mate. Back up to you, Steve.
Thank you, Stefan.
That's a real shame for those guys. They were going seriously well, and you know, something so simple as a boost hose to pop off. At least I managed to get it back on. It's a shame for those guys.
Well, would you count that as your pit stop? Would you just take that as your pit stop and count that in and just then keep going?
Yes, yep, you'd take that as your pit stop, but obviously it's cost you a couple of extra minutes while you're at it. So real shame, but at least they can carry on. With Mike Hall, he's on his way into the pits for his compulsory stop. Let's see how their pit stop goes, see if they can get it done nice and quick and get back out there. One of the championship contenders in the lane, ready for his pit stop.
So here comes one of the championship contenders, as Andrew quite rightly said, going into pit lane for their compulsory pit stop. We're sitting in second position.
He didn't stop. He went right through the pits. Did he have the drive-through penalty? Is there a penalty that we've missed here? He's just gone straight through the pits without stopping the whole way down. So we have confirmation from race control that car 117 drive-through penalty. So that is a real shame for those guys, for Michael there to get that penalty. So it'll be nice to be able to do a bit more digging and figure out why we've had this drive-through penalty.
car in pit lane doing its compulsory pit stop, and well, not as quick as the supercar ones we saw from Bathurst the other day, because you watch those Bathurst pits driver changes, boy, are they slick or what?
Yeah, there's a bit of work that goes on into those pit stops, hours and hours of getting them right, because they are such an important part of the race. You know, you think of all the, especially in supercar land, millions of dollars that get spent on the sport, and you know, to improve the cars. If you're wasting 2 or 3 seconds on a pit stop, you know, it really starts.
So there is Warren Black at the hose issue, and he dropped himself right back down to some 30th odd position. He'll be able to whip up pretty quickly as well. Just remembering that car was in P4. Literally starting at the back of the field, currently sitting at the moment our provisional World Championship. As per, we've just had it handed to us from the race control, and Andrew Waite did actually pass his maths, because Scott O'Donnell still will at the moment sit in first position on 251 points, Mike Hall on 242, and Brad Rule on 208. So really, this is an O'Donnell-Hall showdown, and O'Donnell has yet to pit.
With O'Donnell still yet to pit, and Mike Hall's still got to do a pit stop yet as well. Obviously, he's been through the pits, but that doesn't count as your compulsory stop, so that has really affected his race, unfortunately, for Mike Hall. But it'd be nice to get a bit more information and see why he received that drive-through penalty. So in comes Askew into the lane. So they've got a driver change here. So obviously 2 drivers in this car, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. And you know, it'll be a pretty high-pressure pit stop to get it right, to get back out there soon. As they pull up into the lane there.
I was going to say, are they doing a driver change? Then I realised it was a left steer.
Yes, and that's something that a lot of people sort of, you know, ask a lot of questions about. Oh, is it hard when you get into a left-hand drive car compared to a right-hand drive car? You know, you especially for pretty much everyone here, you drive around on the road all day on a right-hand drive car, then come racing, you jump in the left-hand. But surprisingly, it's not as big a thing to think about when you're jumping between left-hand, right-hand drive cars all day long. It's easier than you think.
Good battle going on here between 12 and the 30 cars. That 12 car is Ben McConaughey out of Wallace, and the 30 car is Saxon Sheehan out of Queensland, is a little Toyota TR86. So, and I've got to say, knowing that the TRS series back with the Toyota 86 in the summer of racing around New Zealand, it'll be nice to have it back in crowds, back at the racing, as the Askew pit stop is done. And they had plenty of time too. I mean, they had a 26-second odd lead, so just be interesting to see where the O'Donnell car has gone past and does pick up the lead in the 200 car. Remembering, of course, the 200 car. Look at that, 93 for the Hong Black car straight away.
Oh, I had a bit of a dive. He tried looking up the inside there, but I'd say Askew here will just be pretty easy with it. He knows that Warren's not in contention for the race here, so he'll just be taking his time.
So news from pit lane is the Scott O'Donnell car has come into the pits for their compulsory pit stop. So there it is, the 200 car. Well, hang on a minute. Did that get a drive-through as well?
Car 93 drive-through. We're just getting reports.
Well, that's the Warren Black car. Is that the black? The 93 is the black car. That's a pit, but that was Scott O'Donnell came through. There was time penalty, right? That's for that one. But the 200 car.
We're just looking at each other, trying to work out why there's so many drive-through penalties going on at the moment. Unless the pit lane here is got a bit of a kink in it, so you know, maybe we just didn't see the stop with Scott O'Donnell there on the camera.
Let's go down to the pit. Stefan, what do you got?
We've got the group here from the Michael car, mate. Drive-through penalty, explain why.
Not entirely sure. We're told he passed on the yellows up the top corner. It is what it is. We'll take it. We're still doing pretty right, and looks like it hasn't hurt us too much in the championship. So fingers crossed for Megan's hands.
Okay, he came back through before. What was that for? Driver change? Or?
No, that was just his compulsory pit stop. Unfortunately, we got the front drive, so he then had to still do the compulsory pit stop under the rules. So it is what it is. That's racing. We'll just carry on.
So passing under the pole line, then we go back up to you, Steve.
Thanks, Stefan, appreciate that. So, okay, a lot of penalties being thrown around at the moment.
Yeah, the brutality of a drive-through penalty, you know, you've got to take it when it's been issued. So, and that's where, I know it's a saying that gets used all the time, it is what it is, but once you've served that penalty, there's no point in arguing it because it's put you out of the results. You know, post-race penalties, they're easier. You know, if you've got your side of the story and you've got vision, you can show them and maybe you can revert that penalty. But once you're served a drive-through, that's it. You've got to take it. You've got to come into the pits. So for the race control to issue that drive-through penalty, it must have been pretty clean cut to have done the yellow, go through the yellow flags.
So I'm wondering that what we called was maybe the end of the pit stop, compulsory pit stop for the 200 car because we're running it to the 49th minute, or will they do a late one?
Yeah, this late in the race and when the stop was, I would say that it was just a compulsory stop and we just haven't seen it on the camera here. So we'll see. He's in second place. He's where he needs to be. So, you know, all's good.
The interesting race again, or the drive again, is the Warren Black car sitting in P6. Considering what they has got, start at the back of the field, then they have a mechanical. They actually took their pit stop. Then they get a drive through, and they're still top 10.
Yeah, they have absolutely been through the ringer today. So to still be in the top 6 is, well, 7th should I say, is a pretty impressive effort.
So sunbeaming down on a lovely cloudy day here at Levels Raceway, the South Canterbury Car Club's pride and joy, celebrating its 75th year this year, and the Askew TCR leads this final round of the Carter's Tyre Service Class 4 and 5 1-hour race. So that's car on screen, Warren Black, and that TCR Audi has had a hell of a story to tell today, but you got to say, doing okay.
Doing very well, very, very well. But tell you what a clean race. Touch wood, still 10 minutes to go for the Askew boys there. Clean race for them out front, huge lead. Well, you know, to the point where they're heading down towards the back straight. And Scott O'Donnell here, he's just coming into the second to last corner. Just trying to get my bearings.
No,
yeah,
we're coming
into turn 1 and 2. So yeah, 30-second lead, 29 seconds. That is a huge lead for those guys.
So the other drive we mustn't forget about was the early drive too, and now played his cards nicely, is that of Russell McKenzie. Because Russell McKenzie is now up into P3 in this final race.
Yeah, that's a great effort by them to be up in that position.
Started 5th, sitting 3rd. You'd take that every day of the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, beautiful looking car, that one as well, that BMW, and another left-hand drive car, as I just noticed before on the camera. So yeah, good to see.
Do you think it has air conditioning like the Audi you were racing?
Don't think so. But it's funny how times change with the aircon. You know, it's usually the first thing people do in race cars is pull the aircon out. You know, there's a bit more horsepower. A lot of modern race cars, GT3 cars now, they've put the aircon back in because naturally when you drive, you're getting so much more. You're so much fitter in the car because you've got that aircon just to keep the brain fresher.
Cool suits though, or no cool suits?
No need for a cool suit now. Just got the aircon. Yep, it makes a huge difference. And I was chatting to Danny Corner, he was back in a GT3 car the other day with the aircon, and he goes, man, what a difference. I can see why you enjoy it so much. Yes.
And that is another story to unfold later on this afternoon. Your levels on Pits TV and Flow Racing is a 3-hour race. Daniel, of course, a challenger for the 3-hour in that beautiful McLaren 720S, because if there is one intense driver to beat, it's Daniel Gordon. It is going to be game on against those series leaders in the form of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reed.
Yeah, it's going to be game on. Obviously, advantage Johnny Reed and Sam Fillmore at the moment in the championship, but it's going to be intense.
Well, 2 wins in 2 seconds.
Yes,
but it's not game over. So that's that. Cyclists straight, and there it is, the 46 just goes through back markers. Gosh, it takes you back to the days, doesn't it, of watching those BMW, those M3s. Lyle Williamson ran a whole lot of M3s, if I remember correctly, in the good old days.
In the good old days, and ran them very well at that as well. And you know, ran some beautiful cars, and you go to the IMS building there. in their office and you see some of the photos, it certainly brings back some memories of some of the successful days for international motorsport.
And they continue to be successful.
Absolutely.
Here in New Zealand, and the way they prepare cars. The 68 car of Russell Mackenzie, that M3 E46, currently sitting in third position here at Levels as we count down with over 5 minutes to play, 6 minutes to play in this opening race of the day. So just confirming as it stands at the moment, with the Askew TCR leading ahead of Scott O'Donnell and Russell Mackenzie, your champion, will be Scott O'Donnell, 251 points. But this Askew car has done a really nice job in controlling the race.
And just with Askew as well, just the way they have done exactly what you need to do in an endurance race. The way they've just gone out there, they've run their own race, they've made no mistakes. It just allows them to be there. And it's such a thing that's always said, you know, within endurance racing, go out and run your own race. Don't focus on anyone else, what they're doing. Just really get to towards the end of the race, and then you start focusing on what other people are doing around the race.
You look at one more there. Still a championship contender. Now, something terrible would have to happen with Scott O'Donnell, but right now that car will finish the championship in second position, only 9 points behind, if the position stay similar or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the gap, it's been quite a big gap back to Scott O'Donnell. So, you know, to get that, unfortunately, something will have to happen to Scott. But as we keep saying, he's a seasoned racer. He will just be out there looking after the gear, making sure he gets the line with only 5 minutes remaining in the race.
5 minutes left to go in this 1 hour race. Under 5 minutes now. Classes 4 and 5 in the Tyres service third and final round of the 2022 South Island Endurance Series, and it is a perfect day for racing. In fact, I suppose it is a perfect day for racing when you look at the cloud cover.
It is, yep, the cloud cover, it does make a difference. It doesn't have the UV down onto the seal, and that's what slows the track up a little bit. It seems a bit crazy for people that aren't around the sport too much, but believe me, it does make a difference when that UV starts hitting the track.
So Scott O'Donnell looks like he will comfortably take, well, not comfortably, he will take this championship up. He just stays with us, but this is one for the battle. What was around the 34-minute mark. This was going to be really interesting, but Scott O'Donnell really did make the most of just being patient.
Yep. Patience is key, and he's just running as consistent as he can, doing exactly what he needs to do. You know that. And look at the gap between Askew and Scott O'Donnell as well. It's basically he's leveled out. You know, he hasn't gone forward, he hasn't gone back. He's actually gained 3 seconds on them, so he is starting to pull those guys in just a little bit. But that is not the aim of the game at the moment, to try pull in and try win the race and take risks. It's just circulate, finish, collect points, and take the championship.
You know, Andrew, as we look at these cars circulate in the last 3.5 minutes of this 1 hour race, class 4 and 5, and you think about the bigger cars that are coming out, you know, the big GT3s, the Audis, even the class 2, the Mustang and the likes. Is a track like this more suited to what we're looking at now rather than the bigger ones?
It is more suited. It's very tight, but at the same time, as I was saying earlier, off the back straight, it's very, very fast through John Jones Steel Quarter and into the Makissa Curve. It's very, very fast through there. So the big GT cars with a lot of aero, you make up a lot of time through there. So at the same time, you know, you go, it's a small track, it's only good for little cars, but some of the corners do lend themselves to a GT car, and it's pretty full on as you get around there as well, because the walls are pretty close to the side. You know, it's not a lot of room for error out there, so you sort of just about keeping it on the island. Because if you come off the island, you're in a lot of room to gather it back up.
A lot of grass, a lot of hedging.
Oh yes.
Quite a few tyres.
Yeah, they come up on you very quickly, and I'm sure if you go off the circuit, not speaking from experience, touch wood.
You're flawless, aren't you? Well, by the way, congratulations to the baby girl.
Thank you.
Isla,
yes.
And Sabrina, mum, happy?
Yep, all doing really well, which is great. So, yeah, little boy, little girl now, that's us. So that's it. No, we're stoked, absolutely stoked. Obviously, the reason I ended up missing the last round at Invercargill, but, it's great family time, and but as always, good to be back at the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. And just taken from a father of 3, 2, you'll wonder what's hit you when they both land that little line and starts walking. You think, oh, this is easy. And then you'll wonder why the house is a tornado. The tornado's gone through it. Alrighty, in the final stages of the 1 hour race for classes 4 and 5 in the Tyres Service 2022 South Island Endurance Series, we have got our cameras on the leader, and that's the Askew TCR car that has basically been in control from the get-go. Andre Simon was on pole position, but sadly, what did you call it, the 5-cent piece and the old oil filler around the gearbox, and not so flash, and that's why we saw a lot of smoke coming out of there. Poor Andre Simon's had no luck, but certainly I like his attitude, just keep on going only one way, and that is hard. But the championship will be won by the number 200 car, which is Scott O'Donnell, and he has just sat in the top 3 comfortably, and as Andrew has rightly said all the way through this 1 hour race, just been patient and done what's needed. And the other part of this, which people must remember, is that quite simply, every other car around them has been courteous and let them do their job.
Yep, absolutely, because they've got their own race to run as well. You sort of go, right, it's important to make sure that you pass everyone as quick as you can, but the other classes, there's classes within classes, and it allows you to, battle, there's battles within battles. As we keep winding down to the last lap, I'd say we'll see them go past the line once more. Next time past the line, I'm sure we'll see the last lap board.
Last lap board is up for the Askew car, so they've got one more lap over this 2.4 kilometre circuit, the long circuit here at Levels Raceway for the Askew car that has just done a competent job all morning. Got to remember, it's all morning. Been up since 6 o'clock driving down from Christchurch. I forgot what time of day it is. And they have done a really nice job in this car.
Well, they 100% deserve the win here. Just the way they've driven, absolutely flawless, haven't put a foot wrong. Been, really good at making those moves stick, being assertive, but without being too aggressive. The race has just gone their way for sure. They've worked really hard, and it's good to see.
So Grant and Cole Askew, final stages of this 1 hour race, coming now down through Carter's Valuation, Hampton, and then they'll move their way through and coming onto the front straight to wrap up this very, very tight one. Here they come, flying across, and it'll get the checkered flag for Grant and Cole Askew, the 56-65 car. And what a race it was. Warren Black goes by. But where's the 200 car of Scott O'Donnell? Well, it was sitting around 26 seconds behind, but this is the most important. Here it comes now, heading towards the checkered flag, because this is your class and overall champion. Scott O'Donnell wins classes 4 and 5 overall in the 2022 Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series 1 hour. And that is a race and a half for Scott.
It is. He just kept his nose clean as well, got everything done that he needed to take the championship. So he'll be absolutely stoked with that result.
So there are your winners of this round win, the race win, Grant and Cole Askew. That tidy looking V-Dub Golf GTI TCR. You get the race win, but it's all about the championship, right? It's that big double.
It's what it comes down to. So it's great to see that, that's for sure. And
so here are your official results after this Class 4 and 5 1 hour race here at Levels Raceway. Grant and Cole Askew win the race, but it's that second place getter where is all the talk, because Scott O'Donnell wins the actual season of classes 4 and 5 overall. Russell McKenzie, after starting P5, really good finish to finish in P3. Mike Hall was in the hunt. He was probably in the hunt for up to the 45-minute mark, and suddenly just fell away somewhat. Denzel Travers in P5, and as we go down further down the field, that is where most of your friends who are watching on Pits TV and racing around the world overall. So that's the overall results as we stand. So first Scott O'Donnell on 251 points, second Mike Hall, third Brad Rule, fourth Daniel Travers, and fifth Warren Black. So there you go, that are your top 5 overall in your Carter's Tyre Service classes 4 and 5. What we will do is we'll get Stefan down into pit lane to have a chat to the race winner and also the championship winner, because it'll be interesting to see what it's like, particularly what conditions are like out there at the moment. I know it's early in the morning, but it is really warm out there.
It is, and I think the track is in really good shape for the rest of the day's racing as well. The track was good for the first race of the day, and the track's clean. They really look after it here at Timaru, and yeah, let's see how we go.
All right, so there are your race winners, Grant and Cole Askew, in this third and final round of the Carter's Tyre Service Endurance Series here in the South Island. Stefan is down there. Let's hear from the race winners first of all. Stefan?
Grant and Cole Askew, race winners, the third and final round of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. Pretty chuffed, eh?
Yeah, real stoked just to actually be able to finish one for a change.
Yeah, yep. And for yourself, mate, you've done the final stint. You're pretty happy with that?
Oh, mate, I just had to finish it off. He did all the work, so I'm stoked.
Well, congratulations, guys, on the race win, and go and celebrate now, eh?
Awesome. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Mate. Thanks very much, guys.
So that's Grant and Cole Askew, and we can see taking his helmet off, second place getter, which is Scott O'Donnell. Big part of the South Island Endurance Series as well, but most importantly, he is our championship winner for 2022. So, Stefan, let's talk to P2 and the championship winner.
P2 today, but the overall championship winner of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. Scott, you must be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's good actually, because we were in the same situation last year going into the last round leading, and I managed to pass my own son into yellow flags last year, so it's good to go and get a clean run. And fun enough, Mike Hall, who was in front of me, did the same thing. He passed under a yellow light down there and a yellow flag down there, so that got me back to second. Esco's drove very, very well, disappeared from us. Sadly, Andre had a bit of a challenge in his car again, but it's great to get a result. Won 3 hour last year, won the 1 hour this year, so it's a great result for us, who are somewhat mature in age.
Well, congratulations, man. It's time to celebrate now, eh?
Great, thanks very much, guys.
All good.
He'll be a quiet celebrator, Scott O'Donnell, won't he?
He will. He'll be absolutely chuffed with that to get the top overall win, and obviously it was so close, but yet so far for him last year. But to get it was fantastic.
So Scott O'Donnell was P2 and Russell McKenzie was P3 in that lovely BMW. Stefan, I think, has corralled him, and let's see what he thinks about finishing P3 after starting P5. Stefan.
Okay, we're here with Mr. McKenzie. You started P5 but finished P3. Pretty good drive, eh?
Yeah, it was a good. The traffic out there was really good today. There's a lot, the slower cars made some space, and it was a really good event. Great traffic, good weather, awesome.
Well, congratulations on P3 today, and go and celebrate with the rest of these guys, eh?
Awesome, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Stefan. So that is your podium. The Askew car gets P1, Scott O'Donnell P2, but the overall championship in classes 4 and 5, and Russell McKenzie finishes P3. All right, folks, stay with us here at Levels Raceway. We'll take a wee break, but it won't be too far away before we're back into our second 1 hour race and some big cars out. I'm certainly looking to see how that Mark Mustang goes in classes 2 and 3 in the 2022 Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us.
Yep, the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. It's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning. But hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome. If you'd like to know more about how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving, head to alliedpetroleum.co.nz.
This is Levels Raceway in South Canterbury. It's about 7 kilometres northwest of the wonderful, I'm going to call it seaside town of Timaru. I've only actually been to Timaru once, and it really is a beautiful part of the world. And this is round 3 of the 2022 Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. We've just witnessed the 1-hour race for classes 4 and 5, which saw Grant and Coldescue win the race. But the overall championship is congratulations to Scott O'Donnell in 2022. Winning it from Mike Hall and Brad Rule, rounding out the top 3. Right now, though, we're into classes 2 and 3, and boy, are we going to see some magnificent machinery. The battle for the top is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, because we've talked a lot, if you were just joining us on Flow Racing and Pits TV, about big cars versus smaller cars on this 2.4 kilometre surface, circuit, should I say. And you've got this magnificent Mark Mustang of Sam Collins, which leads the championship by 14 points from Ronan Murphy and the Porsche 991 Cup car. Big car versus a car that likes corners. But the difference this year, as opposed to 12 months ago with that Mark Mustang, Andrew Waite, is that Mark Mustang with Andrew Fogg at the helm and engineering it is a completely different beast.
Yeah, now Angus is running that car. He's got it going really, really well. And, it shows. He's out in the lead in the championship. But we're at a track that we've talked about is quite tight. So the Mark Mustang may or may not, I can't completely quote on it, but may not suit this track quite as much as the Porsches.
The Mark Mustang qualified P3 with Sam Collins behind the wheel with a time of 1 minute and .722. The pole sitter is Hiramana Malmazak with a time of 59.56. There's Ronan Murphy beside him in the 91 Porsche 991.1 Cup car, and then Sam Collins beside him. Steve Brooks in the 88 Wolfbrooks Porsche. Of course, Andrew Wade has said earlier on today, been doing a little coaching with the Wolfsbrook team, who just simply love racing. We move further down into row 5, Ben Byers and Jordan Mickles. And then it's Grant Williams and Ben Williams in the Dwight Altazza and Glenn Brazier in the Porsche in P8. Gary Denick and Ben Derrick are in P9. The Adam Julian Porsche is in 10th. Alan Dippy in P11. Steve Sullivan in P12. Go down to the next row, and it's Angus McFarlane and Hamish Wilson, Grant Sylvester in the Ford, and Martin Neal in P16. Francois Bessiac and Tom Alexander, well, they are in P17. The Grant Aiken Porsche is in P18, The Ginetta of Steve Scholes is in 19, and Oliver Saxon and Mark Mallard and the Rooney Earthmovers Porsche. Mark Mallard getting his first taste of this little GT4 Porsche for the first time. He was asked to run it with Oliver Saxton this weekend, and honestly, Mark Mallard, I'm going to say it, he's like a duck to water.
Oh, he is.
Had to go there.
He just absolutely loves his racing, Mark Mallard, and it is so good to see him out here in the Porsche, absolutely enjoying himself. There's not a weekend that goes by, or nearly a weekday that goes by without Mark being out on a racetrack. He just absolutely loves the sport, and he's one of those characters that's just so good to have around, and yeah, he just loves his racing.
I spoke to him about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, about it. What's it like? He said, I'm just having so much fun. Different beast, because what he's used to driving 86s and Utes, and now he's into a car that'll probably offer him a whole lot more.
Yeah, he is, and it's just he just won't know, like, you know, he's not very often in these sort of cars, but I just really know that when you get into a car like a Porsche, it looks after you. It sounds like a silly thing to say, but you know, you brake at the right place, it's always accurate, it does everything you want it to do, so he'll just be loving that. When you want it to turn, it turns, and if the rear doesn't come around, it's a real Porsche characteristic to have like a well-settled car. So, and that's why you can see so many Porsches in the top 6 and throughout the field. No matter, we even have a Porsche with a V8 in it out there, not something you see every day.
So just a reminder where the points stand after 2 of the third 3 rounds. This is the third and final round of the Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, classes 2 and 3. Sam Collins in that immaculately prepared Mark Mustang sits on 190 points ahead of Ronan Murphy and also Heremana Melmazak, both on 176 points. Marco Schelp in the Porsche 997 is on 158, and Adam Julian in the 997 Cup car, along with Ben Byers in the 991 Cup car, both sitting on 149 points. So that is we'll say your top 5, fifth equal, with Ben Byers on the same points as Adam Julian. So now we'll just wait till the cars pick up the pace car, which they have done. And they're in good formation too, so we potentially will get a start. Just keep your eye on that pace car, the mobile pace car, rolling around that beautiful GTR. Gosh, they're a nice car, aren't they? I've got to look at them and say, yeah, it's a car and a half, don't mind saying. So they're just working around the McKissick curve, and then they'll come up through the Carter's Valuations hairpin. And this is the technical part of the circuit that you said before can really work a driver over.
Yeah, it is very, very technical. It's got to be one of the slowest corners in the 3 rounds of the South Island Endurance corner through that hairpin. And this next corner they're coming through, very, very hard corner. Really important to get the exit as we see the safety car departing off the circuit.
Safety car comes in and they are lined up and ready to go in the classes 2 and 3. Red lights still on, almost good to go the third and final round, and it's green lights and go! And Heremana Melmazak and Ronan Murphy, but look at that straight away, Sam Collins, that big Mark Mustang, trying to put pressure on Ronan Murphy in the Carter's Porsche.
Yeah, very important there for Ronan. He was really working to try and get the gap at the start of the race, because Heremana and Ronan, they are on equal points in the championship. So out of those two, whoever take first or second, that is how the championship will stand for second place. Obviously, we know Sam Collins is out on the lead of the championship. Look at the horsepower of the Mustang. He's just gone right around the outside of Ronan.
So, all things being equal, Sam Collins gets past. It'll be the battle for 2 and 3.
It really will be, and that's where it's going to lie, that battle for second place. And long race ahead. These guys are just going to try settle in. And Sam knows he's got the horsepower. Is he going to get a good exit onto the main straight to try and make a pass?
So, coming through that Carter's Valuation hairpin and back onto the this is where you'll see goes on the inside, and Melmazak defends.
Yeah, he does. Very, very late on the brakes here into turn 1. He was just nice and clever. He covered his line just a little bit there to stop the Mustang coming from up the inside, but you can see he's actually had a really good run onto the straight. Let's see the horsepower of the Mustang. Is he going to be able to go on the inside or outside? I don't think so this lap.
Sam Collins pushing, looking for the lead, but again, defensive effort by Heremana Melmazak in that Oedipus Porsche. Sam Collins will be pushing.
He will be. Didn't quite get the exit off onto the main straight that lap, so that's where he would have been struggling just a little bit. That gap opened out as they were getting on throttle. We know Porsches are so good throttle down because he got all the weight over the back of the car with the engine on, massive rear tyres. So that's where the car has its strengths, and then the Mustang comes in with all the horsepower a bit later on. So all it's going to take is for Sam to get a really good run out onto the main straight, and he'll know exactly this as well.
Second lap being completed here at patient. Maybe I just, right, there's 2 laps. I know what this guy's doing. I'll just sit here for a while.
I don't know. I don't think so, because where, again, the Porsche's so good is over a distance. So the Porsche's only going to pull away more and more as the race goes on, and Sam will know this. Naturally, Porsches, they are huge endurance cars. They are the best cars over a distance. So I think Sam, if I was in Sam's position, I'd be trying to get the move done early to defend.
One thing noticeable as you see them coming into the McKissick curve is the gap they've already bought on the Purtec Porsche of Ronan Murphy, who's getting under a little bit of pressure from Steve Crooks and that Wolfbrook Porsche, is that these 2 cars have almost, but they haven't gapped the field. They've certainly got a healthy distance between P2 and P3.
Yeah, they have managed to get a bit of a gap on the field, and yeah, Steve Crooks will be doing everything he can to get on the back of Ronan.
Now, you coach Steve Crooks and the Purtec Castro Porsche of Ronan Murphy. What is it about these 2? That lovely gold plate Porsche, they love gold racing. What has flipped the switch for them?
I got to meet them a few years ago before they got involved in the motorsport side of things, and you know that they really enjoy their sport, their motorsport, and they actually blame me a little bit for getting them up.
Whoa! Looks like there might have been a touch. Malmazak on the John Jones Steel corner and rear ending into the tyre barrier.
Yeah, that's a decent hit off the back of the straight there. Could have been a lot worse, so he's lucky he's just gone in rearwards there. So hopefully there's not too much damage to this car, because you've got to think this car's ready for the 3-hour race straight afterwards as well. So that's a real shame for those guys. It'd be nice to see a replay and see exactly what's happened here and who's going to be at fault. This could play perfectly into Ronan's hand, because if it's Sam's fault, he may be up for a penalty that changes the completion of the whole race. So let's see how it goes. Surely we're going to see a safety car here from where that car's parked.
So Sam Collins out in front. Was there a touch? We'll take in that replay in just a moment. Let's see. Here it is here. So Sam Collins coming in. So they're coming into a braking zone here, and I'm not going to say much, but I didn't see a touch.
From that angle, it didn't look like there was a touch, but that's a really strange one.
Safety car is out. Safety car is out.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have another look at the replay there. It's very...
I'm wondering where they hit him out. Look here, I'm wondering where they hit him out. It got a little bit close to the grass there.
I think there's a touch. I think there's a touch. All it is a small touch. And that's what, just the way the car's been straight, and then all of a sudden it's had the big slide on. I think there has been a touch there. Only a minor touch. It's very, very hard from this angle. It'd be nice if we had another angle as well. It's so easy to say, let's look for another angle. These guys are doing a great job with the cameras, but yeah, let's see if we can slide right down here and have another look.
Get your microscope out on this one. So Sam Collins in the Mark Mustang, Malmazak in the end of his Porsche. Is there any hint of a touch?
So you can see how straight Malmazak is there. Nothing's wrong there. Then all of a sudden, at this point, the car starts moving around. So it's okay. We can't see a touch.
I'm not willing to call a touch on that one. I'd like to suggest potentially left rear on the grass.
Yeah. But how he's got to the grass, it looks like the car's come inwards to then flick back the other way. It's just the way the attitude has changed on the car. I'm not saying we can't see a touch. I'm not blaming this on Sam at all, because we don't have enough evidence or footage to see exactly what's going on. But just from the way that the car's sort of gone from one side for Hedemata there to go from one side to the other, that normally doesn't happen. So for the car to then shoot to the inside, it's like he's started coming into the corner. There's been a tiny little touch and it's pulled him inwards.
The question now, and when we see Malmazak's car come out of that John Jones steel corner, is how much damage has the Porsche suffered, knowing that car is going to be in the 3-hour race as well. So...
Yeah, I'm convinced.
What does race control now do in a situation like this? With limited angles, we'll play it again and just show you again, because it's really tough to get it on this one. But take a closer look. What will race control think of this situation?
Well, it's hard from race control because they obviously don't have all the angles, but just watch the way Timaru shoots inwards. So he's straight, all is okay. He's turning in. At this point, all of a sudden, right here, there's a little touch. Right there. See the way the car starts coming in. So that's where the touch is. It's only minor, but it's enough to send Timaru at this point sideways, and then starts facing in. So there's a touch there.
So we jog it through, and there's the little...
Right there. Right there, minor, but see, it's shot him in, and then he's flicked back the other way. So yeah, there's certainly been a touch there. So I'd hate to be making these decisions. I've been in this position where I've been the driver's standards observer, but I think, in my eyes, it looks like there needs to be a penalty there. There has been a touch. We've got one angle. There's so many more ways to unfold this, but what I would do in this situation is this needs to be a post-race to figure out exactly what's going on, to see the different angles. But to me, there has been a touch, and that's what's caused the incident.
What is an obvious penalty at this particular point in time?
If
they don't go post-race, what is a penalty?
You'd be adding time. It's certainly not enough to be, if you had clean-cut vision to see what it was, it could go up to a drive-through. Drive-through could be the ultimate penalty, but,
which with this car is not a game-changer.
Drive-through penalty at this, how fast these front guys are, yes, it could be a game changer, but I would say they're going to leave this to a post-race investigation to see exactly what's going on, but I don't like the looks of it for the Sam Collins car there, but luckily it doesn't look like these guys have got too much damage, so they might be able to have a quick look at this, but maybe now they are just focused on a 3-hour race. They've got another race straight after this they need to get into, which is a real shame for those guys in the car number 9-10, because they were in for the champion, with the second place in the championship. But depends on what this penalty is, and if there's a penalty, to me looks like there does need to be a penalty off the back of this.
So what we'll do is when that car 910 comes in with Hedemana Melmazak, we'll get Stefan down there to see what they believe. Now, if the car does not go back out, we'll get Hedemana himself to give us his thoughts on that, and maybe it'll be a little clearer. All I'd suggest right now is the Mark Mustang team with Sam Collins will be just slightly nervous.
Yeah,
slightly nervous as to what penalty might be handed down, whether it be pre the finish of the race or post-race.
And he'll know if there's been contact there.
First look, by the way, just first look, the car doesn't look panel damage wise, doesn't look that just a little bit of a down the bottom splitter at the bottom there.
They'll definitely be able to get that ready for the 3-hour race, whether or not they just put some tape on it and get it back out for the 1 hour. If this was the only race they were doing today, they'd be getting back into it now. They wouldn't be messing about. But there might be some hidden damage as well. But it did go in pretty square in the rear, so hopefully it's absorbed the impact, and the tyres seem to absorb a lot of it too.
Got to be a little careful around here too with the tyre bundles, because there's not a lot of compression going on here, because the tyre bundle's just packed full of earth, and that's going to mess the car up.
Yeah, there is some spots, but luckily where they hit, there wasn't earth in the tyres, and they managed to absorb a lot of the energy.
Safety car coming in, and we'll be resuming racing in this class 2 and 3 of the Carter's Tyre Service.
Okay, this is interesting. Ronan has entered the pits. Is he looking to do his stop right on the 10-minute mark? Yes, he's taken his pit stop early. Interesting call by the James Marshall team there to take that early pit stop. They're banking on maybe this could be the only pit stop of the race. So you can see them get back going again. Heading out onto the back straight. Very, very cool corner onto the back straight here. You can't quite see the exit as you're coming out of there, so trying to get that right is important.
So, a little bit of activity in pit lane. The 185 Porsche is in as well. That's the Martin Neal GT3 Cup car taking their pit stop as well, along with the Pertec Castro Porsche of Ronan Murphy, who sits in second position.
Yeah, interesting call here. They've managed to do their pit stop, as we can see Sam Collins there pulling away out in front. Another car from the same stable, and the James Marshall Motorsport crew will do a fantastic job this weekend. There's Steve Brooks and Bill Riding. They're out in second position there. They've opted to stay out. Obviously, they're all from the same team, but each driver has a different engineer within the team, so that's where where the engineers work with the drivers to make their own call.
So let's just quickly talk strategy. So the 66 car has gone through, the 6 car is coming as well. So a lot of teams taking the pit stop. The 185 Porsche of Martin Neal is back out as well. Strategy-wise now, let's just remind people, right? We've got a 1 hour race. You've got to take the provision, you pit stop.
Yes.
So Ronan Murphy, of course, is going to drop down the field right now. But most cars in front of him will have to take the pit stop. But he's taken it this early.
Yeah, so they've just taken it off the back of that safety car, and you sort of wonder, well, why did they put it at the start of the safety car? They couldn't, because they hadn't got to the 10-minute mark. So just on that last lap there, as everyone was getting started,
pit window opens,
so they came in the pits to serve their pit stop. But what they are now relying on is no other safety cars for the rest of the race for that strategy to work for them. It's only just going to work in their favour, but at the same time, what it's done for Ronan is it's put him in clear air. So, sounds like we've got some.
So let's go down to the pits. Stefan's down there to try and give us some understanding as to what happened with Hedemana, Melanzamac and Sam Collins. Stefan?
Sam, what do you reckon happened there? A bit of damage to the rear end of the Porsche.
Yeah, so we were just holding our rhythm, running our own race. It's a 1 hour race. We went into turn 4, and unfortunately the 777 of Sam Collins has hit us from behind, put the car into the wall, caused a bit of serious damage to the rear, which is going to require a bit of fixing for the 3 hour, which is a shame, because at the end of the day we do want a nice clean race, a good bunch of competitors, and it's just a shame to see that sort of driving standard happening in a series like this, because it's a great series.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck there, but up to you guys, Andrew and Stephen. There you go.
So, an unhappy team, let's just put it that way. They've basically called out the Collins Mustang. Whether or not that transpires to be the case, we're still to find out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it sounds very clear that there was a hit from behind. You break down how that accident unfolded and how Mustang ended up in the wall. Sam was nowhere near on an overlap when they made contact and as they were coming into the corner. So, unfortunately, it's not looking good for Sam on that side of things.
So we're going to get a better understanding of how this might unfold in the back end of this race.
Yeah, there's going to be a cloud hanging over this for the rest of the race, and rightly so. You see, say Bathurst, for example, they make calls on the fly of who gets penalties where. They've got so many camera angles. They've got onboard. They've got so many ways. So the DSO, which is Craig Beard over there, he's looking at this incident now during the race to make the call. But here, you're better. I know it makes it not as great for us being here watching the race, waiting for a post-race penalty. But what it allows us to do is be able to get it right. So once they get it right, it makes it a lot easier.
Confirmation from race control. They're going to look at this post-race.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's confirmation from race control. Thank you to the team that are assisting us here at Levels Raceway today. So, okay, this is wow.
It's the right call to go post-race with it. Not so good for us watching. We want to know and same for Sam Collins. If it doesn't go his way, he'd like to know what's going to hang over him or what he needs to achieve to overcome this penalty. But post-race means they can get the call right, whose fault it was. There's always 3 sides to the story, the truth, and then each other person's side.
But there's an honesty call, particularly when you're not equipped, as we've said before, with multiple angles, right? So we've already heard from the Edifice Racing team that they believe they got hit by Sam Collins. I'm not dropping him, and you have said on 3 or 4 good look, there is a slight touch. Worst case scenario, the time penalty could rob him of the championship.
Yes, we've got to look at that compared to Ronan.
What is the worst time penalty that you would throw at them? I mean, I know it's early in the race, we probably should be concentrating what we've said in front of this, but it's part of the story.
It really is. It's an important key to this, and I need to actually sit down and work out. But I would say there'll be something around, max penalty generally, don't quote me on it, is maybe 30 seconds. So if you want to work on something like that, maybe, end of the day, Sam now just knows that this is overhanging him. He'll know himself whether or not he thinks he's in the right or wrong. Well, if there was contact to us, yes, it does look like there is contact. He will just need to get his head down, get as far ahead as he can to mitigate whatever penalty he gets in the race.
So a lot to unfold in the next 44, 43 minutes here in classes 2 and 3 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. But wow, it could be a championship changer taken an early pit stop. And how will that play out as the race moves on? Ben Byers sitting in P2, the Woodbrook Porsche with Steve Brooks at the wheel, the 88 Woodbrook Porsche sitting in P3. So it's all going on as we look at some of the midfield runners here. Now that's Mark Mallard out in the Rudy Earthberg's GD4, having a little whale of a time and loving every minute of it. So let's try and continue telling this story as it unfolds. Stefan has got the Sam Collins crew to give their versions. Mark Mallard just goes off track with Stefan.
Yeah, Stephen, we're down here with Angus Fogg, the Sam Collins crew. What happened from your side, buddy?
Shots, but it seems clear that Sam had overlap and the guy on the Porsche didn't leave racing room. Rules are quite clear. Once it's overlap, you must leave racing room. So I don't know, take all the emotion, and it's unfortunate they've collided and he's come off second best, but that's motor racing. We're going to keep pushing on. I believe there's going to be investigation at the end of the race. So you know, the rules are the rules, and if we were within the rules, which I believe we were, then we should be okay.
Okay, well, good luck for the post-race inspection, and enjoy the rest of the race, mate.
So, Angus Fogg, who's entered in WBC, is overlap, and Ronan Murphy, when he was watching that interview, we were seeing that interview, went off track, and now is back in the pits.
Game over. Game over, unfortunately. They've had their pit stop already. The car's now back in the lane, so this ruins their chance of the championship. This race is just full of drama. This is a real shame for these guys. There's something, there don't seem to be a huge sense of urgency here, so something is not right. Whether there's a tyre that's gone flat, and they're looking at that left front side of the car there.
So there he is. It was just coming in through that Valley Car's valuations here, but went off.
Yeah, so there's obviously something with the left front of that car for him to go off in that corner. That's not a corner that you just fall off the track on. There's something wrong with the car for him to go off where he is. It doesn't look like he's spun out there, so they've put a new front left, so maybe a puncture.
So you're calling game over this early?
Well, depending on... It's certainly put him out of the contention, you know, for the moment. It's not out of contention. It's just made things a lot harder because he was in second place for the race. Yes. Overall, we've got the cloud hanging over Sam Collins, which would have effectively, if the penalty worked out, would have given Ronan the lead of the race.
So positions 2 and 3, Ronan Murphy and Harry Melismack are in all sorts of Melismack's out of contention though, right? So he was sitting in third position on 176, equal with Ronan Murphy. Now Ronan Murphy is now coming for a second time. He's done his mandatory pit stop. Now they've changed the left front. and we don't know how, if there is going to be a post-race penalty at all. For Sam Collins.
Yeah, and we're just working off there is going to be one because it gives us a worst case scenario to see how it's going to all pan out. But
so from where I sit right now, it's Ronan Murphy. It's up to him to see if he can get this car back in contention.
Yeah, and if we have a look at the results here, we try to see where he is. He is basically out of the top 20. That's really affected his race. Obviously, a lot of the field still needs to stop, which will give him a few more positions, but he's in 21st position, so that has really affected him. It's unfortunately, this is ruining his chance, and it works into Sam Collins' favour. You know, depending on what and if they give him a penalty, what it ends up being for him.
Well,
wow. Because working out before that, I was looking at the points to basically work it out. If Ronan ended up winning the race and Sam ended up with a penalty and ended up 5th or lower, that would have given Ronan the championship, which is quite a possibility. So
okay, so now it's quite a possibility.
No. Before Ronan had the second pit stop with the puncture or whatever was wrong with the car, it'd be nice to have a chat to the team and figure out what was actually going on with the car there.
All right, we'll get Stefan down into that pit area and see what went on with Ronan, and we'll get an update as to what went down. So there is your race leader, Sam Collins, in the 777 Mark Mustang, engineered by Angus Fogg, I believe. line.
Yep. If, you know, that's their side of the story. If there's an overlap, there's an overlap. You know, but you know, you got to work out where the overlaps come from, because you can't come in from 10 car lengths back and have an overlap before the other car turns in, because you know you got to look at the control. So there's so many different ways. As I said, I've been in the DSO position. There's so many things to look at with this, and you know, we've only seen a very small snippet of the full picture. You know, I've gone to look at incidents where I've seen one incident, like one camera angle like this, and you've gone, yep, it's his fault. But then you start looking at all the other angles and onboards, and it opens up so many other, you know, of things of what's gone on. So you know, as much, you know, we're making it sound like Sam's going to get a penalty, but we're working off the worst case.
Yeah.
You know, we're just having a look to see how it's all going to work out. Because at the moment, if he doesn't get penalised and he stays where he is, he's going to walk away with the championship big time. So
and deservedly so, because the car is a piece to watch as they puts the pressure on. Memphis has stayed on other as Francois Bezier.
Yeah,
but he pretty much has driven flawlessly all through this series, and the car, as we said. So let's go down to the pits and let's see what was up with Ronan's Porsche.
Okay, we're down here with James, Ronan's crew chief. What happened there?
Oh, man, it looks like it's got a hole in there. It's on one of the front tyres. So I think maybe it's just got the back of a curb or something, and it's got a puncture. So came in and we banged another wheel on it, but we're obviously a long way down the water now. So we just have to wait and see what happens.
Long race. Good luck for the rest of it.
Yeah, that's a fair call too. Just see what happens. It is a long race. We're sort of heading towards the 25-minute mark, so there's plenty of time to tell. But the way this Mustang has behaved in the first two rounds,
oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know, at this point of the race, Sam's doing a great job out in front. And you know, just to further on from that whole overlap side of things, you know, obviously being involved in the DSO side of things, I got to learn how. As we see a car just in the background there have a little bit of a spin. It's the mighty V8 Porsche. Bit of a spin there for McFarlane and Bushell there. They've had a bit of a spin. Not too sure who's in the car, but it's not ideal for them. All the horsepower in the world, that beautiful Porsche. But just going back to what I was saying about that whole overlap situation. If, you know, when I was involved with that role, you sort of have to start breaking down the overlap, and I got a chance to actually talk to a few of the crew from the supercar side of thing and how they break down who's at fault. But basically, where the overlap's got to start is from the point of the brakes. But whether or not it works in this championship, it's completely different, and that's why, again, I'm not involved with that side of things. But you got to look: is there overlap when the brake pedal? In this situation, no, there's not. But that might be different to how they're operating here. So that's not up to me to make this call, but you know, that's where it can go two ways here, and I'm glad I'm not the one making the decision.
So there's still a lot to unfold in this race. Classes 2 and 3 in the 2022 hardest tire service South Island Endurance Series. Plenty going on.
So, looks like we've got a safety car. Obviously a car off. That Porsche maybe is still stuck there, and we'll keep an eye on that one.
Okay, so safety car. Good or a bad thing for Ronan Murphy right now?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing for him, because now what it allows is him to catch back up. Everyone in front of him has to go into the pits. It depends. We need to have a look to see if he's got a lap down and how many, because he might be able to get a lap back. So he's 2 laps down, so he's going to get 1 lap back. So it still might push him up to about 8th or 9th position, which still won't be enough. But yeah, let's have a look at it.
So it's all go. We haven't even had half an hour of racing here at Levels Raceway for this Class 2 and 3 1-hour race. So safety car with the V8 Porsche, just doesn't sound right, stuck there. That's on the, well, that's Carter's Valuations hairpin. And so that's not a good place to be. You can see the rescue vehicle there getting ready and just letting the field roll on through. Get picked up by the safety car, and the Mark Mustang comes in for its pit stop as well. So a number of cars now taking their mandatory pit stop. Is again in a similar position to Ronan Murphy.
Yeah.
When meeting out with that front left. So that right-hander coming in, is there quite a bit of camber there?
There is a bit of camber there. All I'm going to assume there is how wide he is out there. Maybe he's stayed wide to let a car up the inside, and that's where it's happened. See, look how many cars we've got coming into lane. This is the safety car, as I keep saying, Stephen, that they're all waiting for.
It's like you wish for a safety car, Andrew. It's like, I'm going to go and do commentary today and I wish there was at least 2 safety cars.
Trust me, all the drivers will be wishing for that safety car.
So that's the Alan Dippy Porsche 911 Cup S car being pushed back into the pit. So that looks like it's terminal for the day for the Alan Dippy 911, which qualified in P11, by the way, for this race. So mandatory pit stops being taken. 256 Porsche goes out. That's the Ben Byers Porsche. They're sitting in 5th position. There's the Mark Mustang going out at the moment. That was sitting in position 1, but that at the moment is taken by the Wolfbrook Porsche, driven by Steve Brooks. But they'll still have to do their pit stop as well. So the wonderful thing about endurance racing, you figure it out pretty quickly. It all sorts itself out within a few minutes. But the rescue vehicle getting that Porsche off the corner, there we go. Saw it in the foreground. It's the Bushel Porsche, McFarlane Bushel 996 V8 Porsche. It's always heresy doing that, to be fair to a Porsche.
You watch it go past and it just confuses you. You can't quite, like, you sort of look at it, you go, God, that's cool, but you just got to love the sound of a Porsche as it is. So as the Wolfbrook boys come in, Steve Brooks getting out, Bill Riding getting in the car, and they'll see them through. This has worked out perfectly for the guys that have 2 drivers. We're right on the halfway mark in the race. One's in, one's out, they're back into it.
And good practice for the 3 hours as well, just getting himself and getting
Yeah, absolutely. It's it makes life a bit easier when you can get in and out, and when there's a safety car, it takes a little bit more pressure off you.
So Bill Riding into that. Who's whispered that Bill Riding wasn't well? Is he okay? No, he's fine. That's good. Okay, so Bill Riding into the car. Steve Brooks there talking to his crew chief about how that's going. That's not a good sign though. That's still being towed in. That's that V8 Porsche. So that's the reason we are under safety car. And I know we come back to it, but we are seeing where Ronan Murphy stacks up. He's still saying he's 2 laps down, sitting in 19th position, was sitting in P2, but we'll wait for that to roll itself. He should pick up one of those laps, so that should be down to 1 lap as the Wolfsbrooks Porsche, with Ben Riding behind the wheel, Bill Riding, excuse me, heads back out to Levels Raceway. This has been a crazy race.
It's been all go.
Crazy.
All go. Halfway point of the race already, and aside from that, a little bit of that's obviously there's a cloud hanging over the Sand Collins and Mel's Max situation. So apart from that, like, Sam is running a faultless race to that point. Without that aside, the Mark Mustang is absolutely on fire. They've just what they've done with that car and how well sorted it is. I know they had a couple of gremlins overnight with the gearbox, and Foggy's obviously part of getting that car ready, and he's done a great job to get that back out there. And it didn't sound like it was too major, and it's well prepared car, beautiful looking car, and it's proving with the results.
I think in fairness, the difference has been Angus Fogg. And what he has done. I had a chat to Angus the last time I was at Coca-Cola, and he said, look, we had to stick to one direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Sam and his dad's heavily involved as well in getting it all sorted, and they'd be the first to say that as well, because you've got to find someone who knows what they're doing with these sort of cars, and Angus Fogg is one of the best guys you can get that knows these cars absolutely inside out. Big V8s. He's obviously heavily involved with the muscle cars, and it prepares some absolutely beautiful cars within the muscle cars as well. So they've got the right guy on their side of the fence, and look at the results. They're there.
Safety Star's car still in control of this Class 2 and 3 field. Final round of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Race meeting from Levels Raceway in South Canterbury. Looks like the field's bunched up pretty well, and we would hope at this particular point in time, as we see the Bushel McFarlane Porsche, they've had a driver swap as well. Looks like they're going to get it back out, which is a good sign. Give it a bit of a push, lads.
Push start and away she goes, hopefully. Yes, they must be having a few issues with the starter motor there, because the spins a spin, and obviously stalled once they started spinning, and struggling to get it started there.
Safety car's in.
They've got it going again, so this is going to get awkward. Hopefully the red light's on.
Green light now, and we are back racing. And it's Mark Neal and his Porsche holding on to that lead, but considering, of course, that was a safety car lead, and the changes of where you can see there's Ronan Murphy looking to go through Castro and try and pick up a place. He is a lap down on the Mark Mustang, which is looming large 3 cars back. He needs to get clear air.
He does, and Ronan's very experienced in traffic. Obviously a lot of Toyota 86 racing, so he's got some really, really solid racecraft, so he'll be getting through these guys as quick as he can to try and get in the lead and put his head down and get going.
Who have you got?
Okay, we got Michael Bushel down here. What happened up the top end of the track?
Actually, glitchy, the hairpin.
Did you get tapped or done it by yourself?
Just ran out of talent going into the hairpin. ABS came on and just went straight ahead, so I thought a tyre was going down. It was feeling funny, but I think I just got pick up the
Alright, well, best of luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Don't you love that? Ran out of talent.
Ran out of talent. At least he's honest, and we hear him say about pickup. What that means is around the track there's all those marbles that keep forming, and they get stuck on the tyre, and they sort of take a bit of grip away from the tyre because they obviously bring the surface of the tyre, makes it less. So he's obviously gone into the corner, and it's got a little bit sideways on him, and the talent was no longer there, and around he went, as he said. So, but that's all part of it. It's all good fun, but it's a bit painful for them. As I said, they've got to take the engine out now to fix the starter motor that is causing the issues. And Grant Sylvester, drive-through penalty. Let's see what's happened there. So we're just getting news from race control that there's a drive-through penalty for car number 666.
Horses out in front of this field, but it has effective race leader Sam Collins only a few cars back, so he's trying to unlap himself, and that is going to be almost impossible. That Mark Mustang so close.
Yeah, absolutely, and the best thing that he can hope for now. Look at the time of Sam Collins, 1:01.2. He is absolutely on fire. That car and him, he's driving really, really well. It's great to see.
How much pressure then does Ronan Murphy feel right now trying to get himself down, knowing what's behind him?
Well, all he can do is just put his head down. He's got clear track ahead of him and just absolutely push on as hard as he can. And, the other option as well is, I know you keep laughing at me when I say this, if there ends up being another safety car, it allows them to then catch back up to get that a little bit closer again. Because if we look at the moment, results are just ticked over a number there, but we're just going to be interested to see what it is, and if it's going to be able to have a chance of picking it back up again. So he's still 2 laps off there, so unfortunately it's not looking too good for Ronan there.
Alright, but the most important is that Sam Collins will still have that little cloud hanging over his head about that early. Let's just for the moment call it a racing incident. I know that's an official term we use, but from where we stand, let's just call it an incident, not a racing incident, because that might become too official. Which put Herman Melmazak out of this race, and hopefully again they can get that Edwards Porsche ready for the 3-hour race in this Carter's Tyres service, 3rd and final run of the South Island Endurance Series. So there are a group of Porsches.
Yeah, great to see these guys out there as well. And Steve Sullivan doing a great job there, trying to go right around the outside. It's going to be hard to get around there, but the reason he's trying to go wide there is it allows you to have the inside for this last corner onto the main straight.
but the explosion of men wanting to get out there and women wanting to race cars.
Yeah, it's what it's done for motorsport, and the amount of people it's brought out into the sport has just been so good for the South Island Endurance Series. And there's some beautiful cars. We've got Manthe Racing GT3 Cup cars, MRs. They are just an insanely cool looking car. They're basically a cup car with a few added pieces onto them, which are running as well. So sounds like we got Simon down in pit lane. Update us about what's happened with that time penalty.
Simon, what happened there, mate? Time penalty?
We don't actually know. So pit lane infringement. Someone was sped in and out of the pits, we think. As far as we know, we didn't know who was in the pit stop, but we had a small issue when he lost power as he ran to the track as well. So, but we're back into it now. We sold the late lap, which is late lap, so we're happy.
Well, it sounds like you've got it under control, mate. Good luck for the rest of the race.
So the Grand Sylvester Mustang with the pit lane penalty, the 666 car, but it's the other Mustang that everybody's worried about, trying to hunt down. I don't think they will hunt him down, and that's Sam Collins in that Mark Mustang, the Ford Mark Mustang. I'll tell you what, that 148 car of the Derek, that Porsche 911 is really flying at the moment.
Yeah, Ben Derrick and Gary Derrick, they're doing a great job out there. They're absolutely loving their motorsport. Been lucky enough to do a bit of work with those guys over the years to help them improve, and just their ability to apply everything that I've been working with them. It shows, and they're doing a really, really nice job out there, sitting up behind Steve Brooks and Bill Riding.
They've just been sitting up and watching them just cruise around. They're just quietly just moving their way forward. Just, again, a bit like Scott O'Donnell in the Class 4 and 5 race. Just being really patient about what they do.
Yeah, and that's the important part about it, is we keep talking about endurance racing. It's about running your own race before worrying about what anyone else is doing. And you always find yourself in a good position if you do your own race, and you're always there at the end, provided there's been no issues or mistakes.
So just confirming where we stand as the 40-minute mark ticks over, it is still Sam Collins in the Mark Mustang from the Porsche with the Cargill of Dean Brazier, and then Ben Byers as well in the 256 car, which is now Wallace in the Porsche 911 GT3 car. So it's the Mustang being chased by a Porsche, you might say, but it's sheer power. You just can't beat, and we did hit that discussion about big car around this track, but no issue. That car is so well balanced, that Mark Mustang.
Yeah, it is, and that's the thing with this car now. It's all about getting the power and using the power properly, but that's where he's learning to drive it that much better. Sam, he's got a better car under him now that has been worked on, and it's now handling better, because that becomes an important part. It's all well and good having all this horsepower, but you need a car that stops properly, it builds confidence, and he's really stepped up his driving to get where Angus comes into it.
And the Mark brand itself is quite an exciting brand, isn't it?
It really is. Yep. There's there's a few Mark cars around, and we know Mark Pitcher's got another Mark Mercedes coming into the country soon, and that looks like a stunning car. And can't wait to see that over here.
So what classes? I mean, you run them in these classes, like handicap, you just run your classes with CC ratings, not like ours, and there is no sort of disagreement or such like that, or change of agreements as to running against cars like the Porsche. So there's no advantage, But there's a homologation argument.
Exactly, and that's the thing that comes down to aero as well. It's all good having more and more aero, but you add aero, it slows the engine. You need the horsepower to now keep up with the aero. So it's just a forever a changing beast.
So that's the Mark Mustang, the 777 Ford Mark Mustang of Sam Collins, currently leading this Class 2 and 3 race of the 2022 Tyres service South Island Endurance Series from Levels Raceway, just out of Timaru, about 7 k's northwest of Timaru. And thanks of course to the likes of Tyres service series sponsored by 24/7. So Grant Needless praise for making one of the most exciting series running around, because the one thing we all want, as we see this group of Porsches go through the pass and cohesives up to Castro, big fields.
Yeah, big fields, quality fields, some seriously cool cars out there as well, and yeah, it's so cool just to see how well some of these guys are going, and they'll be absolutely loving it out there as well. At the end of the day, it's about enjoying your racing. And these guys are just having so much fun out there, and but naturally end up getting more and more serious. The faster you get, you look to go quicker and add things to the package as well.
It is worth noting too that race control just advises that the lights are out, so to speak. The lights are up, we are home, but we're going to have to go back to old school fashioned boards. Boards if there's a safety car or otherwise. Last lap board, the whole 9 yards, so the lights are up. But whether there's been an outage or not, but that's the information we have from race control here today. So this is where we thank you volunteers. This is because volunteers are everything to us.
Without volunteers, we just simply would not be racing. They do not get enough credit for what they do. They're an amazing bunch of people, and I've been lucky enough to be on the other side. I've been up in race control when I've done my DSO role, and just seeing them operate, they're such good operators, and you've got to remember they're here giving up their time to keep our sport operating, and it's such a crucial part to us all going racing.
Down in that Purtek Castro Porsche by race leader Sam Collins, which is not good news for Ronan Murphy at all. Currently sitting in P15. The extra pit stop he needed to sort a tyre left front has cost him at this particular point in time any chance of winning the overall championship.
Yeah, it really has. And I'll tell you what is really heating up for second place. Obviously, Sam Collins way ahead at the moment. Ben Byers and Bill Riding in behind. Bill Riding's actually just gone up the inside of Ben Byers there. Made the move.
And then he's got that first one Bezier out of one of the end of his buttons. He actually is the second end of his field out. They've got both cars back on track now.
Sorry, no, I got that wrong. It wasn't up the inside.
The encouraging news is both end of his Porsches are back out on track.
There's the other South Fence Machinery car that he's gone past there. So Ben Byers still in second place there, and Bill Riding sitting in behind. You can see Ben Byers there in the 256. He's doing a great job, and Bill Riding will be doing everything he can to try and catch up to him.
So too is Jordan Mickles in that powerful Ford Focus V8. Jordan Mickles is he was doing scripts before the race, and he was a good nick with that Ford Focus V8. So V8. It's about 86 in the round one.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at these guys all battling away, getting held up. Because that's the thing, all these cars are so similar in horsepower down the straight. It just makes it so hard to pass around this track. And you get to the end of the straight here, and you start getting a bit of aero wash where you're trying to hang in behind the car, and you just don't have the same level of grip. So it just makes it that little bit harder.
He's on a mission.
He is. He's
absolute mission.
Yep. No, he's doing a great job there, and he's trying to track down Ben Byers. You'll see him up ahead. He would have had calls on the radio telling him who he needs to catch and what he needs to do.
I'm always interested to know, driving train once we've been helping the Bullfrog team and others out, the 9-2 Mercedes team as well. How quickly do they pick things up? The more mature drivers.
It varies a lot, like sometimes there's places where you can give them what I call free time, things that they can work on that are really simple to gain time, but then there's other places like when we start talking about off the back straight, which is the next corner that they're now going to be coming into. Down into here, it's so fast, it's bumpy as you're on the brakes, you you're trying to get them to turn into a corner at 200 k's an hour plus, and you're asking them to change a little bit of something within their driving style, those sort of things, they don't come straight away. But that's fair enough, because there's so much going on, and it's a pretty daunting process. But then, you're coming down into a corner like this next one here, and you just get them to work on maybe clearing the brake to let the car roll into the corner, because a natural thing that you pick up when you do a lot of driver coaching with guys that are getting into it, they all try this, backwards, they try go faster by using the accelerator pedal, but it's about how you use the brake pedal. Using the brake pedal properly, it's it's a big thing, and it's trying to get them to understand how to use the brake. You brake the car properly, you see the brake into here, and you're manipulating the car through this part. It's all about, as you can see Bill there coming in, it's about getting off the brake to allow the car to turn, and then naturally you can't get on the gas till that little bit later. These are the things that you're constantly working on, and a car like a Porsche, which is set up and been designed around professional drivers, they are driven best when they're driven properly. You try drive them outside of the window, they become quite a hard car to drive. And it's not saying that someone gets in them and struggles and no, I can't do it, but the car, you become one with the car so much more once you start getting the correct techniques going.
Yeah, and you used a phrase earlier in there, talking about allowing the car to roll through the corner and then apply your accelerator pressure. It's spoken to me many times.
I saw Murph there giving you a few whacks as he went around. I was in the car with you a week before. I felt Murph for that one. I knew exactly what he was going through. I'm about to get away now, aren't I?
But it's a learning thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not a natural driver, of which I'm not. To understand about let the car roll out and then apply your accelerator pressure is actually it has to be learned behaviour. Unlike drivers like yourself and Murphy, it's natural because this is your profession.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it comes down to. It's you get people and they sort of ask you, how do you do it? But it's no different to any profession. If you're doing it all the time, it's easier. And for guys coming into it, it looks easy from the outside. It looks like you just got to press a brake and an accelerator and turn a steering wheel. But there is a lot more going on than meets the eye.
So just updating you as to where we stand with a little over 10 minutes left in this Class 2 and 3 of the 2022 Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. Sam Collins in the 777 Mark Mustang leads from Ben Byers, and the Steve Brooks and Bill Riley car AC in P3. Jordan Mickens in that Ford Focus V8 is in P4, and Glenn Brazier in car 34 out of Invercargill, and that Porsche 911 sits in P5, rounding out the top 5. The sad thing is that Ronan Murphy had an opportunity challenge for the championship here if he had stayed A on the lead lap and B having that second necessary pit stop because of the left-hand front tyre, which has really sort of hurt his championship chances. But, and it is a but I'm not sure the penalty, if there is going to be a penalty, I shouldn't assume. There is a post-race investigation on the 777 Mustang after potential, maybe, who knows, contact with Melchizedek early in the race, which brought out a yellow. So we just have to wait and see. That car is screaming along. And Mark Mustang is we'll say it now, is your provisional champion for this class.
Yeah, and then, again, as I was saying earlier, aside from this cloud that's hanging over it all, he's just driven a fantastic race. He's doing everything he can.
How much do you know about the Mark classes and how much they do to change the cars around? Because they almost look, they are a bespoke race car.
Absolutely. So they're a space race car, but we can see that this might trigger a safety car. If that is stalled, they don't have a starter motor to get going again. So this might trigger a safety car. We're outside the pit window. All this is going to do is close the field up. So I don't think it's going to change too much, but I can basically guarantee we're probably going to see a safety car there if that car...
Yellow flags are out. So the yellow flag is out.
You can see from a commentary position here, and you can see on the screen there's a green flag in the next sector. So they'll be waiting to see if this car's going to get moving again. They won't have the same information up in race control that they have no starter motor unless they're watching the commentary here. So we'll just have to wait and see. Yep, there we go. Safety car here from race control here. Ooh, coming together with Steve Sullivan there, we just catch the end of it.
Lights back on too.
Lights are working.
So safety car out with under 10 minutes left to race in this class 2 and 3. That's the Marshall, that's the V8 Porsche called again, which we found out has safety. Oh, look at this, 2 cars off. That's how it went off, so.
Yeah, just missed the start of it there, so can't quite get a full picture of what's happened there. But yeah, the safety car is going to close things right up again, as we can see. Ronan sitting in behind Sam Collins there, obviously still a couple laps, well, 2 laps down, which, you know.
Looks good on the screen.
It does.
The results go
no, unfortunately, Ben Byers, he's had a really good race here, Ben Byers. He's just done his own thing, he's kept his nose clean, and yeah, doing well sitting in second place there.
So safety car, that's that V8 Marshall Porsche, McFarlane Marshall Porsche again, and all sorts of bother. Excuse me, Bushell McFarlane Porsche, getting another tow. So that's why, and look at the damage on the left rear down rather. So one would suggest a tap.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen the first part of it at this stage. So
Okay, I'm suggesting a tap.
You're suggesting a tap.
I'm suggesting a tap.
They've made contact. They've definitely made contact at some point, but I'm not brave enough to assume again.
Mate, you were brave enough to suggest that Sam Collins tapped Malbazak. So
we'll see how that one pans out. I'll keep it out of that one.
You can't. You've already started it.
I've given my opinion. We'll see what happens.
Yes, well, don't try and back out of that, because potentially what people are listening to are suggesting, well, maybe there should be a post-race investigation. Which
definitely,
there is, Andrew.
Definitely there needs to be a post-race investigation. I will 100% back that needs to happen, but what way it goes is not my decision.
A little over 5 minutes to play in this Class 2 and 3 1-hour race from Levels Raceway here in South Canterbury. So we've just had an update from the pits, and yes, there was contact. There was contact, and as you quite rightly said, knowing what we'd heard before, that whole starter motor should get it going, and I think they're going to just drag it. It's just going below our commentary position now. That could be game over for the day.
To call it a day kind of day, I think, unfortunately for those guys. They just had a bit of a shock of a run, but on a solid note for them, reliability seems to be there, because it's not every day you see a V8 bolted into a Porsche, so initially reliability would have been a problem, and that's the silver lining for them. They haven't had another failure or a failure to cause them a bit of a problem here. So we can see
Steve Sullivan, the 69 Porsche.
So Russell McKenzie must have a problem there, because he's pitted outside the pit window there. So maybe they've just come in for another tyre, maybe, because you're only going to go into the back of the safety car. But unless they had a bit of a problem there.
So it's also gone deathly quiet in a funny old way. Everything was going, and then suddenly we get another safety car. Ronan Murphy in the Pertec Castrol Porsche behind. He would so love to be in that position right now. He would so love to be actually clear second on the road.
Absolutely.
But we know that's sadly not the case. If you are just joining us on Pits TV and Flow Racing around the world, that Pertec Castrol Porsche had to make an extra pit stop and put the 2 laps down with the real potential with a post-race investigation of the lead car. It's the coulda, woulda, shoulda. And we are green and racing. It wasn't too hard to tell the acceleration of that mighty V8 and that Mark Mustang leading the field down through the Parenco S's and out towards Castrol.
Oh, you can see the way there Grant Aiken got up on that curve on the exit of turn 2 there. Got a little bit sideways, but got away with it. He's doing a great job this weekend, Grant Aiken too. And that beautifully prepared GT4 Porsche.
Grant Aiken pretty handy too in the Super GT series earlier this year. I think he won his class in Taupo, I think it was Taupo.
Yeah.
International. I remember being down there, and he's one of these drivers who just enjoys going out there.
Enjoys going out there. Very, very accomplished and experienced driver himself, and very good behind the wheel. And he just loves his racing, and he's got into this GT4 Porsche, and he just absolutely loves it. He's right into it again, and he's doing a great job at the same time. Look, he's still up there, holding up some of the faster, bigger Porsches.
That's the Wolfsburg Porsche with Bill Riding in contact with the Ginetta. Oh my goodness. Now that's a hit.
Huge hit.
Red flag is out. Red flag is out.
So yeah, it was an earlier angle as well, which we could see a bit better, but they're well on the grass at this point here. And absolutely no control, but there was an earlier angle as well, which hopefully we can see too, which gives us a bit better viewing of it. That's just the aftermath. We can't tell what's happened at this point.
Now look, I don't want to assume or presume anything, but the Ginetta backed into it. Now, that's a better way, shall we say, to hit a tyre barrier.
Absolutely. Side-ons are worse. Front or rearwards, they're the ways that you want to hit it, if you are going in. But, to at least... to go in rearwards.
So let's just take a look at it on the front. So here it is here.
Yeah, so you got Steve on the Bill on the outside there.
And there's the touch there.
Oh, just a super unlucky. All they've done is they've connected wheels really awkwardly, and that's what's just throwing them both off the circuit there. There was room there from Steve, and then there was room there from Bill. They were side by side, awkward contact with the wheel. It's just, unfortunately, a really, really unlucky one there.
Well, that really does, though, affect the Wolfsburg team, because that car was supposed to be out in the 3-hour race. Now, I'm no engineer, but is that car going to be right in an hour and a half?
It depends how many spares I've got for it, but I don't think, it looks like it might just have damage on the front, but we'll have another look at this replay if we can here, just to see the point where they've made contact there.
Wow, that's a scary moment, but the most important thing about modern racing, safety paramount, both drivers out, and there was a little over 2 minutes left in the race as well.
Yes, you can see that side by side. Oh, there's an earlier
There's an earlier contact from the 88 car and that's just
there was certainly
that's just unfolded.
Yeah, for Bill on the outside, he had no more room. There was nothing more he could do, and they were very, very tight in there. But certainly, not ideal. Not ideal. There was no more room on the outside there for Bill. Nothing else he could have done in that situation.
Here it is again. Watch the initial touch.
So there's no more room on the outside for Bill. Steve's in there. There's just enough. But see that little just awkward contact, and it just throws him into the other car. So it's what makes it so awkward down there is it's not dead straight. You've got this little kink in the track as you come out onto the straight, and that's unfortunately what's kicked it off. Like if it was dead straight, I doubt you'd see that sort of thing go on. But just that little kink, it just causes a few dramas.
So Steve Scholes in the Ginetta and Bill Riding's in that 88 Wolfsburg's Porsche out. And the question now remains, with 2 minutes and 18 seconds, do they call the race? That'll be the other interesting thing, because we've got a 3-hour race. We've got a 3-hour race, and I know that there are time limitations here at Levels as to what can be done. And
I would say they'll call this race. It's
in fact, I can see marshals out on pit lane now, and they've put the position boards are going out. So the position boards are going out. So we are just getting confirmation from race control, and I know it seems pretty obvious, Andrew, but the pit boards, the position boards have been put out. And the number 1 position has gone into the Mark Mustang of Sam Collins. 256 of Ben Byers has got P2. and that we had the confirmation that the officials have called the race. The race has been called. So we can say at this particular point in time, provisionally, Sam Collins will take this race and provisionally will win the Class 2 and 3 championship. Remember, there is a post-race investigation into the incident at the beginning of the race with Hiramana Melmazak. And that will determine the final positions of this race. Positions, well, the most importantly, the championship position. But boy, so the Brooks Riding, believe it or not, the Brooks Riding Porsche, which is the one in the wall, has been given P3.
Yes, so they go back to the lap before.
They go back to the lap before, correct. So that's probably why you'll see a gap on the grid, because that Porsche is a little worse for wear.
Yeah.
So how crazy is that, hey? How crazy is that? So at
What
the
a
moment,
race.
What a race. Provisionally P1. At this particular point, Sam Collins, and P2 definitely Ben Byers, and P3 as they go back onto the last lap prior to the incident will be the Bill Riding Steve Brooks Porsche, which they will want to try and get, or they will want to get it into the garage very quickly, because that will take part in the 3R race if all is not too bad.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the level of damage under there, but they'll know pretty much straight away which level of parts they've got for that car and whether or not they can get them on it. So we'll just have to wait and see with that one. But as we're saying, main thing is luckily those two drivers got out of the cars there, and but what an action-packed race! What we managed to fit into 1 hour of racing there.
That's what you want. That's what motorsport's all about.
Absolutely.
So let's go down onto the grid now. Stefan?
All right, we're down here with Sam Collins, provisionally P1 at the moment. Bit of drama at the start of the race. Good take on the end of it, though.
Yeah, look, it's racing, and unfortunately things happen. And I'd just like to thank the South Island Endurance Series. This has been an unreal event again. As per all of them, really. Like, we love it down here coming from the north, and I just need to thank my sponsors, Metal Co, Modern Transport, Construction Advantage, Waitomo Fuels, Collins and Sons, and just my family. They travel all around down here. Dad taking the car around the tracks, and just thanks everyone. Cheers.
Real family ordeal. Well, congratulations, Sam, and have a good one.
Sam Collins a little bit emotional there too, which was interesting, considering that they're sitting in this sort of no-go zone at the moment.
Yeah, well, the emotion, it's there because these cars don't just roll out for a race. The amount of hours and time and money that goes into getting them to where they got is huge. So that's where the emotion's coming from. It's a huge commitment, and fair enough.
Let's return down to the grid, and Stefan has got Ben Byers with him.
Ben Byers, a provisional P2 at the moment. Got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. It was pretty tight. Shame to see it finish that way, and hope he's all right. But good race. Just settled into a rhythm, and enjoyed it. Pretty clear race. Didn't have much trouble really. Yeah, it's good.
All good. Well, congratulations, and enjoy the celebration.
Yeah, well, the other guys, they did a really good job out the front like that, eh? Well done.
Well, there we go. Provisional P2, Ben Byers.
Thanks, Stefan, and we will confirm all that ahead of the 3R race. So we'll take a break now, and everybody can get their cars cleared off the grid and start thinking about what the 3R race will look like. And just to give you an idea of what could unfold, and when you look at what's happened so far in that 3R race, it is all on with the Fillmore Reed car on 190 points and the Gaunt Forcer car on 180 points. And if we look at the qualifying, it's the Fawcett Gaunt car is on pole, and the Fillmore Reed car is just behind it. Look at the time they did, a 56.6. to take pole.
Seriously tight, isn't
it is seriously tight. So if you thought that was fun, wait for the 3 hour live here on Pits TV and Flow Racing around the world from Levels Raceway.
Okay, we're down here with Steve Brooks, mate, provisional P3. You're standing here, cars over there. Still a good take.
Yeah, look, it was a great race, but unfortunate on the ending. Hopefully both drivers are all right, and look, it's good. Bittersweet that we got third place, but obviously the car is going to have a few repairs if we're going to get out for the 3 hour race later on this afternoon.
Do you reckon you'll get it fixed up? I went over there and had a look, and Bill's all right, and the car's looking a bit second-hand.
Yeah, it looks a bit second-hand, that's for sure, but we'll see what the team at James Marshall Motorsport, it's a good dick can do, but I think it might be park up and have a few tubes.
All good. Well, congratulations on P3, mate. Hard luck for the car, and enjoy the celebration anyway.
Lovely. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Nice work, Stephen. Nice work indeed. Yeah, well, Steve Brooks has got his priorities right. If we're not going to race, geez, a few tubes and away we go. So there you have it, folks. That is the classes 2 and 3, not fully confirmed. There is still a post-race investigation. We'll confirm all that a little bit later on. We'll take a wee break and come back in about 40-odd minutes for the Master class. Yes, it's the 3 hour race meeting in the 2022 Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. Welcome to Levels Raceway in Timaru. We're about 7 k's northwest of the city centre itself, and this is a circuit that was set up in 1967. The South Canterbury Car Club, of which is the Guardians, has been going since 1947, and this is the final event of the day and the last round of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. It's the 3 hour series, and it is going down to the wire. Sam Fillmore, Johnny Reid in their Audi sitting on 190 points, having won both rounds, and coming second in both rounds, Daniel Gordon, Andrew Fawcett in their McLaren 720S on 180 points. Sitting beside them, Glenn Smith, and John DeVeth in the McLaren on 158 points, tied with the Knight and Lawson GT3 Mercedes. Then it's Melmazak and Lester in the Porsche. Brooks and Riding, that car will not compete. That car was involved in a nasty accident at the end of the Class 2 and 3 racing and is out. The GT4 of Marco Giltrap and Simon Evans on 133 points. The Pedersen GT Mercedes on 106, tied with more and more. Hughes and Vandergrift sitting in P10 will not take part. They didn't travel to this meeting. And that is the rest of the points table. As we look forward to the start of the race, the cars are out onto the grid before the safety car gets them out there. Andrew Waite, Stephen McIver with you for the next 3 hours on this one. We were going to try and get you some information. We were trying to get you information on the post-race investigation on the Sam Collins Melmazak incident, but that has still not taken place, considering what happened at the end of the race. I can tell you that we have seen both drivers, and both drivers looking a little worse for wear, but they are okay. The cars, on the other hand, the Brooks Riding Porsche is out, and I hate to say this, as dramatic as it sounds, but the Ginetta is half a car, Andrew. The whole rear end is completely gone.
Yeah, huge shunt there, and but as I was saying earlier on, it's just nice to see the safety of the cars as well. They can crumble all they like around you, but as long as that driver cell is structurally sound, that's the most important part.
Is as scary as moment as you will ever see in motorsport, but again, the most important thing, driver safety comes first, and both walked away a little worse for wear and shocked, understandably, but they are good to go. Let's take a look at the grid now for this 3 hour endurance race here at Levels Raceway. Noting this is the final round of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series.
101.90.
So this is what the starting grid looks like. Hunting for a championship, Andrew Fawcett, Daniel Gordon with a time of 56.61 in P1. And the contenders for the championship right beside them on the front row, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. There's the Pedersen father and son combination. Paul in the car first. Anthony will take over afterwards. And then the McLaren of Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. Glenn Smith will be starting first in that one. Mercedes of Knighton and Lawson on row 3 beside Hanamana Melmazak, and Jono Lester is going to do 2 stints. Now those two Edith's Porsches are both going to do 2 stints, so that means Tom Alexander will start in Porsche 909, and then the Audi that's non-V8 Audi of Barry Moore and James Patterson there on row 4. That Brookson riding car is a scratched car. Marco Giltrap and Simon Evans in the 64 are on row 5. Row 6, Ben Coffin, Cameron Jones, Grant Askew and Cole Askew, who won the Class 4 and 5 race earlier on today, will take part in this 3-hour race. Then it's Terence Phillips and Daniel Kropp, the Honda of Ben Silcock and Andre Simon, the Lotus of the Garja family, Andrew Brunt and Jared Parmenter in the Mazda, and completing the grid, the Toyota of Grant Moore and Matt Moore, and the Toyota of the Two Kitching. So here we go. Got to say, 3 hours is a long time, so we won't blow all our fuses yet, Andrew. But I got to say, this one promises to be as exciting. The both first 2 rounds, Ruapura and Tena Tonga, came down to that last 20 minutes, and Daniel Gaunt chasing in the final stints, the Audi of Johnny Reid.
Yeah, what a way for that race to finish down in Teretonga. And obviously we saw Dan run out of fuel at the end of the race there. That was for its reasons. They didn't just forget to fill it right up. They tried short filling it to get the track position to get ahead of Johnny, and that's why they ended up short on fuel. So yeah, there's a method in the madness, and that was the reasoning for that car running out of gas. And to be able to finish the race and still finish second now means that there's at the moment the points are very, very tight. So basically in this race, if obviously we've got the Reid Fillmore car, they're leading the championship.
Only 10 points.
10 points in it. So they need to, if Dan wins the race, they need to finish 3rd or better. If they finish 4th and Dan Fawcett and Dan win, then they win the championship. That's how tight it is. And what else is really cool in this as well, which is worth noting, is 3rd place in the championship. They're on equal points, and that's also for first equal in the AM championship. So basically, out of those guys, between Glenn Smith, John DeVeth, and Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson, whoever beats who in the race out of those two are going to win the AM championship. So it is all up for grabs today.
Hayden Knighton will start in that lovely Mercedes AMG GT3, the 89 Mercedes. Of course, you've got the Hoona Gain Mercedes, which is the Pedersen car, and Paul will start that race. Dad will start that race as the mobile safety car leads the field around and gets them into queue, you might say, for the start of this 3-hour race. Got to say, I like the idea that the SQ TCR car's out there again. They ran, and when you think about it, what you were talking about when it comes to front-wheel drive cars, TCR cars, taking their time, getting up to speed, yes, they're going to be way down on power, but the way they controlled that first race in Class 4 and 5 to go on to win, you go, man, let's give them a nudge today and see how they go in the 3-hour race. We know they're not going to contend, but they'll contend somewhere along the way.
Yeah, there's their own class within classes that they can still win as well. So they're still going to work hard for that. And then in the Class 3, we've got Marco Giltrap and Simon Evans leading that class, and actually Class 4, the Askews are leading Class 4, so they've got a championship within a championship to win themselves.
And pretty much it's a done deal with the Giltraps Evans, right? They literally own that class already, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they cannot be beaten at this stage to win the championship. But Class 4, it's first equal between Glenn Askew, or the Askews, and James Patterson and Barry Moore, which is in the Audi R8 2-litre. So they are first equal in the championship there.
Again, Audi R8 2-litre.
And just quickly to note as well, Leicester and Belzmac are leading their championship in Class 2.
So safety car in. Lights are red at the moment. This is the final 3-hour race in the South Island Endurance Series. Who wins? It could be one of the 2 front rows. And we are green. And straight away, it's the Audi that gets the jump. Straight away, it's Sam Fillmore, the 27 Audi, that gets the jump. And for some reason, Andrew Fawcett's gone backwards at a great rate of knots.
Yeah, big start there by Sam Fillmore. Interesting to see what's going on with Fillmore. As we can see, Patterson there getting turned around at the start of the race in that 2-litre Audi R8.
So what has gone on in the McLaren 720? Because Sam Fillmore has just taken off with the Audi.
Huge start from. Really, really nice job around the outside there, but makes you wonder with Andrew Fawcett if there's something wrong there, because he took a little while to get going. You watch him through turn 2 and through 1 and 2. He just sort of got stuck on the outside, so let's wait and see what happens there. We can see Glenn Smith there right in behind Sam Fillmore there, so that's going to be a real race as well. So in this championship, the AM Championship, so far it's advantage McLaren.
So there you Sam Fillmore, who's one of the nicest guys you could ever meet, just loves Hopkins. He's got a smile on his face, Sam Fillmore. Don't know what it is. Maybe it's just every time he's around a racetrack, he loves being here. But with Glenn Smith behind us, he'll have to be on his game because that we haven't seen the best of this McLaren.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, McLaren going up the inside, about to take the race lead down into the back straight part of the track there. So Sam, he's playing a smart race here. He knows what they need to do. They've got a championship on the line. They're not trying to battle for first place at this point. It's 3 hours of racing coming up. And, Sam is really got his head switched on when it comes to the style of racing. He's very, very clever at just staying solid, knowing what he needs to do. And, he's a really, really safe set of hands out there.
Well, he's got the Malmazac Porsche behind him. Now, John O'Lester behind the wheel. That is the Porsche that went off early in the race. Back to running. Now, I've been told by the team they're running double seats for the pro drivers.
Yeah, so the only thing I can work out of that one is maybe it's one stop they're looking for. Fuel. So I'm assuming when they say double stint is they are going to run to the halfway mark on fuel and then drive a change. But that's because this car may be able to, because I know the Audi, the years that I've been racing the Audi here, which is literally the same car that Sam's in at the moment, before Sam took ownership, we could one stop that race just so. But then you got to do a lot more fuel saving. So is it quicker? Is it not quicker? You better to just come in, take the stop, and put the fuel in it. So, and then this is going to all play out with safety cars. If it's a safety car, you may as well come in and put the fuel in anyway. So this is why the engineers down in pit lane, we're working super hard to get this right. And some very, very experienced engineers running amongst these cars as well. Some talented guys. Also on the other side of the lane, you've got Stephen Giles over there running the McLaren, and he's got a world history with the McLaren as well. And Aaron Harris, who's on the car and the Audi as well, he's a very, very experienced and very clever engineer.
This is an interesting early part. Now, we are talking 3.5 minutes into a 3-hour race, but the top three cars with the drivers in the seats, Glenn Smith, Sam Fillmore, and John O'Lester, have taken a lead break from the rest of the field. You already said Sam Fillmore playing a safe car. We know it's 3 hours long. So, what are we seeing with Glenn Smith? Glenn Smith's McLaren 650S.
So he's now got into his rhythm as well. He's in the lead. He knows it's hard to pass around here. There's no point this early in the race just blazing off down the road, because if there's a safety car, now you always laugh when I say safety car, if there's a safety car, you can burn up your tyres and burn up your fuel to then be closed up by a safety car. So you may as well just manage the gap, stay there, and just look after the car this early in the race. If it was half an hour to go, yes, you'd be head down trying to get away. You may as well burn up a bit more car. But at this point, you better to just play your own race, and that's what Sam will be doing as well. He's got a car ahead of him, but at the same time, he just knows he's got his own race to play, and it's important to just keep doing that. And we'll just keep an eye on as well and see how Andrew Force is going. He's sitting in behind Hayden Knighton at the moment, so whatever we know on that first lap, it'll be interesting to see if we can get any information down in pit lane to see if there are any issues off the start, or because what can also happen is if you get a bad start, you get stuck out in the marbles and you can't clean the tyres, and that's where cars can pass you. So that could be all it was, but it'd be interesting to see if there's any developing stories down there.
But it's not the sort of start you want in a 3-hour race, and albeit they're 4.5 seconds off the pace. The longer the race goes, the half seconds can be a long run. And when you look at it purely on a racetrack, as they go past now the start-finish line, the Timaru Metal Recycling Straight, it's a decent lead. So Andrew Force will be kicking himself. He'll be absolutely kicking himself. There you can see which is the good again.
Pedersen's, Paul Pedersen. So they're doing a great job there. They're really working hard on this car to get it better and better, and they've really got it to another level at the moment, and they're doing really well on that. And the other Mercedes of Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson, they're doing a really nice job. They're just coming on leaps and bounds with this car.
You said that as if you've been spending a bit of time with them.
I have.
Because you said it's a really nice job.
Yes, yep. No, they're doing really well, and you know, it's rewarding from my side of things as well when you see people, drivers apply and improve and get better and better. Look at the pressure Jono is putting on the back of Sam Fillmore there. He is all over it, and this is hard for Jono too, because he won't have the straight line speed of what the Audi in front does. So he needs to try and wear Sam down is what he'll be trying to do. Oh, a little touch there, tiny little touch on the exit onto the back straight. Just upset Sam's car there, just a little bit. But yeah, you can see the gap down the straight. Obviously, it was a little touch, so it made it a bit harder. But that's where the Audi is got some pace.
And already they are passing back markers here at Levels Raceway, 2.4 kilometre circuit. With the real technical part as they come into this one now, they go through John Jones Steel Corner, and they come down to the McKissick curve, and then they come back straight up and around. You've seen just a moment into this Carter's valuations hairpin. So Sam Phil come and Glenn Smith a little bit of a hurry up. He might have got the inside line, but doesn't do so. And John Alessa with Melvis at the car. After that last race. You talked about the touch earlier on. Let's just take a close look at it. Going into Castro.
So John has a little bit of a dive up the inside, doesn't quite work. He's on the gas here. It's right there, just a little bit of a touch. Not too bad, but that's enough with these cars, with all the bits of carbon hanging off them. You don't want to be doing that too often.
There is the Pedersen Mercedes GT. Well, you're looking out for the Knight Lawson lads in there, Mercedes GT3. What is that Mercedes like to drive as opposed to the Audi that you've driven?
It's really incredible to see how two cars that are so different produce their lap time, even when you drive them. Like the Audi, it's a really raw car, and you're sitting right up in the front of the car, you got the engine behind you, and then you get in the Mercedes and got the big long bonnet, and it's how they produce the same lap time, the same speed. It's so cool. It's really hard to explain how different they are, but that's just what makes GT cars so exciting. Such different cars, but they produce the same thing.
I love the way you say you talk about the Mercedes, that big long bonnet in front of you. It's almost as if you're sitting in a lounge chair, because the street car is a beautiful car. It feels like a lounge chair when you drive it, and so easy to drive. Does that apply to the race car?
It does to a point, yes. It's the race car, and it's a natural thing with GT cars that have the engine up the front. They just seem a lot more settled initially. You can jump in them and you sort of feel a bit more comfortable initially. Don't get me wrong, the rear engine cars are seriously good as well, but there's just something about it. It's a completely different style of feeling when you're sitting right back behind the engine. I've been lucky enough to drive quite a few different GT cars, like an Aston GT3 as well, with the engine up front. And
what's that like? What's the Aston like to drive?
Pretty cool. It's
pretty cool.
Yeah. It's just, you can't pick this out of Aston. It wasn't the latest model one, which was second harder racing in the pennies, but it was Tony Quinn's one, the older generation one that had the big old V12, and it just sounds beautiful.
That's the Knight and Lawson GT3. They're currently sitting in P5, 6.7 seconds behind the leader, going around that 2-litre Audi R8 of Roy Patterson. Pass now going through the top, and Sam Fillmore gets the pass. What a pass too, coming in one of the fastest passes in the track.
Great move there by Sam, up the inside, back into the lead of the race. That is a really, really nice move. Well done.
Do you think he was given the hurry up by the pit crew?
It's interesting actually, the way we saw the McLaren blast off in that first lap, and then all of a sudden, not slow down, but they've tried setting back at their own pace, and maybe they were already looking at fuel numbers, but all of a sudden its pace has backed off a lot compared to where it was at the start of the race. And the McLaren GT3, it is an older generation GT3 now. We've got to look at this pass again. Let's see what it is.
Well, he comes. It's a late break, isn't it?
So this is.
Was he taking advantage of the back marker?
I think that might be the lap prior, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get the lap after that, because that's off the back straight there. So that was helping set up the pass. But just back to the GT cars, as they go on, as they progress, they get better and better, and more technology and more engineering racing goes into them, and you know, the McLaren GT3, it's 2000 and, don't quote me, it was one of the original McLaren GT3s. It's an older car now.
But as you can see, they've done a lot of work to it. They have to upgrade that as quickly as they can. John West is all over the back. Ben Smith as they come forward onto Timaru Metal Recycling Straight. Levels Raceway, rather than really Tyres Circus 3R Endurance Series here in the South Island Endurance Series. Let's just hang on a minute, look at this. John Lester down on the inside, into a Castrol. Oh, gave it a nudge. Gave it a good nudge, but good defence by Glenn Smith.
Yeah, great defending there, but and that's what's interesting as well is you got to remember that Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, they're racing Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson, so maybe that's part of the reason you know, they've changed their tactic of what they're trying to achieve out of this race. But you know, that's no good away from Sam to be able to get that move done and pull away. He's doing a really nice job there.
Well, there's obviously not too much wrong with that Malmasac Porsche as John Lester pushes hard and keeps pushing, coming in through the car evaluations here, but he is all he's over Glenn Smith will be going. You'd almost go, you know, it's just get in my way, because seriously the Malmasac has to consider very good points and essentially podium that car as an overall result in the series,
which should be a huge achievement in the you know, Manthe GT3 there. So yeah, he would be pushing hard to try and make the move happen.
And what we do know is that Sam Fillmore in the 27 car, which here is the replay of the pass. That was a really sweet pass going into John Steele.
Oh, great pass. And you know, as you're heading down into that back straight, off into the left-hander, it is very fast and it's quite bumpy. So to, you know, make that move to get a pull out and make it assertive like that, he's done a great job there.
We're looking at the McLaren 720 years. This is the story. That car was on pole position. They'd put a 56.6 to put on pole, and Andrew off the line went back to a great rate of points. He's currently sitting in 6th position.
Yeah, and unfortunately this track position is key. You need that track position. You know, we probably heard them talking about that at Bathurst last weekend. Track position, that's just as key here. You know, some tracks is easy passing opportunities, but here it's so hard to pass. So, you know, to be behind that track position does make things difficult.
So 13, almost 14 minutes gone, lap 13 here at Levels Raceway, home of the South Category Car Club. It's the final round of the 2022 Tyres South Island Endurance Series.
Yeah, it's just as we're watching this here, we can actually see Hayden Knighton closing right up on the back of Paul Pedersen here. He is starting to make a battle out of this.
Mercedes against Mercedes, and then gorgeous McLaren 720 tucked in behind the Wilson car.
Just to see 3 modern spec GT3 cars, 2 Mercedes GT3s and the McLaren 720S GT3 all together like that in Timaru is just something pretty special, isn't it?
How about this for a conversation starter? I was talking to someone about supercars, right? We've just come off Bathurst, which was magnificent. Lots of Kiwis involved. In fact, a very fast Kiwi won it, Chad movie. And someone said, I wonder whether the future of supercars is what we're looking at right now in GT3 racing.
It's
because that's like it's almost sacrilege to even mention it. but when you talk about people wanting to look at different models running cars, and supercars right now is a 2-model series, right? 2 brand series. Supercars has been this for so many years.
I'm sure there has been plenty of round tables amongst the supercar crews. As we see John Lester go up the inside of the McLaren due to traffic. Big move there by Jono.
Eyes forward for Jono Lester. Remember, he's doing a double stint. Drivers do have to do 70 minutes, 1 hour and 10 minutes minimum in these cars when you're running 2 drivers together. So it looks like we've been told he's doing a double stint purely on fuel, so they can get their car home.
Yeah, and that's you know, double stint is when they end up running one tank of gas, and then come in and then another tank. So whether or not they go all the way to the double stint, or they just go halfway, which will be a stint and a half. Well, sorry, a single stint, and maybe they're trying to single stint it. But interestingly enough, that Jono's spoken to you about and said that they might do a double stint, which means Jono will go basically all the way to 70 minutes remaining in the race. So we'll wait and see which way this plans out.
The same applies to the first Tom Alexander car. They've just realised these cars are parallel.
I would think they'd be single stinting if they were going to be going the other way. That's what's going to be interesting about that. So that's what could be unique to this car if they could single stint and only one stop this race. But we'll soon find out.
Going through Castrol, no change in positions with the two Mercedes GT3s being hunted down by Andrew Forster. Here's the interesting thing: that car is a very quick car. Now, are they playing full mileage on this one? And they're saying, right, just hold steady, stay on the lead lap, and just be comfortable where you are. You would have to question that when they're now 12 and a half seconds down.
Yeah, they may need to change their tactic and how they do this, and we'll just see the fastest lap pop up there. Sam Filmer with a 59.4, great lap there by him. But back to what you're saying there, Stephen, just trying to understand, how they would have had this race planned out initially. Right, we're on pole, this is what we're going to do. Has now changed completely. They are stuck in traffic. They're stuck in traffic, and now what they need to do is recalculate. Right, okay, we're stuck in traffic. We're probably not going to pass because it's just so hard to pass around here. There's nothing against what Andrew's doing. It's just so hard to pass here. Do you go into a fuel-saving mode? Do you try and get the car to go longer because you can't do anything here? Maybe you just save fuel to shorten the stop later on to then jump the cars ahead of you then to gain the track position.
Take a look at the right-hand side of our scoreboard, so to speak, and you look at the best laps. So the top three are already doing, somewhat about 1 minute laps, which is quick enough when you think the lap record here is 56.26, right? And these are bigger, heavier cars than Greg Murphy's Reynard 92D in January 95. So I suppose the other thing they're showing is where these cars are now. They'll be there though at the back end, and I think in both races in Channel Time and Women, they're almost qualifying laps in the last 30 minutes of each race.
Yeah, and that just shows how good those cars are to be able to run qualifying laps at the end of a 3-hour race is pretty impressive.
So just up from pit lane, I found out that the Fawcett Gaunt car had 2 hits on the first lap. A front left rub with Smith and Deveth, and then McLaren they got in the rear from the Leicester Porsche. So
that's but that still doesn't explain what's happened off the start. So it sounds like we've got Daniel Gaunt down the lane. Hopefully he can give us an update.
Okay, we got Daniel Gaunt down here, mate. What's the go? You started off the front and now you're not at the front.
Yeah, we just had a bit of a touch at the first corner there and lost a bit of ground, but Andrew's settling in. He's currently 6th. He's banging out some good times, so we just, we're hopefully going to come back, through the field. It's the long race, 3 hours to go, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, long race. Good luck for the rest of it. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Daniel Gaunt, one of the most intense individuals I've ever met. Owning the box, he loves racing and is very competitive, and he knows they have a very quick car. Yep. Not to the perfect position right now. You start on pole and you're currently in 6th position, and you're sitting 12.4 seconds down on the lap, the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, there's not many better drivers that Andrew could have in his corner, and Dan Gaunt to be coaching him through this situation. Obviously, Dan, you can't see he's got any headsets on or anything, but he'll be relaying information along with Stephen Giles to help get Andrew into the right mind frame here. You heard the words, which were quite stood out to me, was Andrew is settling into the race, and that's what's important, is to settle in and get a rhythm going. But this traffic is unfortunately allowing Sam to get further ahead for the sake.
Here's the interesting thing about what I from you. You spoke to me about how long it takes for when you're training a driver to get the information and put it to practice. How quickly, as a pro driver telling you an amateur driver to maybe change up mid-race,
Yeah, to be honest, you don't really get unless it's something super obvious, you don't usually get too far down the track of changing driving styles throughout a race. You're better to just let them settle into what they know. Even I spoke to Hayden and Kane before the race, and just minor things that they need to work on from here. You don't want to try reinvent what they've been doing throughout the race. So, you're better to, it goes from trying to get the outright that time to just being smooth, consistent. And that even comes back to the setup of the cars. It's all well and good setting your race car up for being fast for one lap, but you actually work on a race car rather than a qualifying car. So the whole weekend you're getting the car more and more comfortable to make it good over a long distance.
So because they were talking about this car, dry car. So when you're setting up a race car like we're watching now at the moment, what are you looking at? Do you take the track? Do you look at the track first and say, okay, this is what we've got, and do you build the car, so to speak, to the track?
Yeah, generally you either go two ways. You start the weekend with a base setup. You call it the base setup, which could be a setup that you finished the last round on, which you know is really good, or it could be the setup that you used at Timaru last year. So you start there and then you build on from there. But what you've got to also consider with the way the car's set up is not so much just trying to be fast and exactly how the pro wants it. Quite often the pro needs to sacrifice a bit of how the car's set up to suit the engine. The reason for that is the pro likes the car to be all, have a little bit more steer and a little bit more nervous to be able to rotate the car a bit quicker. But for an AM, safety. It is. It comes back to just dialing that out just a little bit to make it a safer car, because then they gain more confidence and they'll go quicker than having a car that has a little bit movement around in it.
So the sacrifice really comes in a pro-am situation. The sacrifice is done by the pro.
Absolutely. Yep, it's done by the pro, and as a pro, you're constantly setting the car up to make it as good as you can for the AM driver, because as a pro, between yourself and the other pros out there's probably a tenth or two between you guys, but where the time is if you can get the car really good for the AM driver, they gain a lot more confidence, and then this is where they can pick up half a second a lap, 3/4 of a second a lap. Once they're confident, they just go leaps and bounds and make a hit, and that's where the time comes.
Sam Fillmore in his work passing the kitchen 12 You talk about someone having found their rhythm. Sam Fillmore, as he comes into the park,
Yep, absolutely, and that car's obviously in the window for Sam, and he's enjoying driving it. And once that joy's there, and as you come out of here, if the car's nice and planted, you're not nervous about heading into the fast left-handers here. As I said, it's a lot harder than you think, this next section of corners here. And if you've got a car as you come into here that's got a little bit of oversteer and the rear's moving around, you lose confidence. And even as a pro, you lose confidence as well, but more so for guys that aren't in the cars every week. So you just got to settle that car down, and the more confidence they get, the quicker they end up going, and it's just showing how well they've got the car set up.
And it looks like it's a battle of who can do the fastest lap. John O'Lester on his lap 23 doing a one flat 224 against the 352. Nothing in this one. And remember, this is a car that went off in the last race and gave its rear end and that back end a really good nudge. So they've done a great job there.
They really have. To turn that car around and get it back out on track, they've done a fantastic job with the Prime Speed Sport guys there. They've managed to get their car back up and running. I think they got pretty lucky that there wasn't any more damage, and
And let's just remind you too that we said right at the beginning, as we see now, that'll be Tom Alexander, if I'm correct. That's John O'Lester, excuse me. That is Tom Alexander.
Yep,
Tom Alexander in the sister car.
Yes, Tom Alexander.
To John O'Lester.
Yes.
And that's Francois Beziac. So he also too is going to run what we consider a double set. Now that car, if you remember, Timaru was wrecked. They had a rear. It was right at the start of the race at Timaru, and Tom basically went there. Yeah, that car was a mess. So he got maybe 400 metres of the race at Timaru. So they've rebuilt that car. Look out here.
Game on. Hayden Knighton trying to go up the inside. Doesn't quite make the move stick.
Saying no, you're not going to let your GT3 Mercedes through here as Hayden Knighton gives it a good old nudge, but also opens the door somewhat for Andrew Fawcett to close up and get some track position back.
Yeah, that was a worthwhile chance there for Hayden to try dive up the inside, but then he was obviously going to be on the wrong side of the track heading into the next corner. But look at the gap that's now opened up, and it's put Andrew Fawcett right underneath the back of Hayden Knighton there.
What I do want to see too, and because he's such a good bloke, is see Tom Alexander with Russ.
Absolutely.
He's one of the most underrated drivers in this country. Hasn't had the opportunities. We understand that. Won a Ute series in Australia that before they turned those Utes into V8s. And, you know, sometimes we can see a good bloke up there.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be, you know, he's doing a great job in this series as well, and you know, in exactly the same car as John O'Lester, so they'll be working together to get faster and faster against each other. So. No, they're not. So basically, the Manthey GT3 cars, they are a GT3 Cup car, I guess you could call on steroids, where they've been taken to Manthey Racing. They've had a whole lot of upgrades put onto the car to make it a bit quicker. Basically, aero upgrades. Don't think too much engine speed that they've added to the car, but what they've really worked on is the aerodynamics. It's got bigger rear wing and you know, a bigger car all over to allow it to be quicker through the high-speed corners. You can see Hayden all over the back of Paul Pedersen again.
So, little mini battle building, and we're not even halfway through this 3-hour race here at Levels Raceway. The moving game Porsche of the Pedersens currently leading the Porsche Bang and Turbo Warehouse Porsche. Then there's that Sublime. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for it. Followed by the Manthey Racing Porsche of Tom Alexander.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see, here's this move here. So Paul Pedersen runs a little bit wide there, and then Hayden's just had to get back out because he knows there's no future in being out there, because the next corner goes to the left-hand side. You're just going to get stuck wide on that next part of the corner as well. As we can see, Andrew Fawcett still all over the back of Hayden Knighton there. It's quite a yo-yo of a gap at the moment. You can see Hayden goes right up on Paul through these fast left-handers, but then in the first sector of the track, Paul pulls away again. So, you know, they've obviously got their weaknesses and strengths within the car, and look how much you can see Hayden really start catching right onto the back of Paul here.
Just a quick update is where the race standings sit at the moment. Sam Fillmore in the 27 Audi is actually being hunted down somewhat by John Lester. Seconds with John Lester and the other Manthey Porsche. Glenn Smith is 4.6 seconds back from the lead in the Pedersens, and the Knighton Lawsons we're talking 14, 15, 16 seconds back. So top three still really, really tight, but it's the work of John O'Lester and that Porsche that's really starting to stand out. But now against the
that's the difference, is that horsepower, and the fact that Jono's pushing on. You know, I don't know this, but maybe they're not saving any fuel. Maybe they're not trying to do the halfway driver change. We'll very quickly find out once we start getting the halfway. But as we see, quite a bit of dust in the background. Was that someone off the road there? We'll have a look at that, see if we get a replay of what's happened there. But it's a car quite far off the road there to be getting that much dust off.
That's the McLaren 650 here, so Glenn Smith and John Levett. I suppose we like to call them the farmers, don't we? The farmers are just been told by it's just a grass touch. So one of those also should be on the road, but I'm not. So, but they're not off. So we're okay there. So it's good spotting though, eagle eye.
Very, very high speed part of the track there. So you know, if we see it again, you'll see just how fast it is through there, and it can go wrong pretty quickly. Right where the McLaren is here on the exit there, that's where they drop the wheels on the outside where the Civic is, and then see how you go straight into another left-hander. If you get caught too far out there, it's so hard to get back in because you're wide. You try to come back online, but you probably miss the line, and then you're in marbles for the next corner. So it's pretty hard work through there.
It's fascinating just to hear you break down that whole section, because when you look at the track, if I go to my left, I'm saying but you've broken it down to such a degree that it makes people realise that the guys in these cars are technicians as much as they are drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much going on in the seat of the car in terms of trying to understand the car and trying to, get the speed out of the car, because, you come into a corner too fast, hold too much brake, sometimes the car will slide and you've got to think, why is it doing that? It's just, they're not sitting there just pulling gears and thinking, right, I've got to go down 2 gears and turn. You think, what happened here last lap? Why did the car do this? How can I improve this? Like Jono coming down into here, just trying to understand what the car is doing and then trying to keep the car flat, get it rotated in here, and where's the marbles building up. You're thinking the whole time. There's not a single point where you get a break. Believe it or not, the only time you get a break in a race car is down the straight. Yes, you might be doing 200 plus k's an hour, but that's where you have the chance to think about what's going on. That's the easy part of the lane.
Difficult, isn't it, to concentrate over 3 hours, particularly when you're on a smallish track and it's got a lot of work at both ends.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult to keep that concentrated for that amount of time, because as I said before, there's so much to think about. Like Timaru, believe it or not, even though it's a tight, complex track, it's actually a long straight, so you've got a bit of time to think. But when you go to something like Highlands, you got a kink in the straight, you don't really have a lot of chance to really stop there, and that's one really physical track is Highlands, because you just don't get a break.
Now, there is one part of that Highlands track, because that's where they're having the national final this year, national endurance final this year, and there is one part of the track that reminds me, is it Hockenheim where you're driving through the forest?
Yes.
Is it Hockenheim? Is it like that back part of Highlands?
Yeah, so where you go out into what they call the Southern Loop out there, it's all forest, and it is such a cool environment, and they purposely left the trees there to make it look like a European track, and it's just it's a special place.
That's the NFC 9-1 road. Trying very hard to keep pace with Sam Phillips. He's doing that. He's cut the time back. That's 2.5 seconds to Sam Phillips, who is really in his groove. I mean, he is really in his groove. But when you blink and then you see the Manthey Porsche versus Am. And we're seeing that unfold, aren't we? How a pro can work a track.
Yeah, absolutely. And but to see the gap staying so consistent is really showing. You expect that out of a pro driver, of keeping that consistency. And I know John wouldn't mind me saying that, but for someone like Sam, who's not in the car all the time, for him to be keeping as consistent as he is shows that he's got a lot of confidence in the car, and that's where he stands out as well, as he's just so consistent as a driver.
Glenn Smith getting past the 171 car, the poor boys, the Toyota Altezza, as they continue, they're lapping the SQ race early on today, which started at 10:30 this morning. That was a really smooth drive by the Ascus in that TCR. But when you look at this car here, if you took us back 2 seasons, that McLaren was the leading endurance car in the country.
Yeah, it just shows how far the series has come in such a short amount of time. You've got 2 Mercedes GT3s, you've got a McLaren 720S, you've got an Aston GT3, which we're going to see in the next round as well, the New Zealand Endurance Final as well. It's just some beautiful machinery, and it just keeps stepping up levels after levels.
And when you say that, is that purely about the advancement of the car rather than the drivers? I mean, so we're sort of 2-year-old cars. Is it that much?
It's just refinements. So there's no huge change. At the moment, you're seeing Evo updates. The Mercedes is on an Evo update. This is the second version of this car. We had the beautiful old Gullwing SLS cars with the big wings, and then they went into the AMG, which this car is here. So this is now the second reiteration of that, which is just a refinement. Same with the Audi as well. That's on its 3rd generation of the same chassis, and that came in this year as well. And just as I've been talking about that, we see the fastest lap by Andrew Fawcett. He has now done the fastest lap of the race. He is settling in. He wants to get going.
A 59.4. That's not bad, considering that I'll remind you again, that Greg Murphy did this fastest race lap, 56.26. That's quick. Although we did see a 56.6 get the Gaunt car for on pole. That was a qualifying race. So dangerous to try and get the pass on Paul Pedersen again, but look, who's right behind. So he's stuck in the sandwich. He's the meat of the GT sandwich right now. Trying so hard to get past Pedersen. Then if he doesn't get right, he's got to force him right up his tailpipe.
Yeah, and that's what makes it that little bit harder for Hayden as well, because he can't just sort of have a break and settle in and, you know, try force Paul wide by doing different manoeuvres. He's got to stick to his line, because if he doesn't, then Andrew's going to get up the inside of him. And, you know, we can see Andrew's looking real racy now with fastest lap of the race. He is doing a great job. So head down back into the back straight, back into, I like to call this part of the track, it's like an island, as I was saying earlier on, because you feel like if you come off the black stuff, there is not a lot of opportunity to keep going. So you can see the battle for fourth place, the last lap there. You can see Adrian Fawcett, he lost a bit of time. I think he got held up by traffic a little bit towards the end of the lap there, but you look at the difference between Paul Pedersen and Hayden Knighton there. It's super close. Paul runs just a little bit wide there.
He's going to get but again, just as quick as you say that, Paul Pedersen pulls away.
Yeah, all it takes is just to be offline just a little bit as you get back on the gas. But as we've been seeing, Paul seems really good through this section of the track. He pulls just a little bit of an advantage. It looks like he's run a little bit wide there this lap. No, he's managed to get the exit. So he's quicker on that part of the track. Then you watch by the time they get to the last part of the track, that gap closes up again. So obviously the way the cars are set up, Paul's is really good in the first sector, and then the second sector it switches back over. Like, look how much already Hayden's caught right up off turn 4 there.
Andrew, what's really surprising for me, and we've seen it already in the first 2 rounds,
absolutely,
and that's what I don't understand. It's flat out straight. It's not forming in the GT3 Mercedes.
In a straight line, it's not much. When you say it's quick, so I got you the wrong way there. It is quick over a lap, but it's not overly fast compared to the Mercedes. As we can see, he's up the inside, past Hayden Knighton, just like that. Maybe he's done exactly what he talked about, got the horsepower and made it work.
Andrew Fawcett with the clean move, picks up a place on Hayden Knighton. So suddenly it's the McLaren and the GT3 Mercedes sandwich, but I'm sure Daniel Gordon was pretty over the moon with that move by Andrew Fawcett. It's almost as if he's been sitting and waiting and going, and maybe it is about rhythm and feeling the confidence to go, okay, now I know where I need to be.
Absolutely. Confidence is such an important part to get comfortable and be able to pull in the gap. So I'm going to give a bit of a replay here as well to see this beautiful pass. We can see Andrew Fawcett laying on the brakes, up the inside, nice assertive pass there. Really, really well done.
And then comes up he's approaching the misses. Got to get it right, got to break it right. So he's gone, damn it, I want to go.
Yep, and that's the thing, there's more than you think going on at that point, because you've got a car on your left, you're trying to brake late, so you're watching the car while you're trying to watch for your braking point, while you're trying to look for the corners. There's a lot going on in that small environment, and also when you're stuck behind a car like this, that big wing, you think about how low Andrew's sitting in the car, and then on top of that, you've got the big wing. You can't see a lot of the car in front of you.
Here is your race leader, and this is Sam Fillmore, who has basically got the track to himself. And you could say circulating speed, considering that he started on the front row and probably didn't have the best of starts, but suddenly gone, okay, now I'm ready. It took a little while to find his own rhythm, but once he has found his rhythm, Sam Fillmore has just been dropping down the rest of the field to the point where, well, actually, before I should have checked the times of that, because Jono Leston is now only 1.4 seconds behind the Audi of Sam Fillmore. He is like a red rag to a bull at the moment. That Audi's the big bull, and Jono is the matador, and trying to flag him down. Oh, that is a good effort. And that's been a consistently quick drive by Jono. Again, another driver getting this rhythm right and going, right, now let's see how good you are on this stint.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jono's settled in, and that's the thing in the pro side of things. He's settled in a lot quicker and you get going. But at this stage, John just slowly seems to be pulling Sam in there. But, you know, again, Sam's race is the bigger picture. He's looking, his battle is against Andrew. That's what he's really focusing on. And we know Andrew is really starting to come on song here. And if he manages to clear Pedersen here, it's going to be a game changer. Here as well, we see Hayden Lighton's actually dropped off a couple of seconds. He's now 4 seconds behind Pedersen and Fawcett, so that's a huge drop of time, unless the car just started getting a bit too much. Yeah, that gap has really opened out.
Well, Andrew, what is interesting is the top three are well clear. You see some of the multiple. You look at Glenn Smith sitting 7 seconds behind the leader, but then fourth position is 16 seconds behind the leader. So there's an 11-second difference between P3 and P4. They're or thereabouts. I always wonder, because the about endurance racing being play the long game. But even at this early point, we've done 41 minutes. That's still a hell of a gap.
It is. It is a huge gap to have to close back in, and we can actually see now Jono is on the back of Sam Fillmore.
My goodness, Jono Lester in a car that certainly doesn't have the straight line speed that you're about to see on that Manthey Porsche up against this beautiful Audi Evo of the 27 car of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid, who are the championship leaders right now. And you have to put this down purely to the driver in that seat.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Obviously, Jono's a super experienced driver. Had a lot of time in Porsches over the years, and you know, that's really shining through now with how he's going. And you know, he's doing a really nice job.
So we're saying the long game here for Jono is points to try and get him a podium position overall. Is that why they would be doing this and going
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and also you need to go hell for leather because you've got your pro in the car early, so it's an interesting strategy that they choose to go start pro first. You know, as you see, all the GT3 guys, they are starting their AM drivers, so it's an interesting strategy that they always run their pros first. I don't know the reasoning, their thinking process behind why. Of course, they've got their reasons, and you know, it's a clever team down there at Prime Speed Sport and why they've chosen to do it this way.
Could be that the owners would like to finish the race with a decent advantage.
Could be. But then sometimes the owners like to start the car, so you know, it depends on how that all unfolds. But you know, you think back to the North Island series, you've actually got to get your and whoever qualifies a car starts the race, and because you've got such a big focus on the actual race, you actually let an AM driver qualify the car too. So you know, you may end up in a qualifying position which you're not sure of, but it's important. The race is the biggest picture.
That's why a lot of drivers, and you may correct me if I'm wrong here, like the South Island series because, hang on a minute, John Lester and Castrol here at levels, putting all the pressure on Sam Fillmore as they come onto the Alpine Energy back straight now. And we'll get back to that in just a moment, but that's where you see how good the Porsche is, right? In these particular parts of the track.
Yes, yep. The slower speed parts of the track. It's they know they're a great car for it, and you know, they just keep refining them. Again, you know, we keep talking about those refinements. This day and age, these cars are just so good. They can't just bring out a new car that's 10 times better because they're already so good. So that's where they just keep chipping away, adding these little refinements, and they just get better and better. And you know, that's what they've also done with the Audi GT3, the latest Evo edition. So this is obviously the third generation I was talking about. So it's the same chassis, but they've changed the rear wing. You'll actually notice on the Audi GT3, it's a bit of a U-shaped wing. And the idea behind that is it allows the slip angles that if you're a little bit sideways, it's still got full aero, which is a little bit of angle on the car. It's got now two-way traction control to allow you to control that. It's got aircon. It's you know, there's
coffee. It does everything.
It may as well. But you know, that's just the refinements that are getting added. You know, it's not huge changes. It's just all these little things that just keep making it a better car.
So returning just quickly to that discussion we were having about qualifying and not qualifying. South Island Series are either drive and qualify, and then you can decide who starts. Do you like that idea from a tactical perspective? I mean, as you said, North Island, whoever qualifies must start. Do you think they need to change it up? Because when you talk to a lot of the teams, they like the idea of, you know, just qualify the car. That's all that happens. Yeah, but then figure out your tactics and who you're going to put in.
Yeah, there's arguments for both ways. Like either way is quite cool because, you know, it's great as a pro driver to be able to jump in and have the green tyres and low fuel and set the absolute best lap time. But then the other side, which I found quite cool with the North Island series, is when the AM qualifies the car, you know, they're the ones that own the car and they've got a lot more investment into it, and you can see them just learning so much, and they've got those new tyres and you can see them improving, and so, you know, there's two sides, depends on which way you want to look at it, but you know, it's just really cool. But, you know, certainly when the AM's going to qualify the car, you see they definitely feel the pressure and, you know, really get involved. As we can see, Jono here coming down into turn 1, bit of a replay here. See, he did clip the curb into here, so let's have a look, see if he gets it. Bang! Up over the curb. That's a pretty aggressive curb, so really hard to do for Jono. I have noticed a couple of times he used that curb, so you know, there is time in it, but the flip side of it is it's, you know, that little bit harder on the cars as well. So, you know, bang, there he goes off that curb again, then back to the left as well. So, you know, modern Gen 3 cars, they can handle this sort of amusement.
Yeah, let's talk about the Porsches though, and he is ragging. I mean, he's giving it a good old ragging. What about his time? What's he doing? Because he's really pushing so hard. How does that affect the strategy if he's pushing this hard and this time?
Yeah, well, that's again depends on the long game strategy. If they're looking to pit it very soon, then you can push a bit harder on the tyres. But you know, Jono being in the pro position, he knows that he can push on, but there's a level of looking after the tyres that'll be involved. So he won't be absolutely ragging it, but he's still definitely pushing on because he's you know, a very experienced endurance driver. He'll be looking after those tyres as well. See how close this battle is as they head down onto the main straight. Is Jono going to have a late dive up the inside? A little bit too far back. Is he going to get this curb on the inside? Just touches it this lap. Back around into turn 2, coming up on a bit of traffic. Jono also looking up the inside. This is game on.
Game on indeed. Jono Lester has cut a lead that was at literally 4.5 seconds. Now it's 3 seconds. So that's what you get with good drivers. Pro drivers, racing and drivers who are racing their cars. But Sam Fillmore, you know, when you look at Sam, big broad shoulders, so his elbows out right now.
He is, but at the same time, they've got a different race. They're not in a race with Jono at this stage. You know, if this was 5 laps ago, different story. There'd be elbows out, but it's a long race. So at the same time, Sam's focus, you know, it'll be making the boys nervous in the lane. You know, the engineer Aaron Harris and Johnny Green, they'll be nervous watching this because, you know, they know Jono wants to get through. Is it worth having Jono in behind there? You know, if he accidentally brakes too late and damages the back of Sam's car and causes damage, is it worth all of that to hold him up? You know, this is what are we making you guys out of play nervous? But you know, that's you got to weigh up which way do you want this to go. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one.
I know you love Porsches, and you say how can you make a good car better? What is it because the Porsche is such a robust race car that drivers, both pros and handlers, like them?
There's just a uniqueness about them. They've got character. You know, all GT3 cars are robust these days. You know, they can pop some absolute hammerings. Like you watch some tracks over in Europe with the all GT3 cars. They smash curves here, there, and everywhere. But they need to, you know, to be quick. So it's really important to make sure that you know, you are looking after the car a bit as well.
So there is your leader, Sam Fillmore, being harassed by Jono Lester in the 910 Manthey Porsche again. We know this is where Jono Lester can get the pass. As soon as they come out of that front straight, it's goodbye, good night nurse, as the 27 Eagle car just takes off down that Alpine Energy back straight. It's quite a fascinating little race within a race at the moment. We know that Andrew Fawcett still hasn't been able to get past the Paul Pedersen and Pedersen GT3 Mercedes, which is P4 and P5, but they're laying down some quick laps, and you see Andrew Fawcett with that quick lap at the moment of the race at a 59.416.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely, and that'll be frustrating Andrew as well. He'll be trying so hard to get past to make up for a couple of touches at the start of the race, and unfortunately got a bad start, so he's working really hard. And look as well, the McLaren's now coming into the picture. It is all closing up, and this also brings the gap closer for Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson for the amateur cup as well. It is all go.
So all these 4 cars in play, and most importantly, they just want to stay in front of each other. Glenn Smith, John Levitka, an older GT3 car, but 2 years ago we were talking, that was the car to beat in the North and South Island Endurance Series. Now with the models like the 2 behind them, the GT3 Mercedes, the McLaren 720 and the other GT3 Mercedes, they're not really contenders, and they've done a lot of work to update that McLaren 650S. And then 2 of the nicest blokes we've ever meet is Paul Pedersen gets right up the tailpipe of that McLaren 650S going towards George Steel corner and heading towards the curve, excuse me.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's closed right up there, so I'm not sure if they're battling some problems with that McLaren or the tyres are starting to go off, but all of a sudden that gap is closed right down, and you can see Hayden at the back. He will see this. He will know what's going on. He's like, right, I need a piece of this. I've got to get ahead of that McLaren. It's purely whoever wins out of the McLaren and the Mercedes is going to take the AM Cup here. So yeah, and then obviously in the middle of that we've got Andrew Fawcett, who's up for the outright championship. He's got a battle on his hands. You've got the reigning North Island champions and Paul and Ann Pedersen in the mix as well. It is just, what an array of cars to see all battling away here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that with the ease with which Andrew Fawcett got past Hayden Knight, why he hasn't got past Pedersen.
Yeah, it was interesting there. It just sort of seeing that Hayden ended up just getting out of it for a bit of a reset, thinking bigger picture, because all of a sudden the gap just opened out afterwards. But I'll talk about after the pass he made. Andrew was, with that pass, awesome pass that he did down into turn 1 here, and made it stick, made it assertive, and he'll be weighing up where he's quicker than the Mercedes, where he can get past the Mercedes as well, and maybe be able to make something happen there. But what's also happening, you're always sitting in behind another car, you're wearing your front tyres harder, you're overheating your front tyres because you don't have the same level of aerodynamics as you normally would have, so you turn and the car's just not as planted as it normally would be, so at the same time you're burning up more of your own tyres while you're just sitting in behind here.
It's just not good being a dirty air, full stop.
No, for many reasons. You've got, another thing for the McLaren that doesn't like the dirty air, it's got turbo, so you've got this hot air from the Mercedes in front getting caught up in it as well.
Andrew Fawcett took just a little bit of a sneaky look heading towards John Jones Steel corner, but just pulled out of it. And hang on, here comes knocking down that GT3 Mercedes, the bag and turbo warehouse. Mercedes Fawcett now. So he's got things going on around him that saying, I just don't want to be this sandwich anymore. I need to get out of here. Now they're hitting some bank markers.
So this is going to be interesting. Sorry to interrupt there. So as we see, as we come down onto the main straight, that little 86 there, we're lucky that didn't affect any of the positions there for the cars around. They're just trying to work that out where they need it to be. As we can see, as we're just here in the commentary box, we heard a car spinning out in front of us down the main straight. Hopefully we might get a little bit of a replay of that one too, but wow.
Yeah, my understanding was it was the SQ TCR that took a little bit of a spin coming into the Tyres pieces, but all good, and we move on. And
that's a pass.
That is. I was just saying, what am I looking at? The pass, and the McLaren 650 looks like a little slow.
So all in amongst this, Andrew Fawcett has got ahead of Paul Pedersen, and he is gone. And now we have a straight battle between the AM Cup also. Whoa. All of a sudden, complete mix-up. Let's try and have a look at a replay of this.
All right, well, we're talking about the double stinting with John Alestra and what that means for fuel. Let's head down to Stefan. He's going to try and give us some answers with the team down there.
Okay, Rick, we're here with Sam. He's going to explain to us whether they're double stinting the driver and what does a double stint mean.
Yeah, so
So basically for us, because the 910 Porsche is a GT3 Cup car with a bit of aero to make it a little bit off the GT3 cars in terms of pace, we actually have a smaller fuel tank. So what that means is we cannot achieve a one-stop strategy like a lot of the GT3 boys might be doing. So we put our road driver in first in the form of Jono. We're going to double stint him because we're going to have to stop for fuel anyway, and that allows us to just give the gentleman Manor the last 70 minutes on a fresh tank of fuel on some nice warm tyres to take it home for the finish.
So you do 2 stops, and that first driver will stay in for another stint.
Yeah, that's correct, because the lap is so short, we want to minimise the time in pit lane, so if we're changing driver we might lose a little bit of time, so we want to minimise time in pit lane, although we have to stop twice because of fuel, so that's the thing. We'll put the pro in, get there, build a bit of an advantage, and we'll get manage to take it home to the finish.
There we go, Andrew and Stephen, there we go.
Thank you, mate. Well explained. And I think Andrew Waite's happy now too.
That clears things up for me, because I just couldn't work out with a car like that's good on fuel why they wouldn't just one stop. But the smaller fuel tank, they have to double stint, so that completely makes sense. Oh, as we can see, Andrew Dawson there picking up a bit of dust, whether or not he's been off the road or a car in front has brought some dirt back on the road. But we need to get to the bottom of how all these passes unfolded. Hopefully we can be able to get a replay here and see where Andrew got ahead. But either way, that was a huge mix-up, because we had the McLaren, and then it went Paul Pedersen, and then it went Andrew Fawcett, and then Hayden Knighton. But now we've had a complete mix-up. We've got Andrew Fawcett out in the lead of that battle group, and then Paul Pedersen, and then the next one after that. And actually looking at the results there, Hayden Knighton has got ahead of John DeVeth, Glenn Smith and the McLaren as well. So that is a change for the championship in the Am Cup.
And Danny Moore will be the one smiling in pit lane, seeing Andrew Fawcett ahead of that battle group, and as he heads into the John Jones Steeler corner, because it's also important. This car that you are seeing on screen is the battle for the overall championship. Now, still they haven't gone past their time yet, so we'll just double check how far back they are on the Phillimore Reed car, which is leading Sam Phillimore this season at the moment, because as the game unfolds, the race unfolds, where he will be critical, and how much pressure now can he put on Sam Phillimore? Can he get closer? Well, it's basically half a lap.
It's still a bit of a gap, but you know, we're this early in the race, you know, anything can change at any moment. You know, we saw the Askew TCR have that big spin. All it takes is a moment in the safety car, bang, everyone closes up, and it's a completely different game. So, you know, at this point, you're not worrying about safety car too much at this point. You're still working your own race, but this is what the engineers are constantly thinking about. What are we got to do here? Right, we're now in effectively 4-hour race. We're in second place, being Fawcett, Steve Giles is driving the car. He's going right. We're in a position we want to be. Do we push on to get up to Andrew, or to Fillmore, or do we do the opposite? Do we just look for our window, what we've got to do there to try and make the advantage in the pit stop? So,
okay, well you're the pro racer. You're doing in this situation right now. So they're about 5-6 seconds back on the leader, maybe a little bit more. What would you be doing now?
In this situation, the first thing, you're talking to your engineer. You're asking your engineer how we are for fuel. Maybe, you know, if, let's say for example, both the McLaren and the Audi can definitely get to do a one-stop strategy. So they're going to stop half race and say they both want to get their own fuel. If you're in Andrew Fawcett's position, you're hard out, you're pushing. You're trying as hard as you can to get up to the back of the back of Sandfield. But then where that could change, if you are short on fuel and you're trying to get to the halfway point, then you're working on just saving the gas to be able to make it to that halfway point, or if you know you've got to stop that little bit earlier, you're still hard up it. So this is something as a driver, you're getting information from the engineer. So at this point of the race, it's as much of an engineer race as it is a driver race. I'd be going flat out if I could make it on fuel, that's for sure.
That's all in it.
But then generally, at the same time, you've probably got an engineer saying, I want you to drive flat out, but I want you to save fuel at the same time. That's what you normally get.
Well, you look at that lap 33, the fastest lap, around 59.2 now for Andrew Fawcett. So he's doing what you want. He's going
flat out. Absolutely flat out. So I'm saying they might be good for fuel to go to the halfway point in the race if they, this strategy might have changed for them when they were getting held up. Maybe they were looking at a two-stop because I know the McLaren is a little thirstier than what the Audi is. But because they've been held up in traffic, they've been able to save more fuel to now do a single stop. So now maybe they're good for fuel, and he's pushing on to get to that halfway point.
And that's why we're seeing strong laps being put down.
And that's exactly why. If the laps weren't looking that solid, you'd be going, okay, yeah, maybe they're trying to stretch out. But yeah, it's just forever changing. You can see Andrew Fawcett now the fastest lap now.
But look at this, and this is what you mentioned about 15 minutes ago. How consistent Sam Fillmore is being able to keep John O'Lester back. So it's 2.6 seconds now. The last time we looked at it was 2.5. So Sam Fillmore, as a lead driver in this 3-hour race, must be putting a huge smile on Johnny Reid's face.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what Johnny wants heading into this half of the race. They're in the lead. All Johnny needs to get out there to do is to maintain. He knows what he needs to do. All he needs to do is to finish third or better to be able to allow them to the championship. But he's not worried about falling back to third place and holding that. He will be going for the race win. But and that's the best strategy, is to stay out there and focus on the race win.
So Sam Fillmore doing the job that Alliance Audi the 27 car, which is the championship leader as it stands. Still a long way to go. We have clicked over the first hour of the 3 in this Carter's Tyre Service third and final round of the South Island Endurance Series. That's the Mangan Turbo Warehouse GT3. Nice and close. They're currently sitting in 4th position, but 26 seconds back on the leader.
So we can see John O'Lester coming in for that first stop as we're talking about. So obviously they're double stinting as we're talking about. So he is in the lane and they're putting some fresh tyres on that car, fueling it up because we know now that they don't have the full 120 litre capacity in that tank. I think they're 90 odd litres, 98 litres that they can take in that car. So they've filled that up and then they're going to take that for another full stint. So basically Jono's going to do another hour and then he's going to get out and hand the car over.
I still struggle, but to be honest with you, at the slowness of the pit stops. I'm used to seeing pit stops watching everyone cars and people throwing themselves around the cars. It's almost gentlemanly the way they do the tyres here.
The thing is, there's no need to rush because you're limited on your fuel. So the speed that your fuel can go in, there's no need to do a 2-second tyre change because you're still going to be, say, let's call it 30 seconds for the fuel to go in. So as the way that they do the tyres, you're better to just take your time, tyre off, put the other tyre on, just a little bit smoother because you've got to wait for that fuel as well. As we're, say, Formula 1, there's no fuel going. It's just purely on tyres. Hence why it's bang bang gone because they're not relying on fuel. If it took 30 seconds for the fuel to go in, then they could take their time.
That is one of the most fascinating things about Formula 1 and bit of something. 2.5 seconds you can get 4 tyres on and the car out. It's actually bonkers.
It is. Just the level of technology that goes into allowing them to do that and the amount of hours of practice those crews do. It's just phenomenal.
So John O'Lester, fuel and tyres, and he's now dropped back into position 7. Andrew Fawcett, Daniel Gawn moving to P2, which is where they have been sitting all season, having finished second on 2 occasions at Ruakuna and Kenatoma. And here at levels, they again at P2, but that's not where they want to be.
Yeah, and you can see Hayden Knighton, a little bit of a moment down the straight there by the looks of it as they head down. Jono's obviously on cold tyres here, so that's why he's trying to build the tyres up and Hayden all over the back of John O'Lester here.
But it's exactly what you would expect, knowing that the guy in front of you is on cold, on green tyres and trying to get heat into them.
Yeah, absolutely, and then it's important as well for Jono. He knows that he needs to hold Hayden up till his tyres come up to temp, and maybe he's got the pace on Hayden as well to pull back away. You can see Jono just run a little bit wide there, working those cold tyres, trying to get them up to temp now.
For those who don't understand, is it 60 seconds at pace to get your tyres sticky?
depends on the tyre and the compound of the tyre as well. A softer tyre comes up to temperature quicker. A harder tyre takes it. Oh, you can see a bit of a moment there for Hayden. I think he's just climbed up over the curve and now he's got Glenn Smith all over the back of him again. But it normally takes, let's say, and it depends on the driver as well. You know, a pro driver, they can lean on the tyre that little bit harder, trust the car a little bit more. So let's say 2 to 3 laps is when the tyres start getting to a point where they get happy again. So see Tom Alexander in the lane there, he's doing the same thing. So they're obviously on exactly the same strategy. So he's on the 2-stop strategy here, getting fuel in the car. As you can see, the fuel's still going in the car, so there's no need to rush to get those tyres on. You may as well take your time, get them on properly, and then you're away from there. So, you know, if you saw no fuel, these boys will be rushing. It's good to say good, but you can do fuel and tyres in this championship, so there's no need to rush. As where the North Island Championship, you got to do fuel, and then after the fuel, you've got to do tyres. So that's where it's a bit different.
So that's Tom Alexander and the Francois Bezier car, the Oedipus portion of the Mackie Racing cars. He's done the first stop, but he, like Johnny Lester, in that car there, the 910 car, is doing a double stint, and we've had that explained to us. It is the Navy Turbo. They had a moment at the barn companies heading to Castrol before, so a suggestion by my co-commentator that maybe it was just, you know, how things were going.
Yeah, so that wasn't as bad as what I thought. I thought that Hayden clipped the curb at turn 2. It's quite an aggressive curve, that one, and you do not want to hit that. So that's where I thought, oh, there might be some damage in there, getting caught up in that curve, but it doesn't look like that's what the case is here.
So once again, we have 4 cars having a go, but this time there's one car that was there that's not there anymore, and that's the Andrew Fawcett Daniel Gore McLaren 720S.
You can see Hayden looking back up the inside there, trying to make the move stick, can't quite make it. Oh, he's getting a bit sideways on the exit. Out towards turn 3 here, onto the back straight. You can see now Jono started to put a bit of pressure on Paul Pedersen. These guys are so tight. It is a close race. Look at that gap. And we're going to get a word from race control that car 19 of Jono Lester. Penalty for that car, black and white flag. That means a penalty. So let's see what is going on here. Let's see if we can find an update of what's going on there. Wow, speeding in the pits. Have they done something wrong in the pits? It's to do with the pit stop. Well, I'm assuming because that's where they've just been done the pits. So maybe something has happened in the lane, or whether he's spare. Let's find out what's going on, but we will do our best to get to the bottom of this and where. Well, as we can see, Hayden Knighton having a look up the inside on the grass. Doesn't quite make the pass stick.
Well, he's not shy. Hayden Knighton in the Mag and Turbo Warehouse GT3 Mercedes doing everything he can to get better track position. But it's just not coming off at the moment. Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jono seems to be struggling a little bit to get up to pace here again. You know, he was battling with Sam Fulton with that a little bit earlier on, and you know, they're all set onto pace. But you know, Hayden's obviously doing a really good job there as well. We'll just have a look at the times.
So I understand it's not a true penalty. It's just a warning for weaving. Now that'll be warming the tyres, right? Trying to get some heat in the tyres.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. He's coming out of the lane and down the straight, he's weaving side to side to get the tyres up to temp, which naturally as a driver you do, but you know, you've got to be careful. I know you're sort of maybe thinking, hang on, at Bathurst you see them at a restart, they're all weaving down the straight. Depends on the championship, depends on the series, you can get away with it, but at the same time it's nothing against the championship here. But ooh, is that a little bit of a tap there between the two cars?
Just having a little bit of a nudge.
Yeah, so just back to that about the weaving situation. So maybe the car behind Jono was close enough that they're basically calling it, changing, you know, you're blocking your line because you're going one way, then back the other. Not that he's effectively doing that, but when you're changing a line with a car behind you, that's when it becomes dangerous. As you see the supercar guys, yes, they do it, but the difference is they don't have a car that's challenging them for a position. You'll never see it in the middle of a race or anything. So it seems to become a little bit more accepted to be doing than weaving if you've got no one behind you.
It's interesting watching these last release car. Oh, on the grass! Whoa! Contact! Just heading into the Barnco S's. That's the 417 of Ben Silcock in the CRX, and that's contact with the Hoonigan. Now there's a guard on the track, and this is scary reminder of what happened at the end of our last race where we had the Scholes Ginetta and the 88 Brooksville car, make contact, and both end up out of the race. And if you had seen us before, and I'll just quickly relay what happened before, we saw that the Ginetta is half a car now, but thankfully both drivers at the end of that race came out walking, shaken up, and that was just another moment, Andrew, where you thought, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, that was seriously tight. So we need to have another look at the replay of that. But there's one of them on the grass, one of them not on the grass, and wow, what a moment that was. But what this has also done, this has changed the complexion of the race. I'm already looking at that. Andrew Fawcett is right behind Sam Fillmore now, that gap. So here's the replay, so we can see Paul Pedersen on the outside, and then Ben Silcock there, he's just pushed a little bit wide, pushed the Mercedes out onto the grass. I'd say what's happened there is he's seen the car on the right of the Porsche, and he's got to let that through, and he just hasn't seen the Mercedes there, but that was touch and go, that was close.
So what we're seeing now, though, is that the the Hoonigan team, Paul Pedersen gets out, and Ant gets in because he's done his 70 minutes, right? We've clicked over that 70 minutes mark, which is the minimum, so we're at 1 minute 11. So they've taken this moment now to make their change.
So this is an interesting strategy because I'm pretty confident. Here's a replay again, so you can see the little Honda. He's moving over to the left, I think, to allow the Porsche, but he hasn't seen the Mercedes is what's going on there. So scary moment.
But in saying that, should the Mercedes have made that move? Because if we get a chance to look at it again, it didn't look like there was a full car width to even get past even at that point.
That's where it gets awkward, as we were saying about the other incident. There's that kink in the road. That's the problem. There's that kink in the road, so it does make it that little bit harder to judge where you need to be. So we've got Fillmore in the lane, we've got Gaunt, he's also in the lane as well. So they've all decided to come in at the 70-minute mark to make the change. I'm surprised at this, that they haven't gone to the halfway mark to make it on fuel. See that? I see where you're coming from. There's not a lot of room out there either.
So there isn't a lot of room there, right? So understanding where the 417 car was at, I understand where you're coming from, seeing in the rear vision mirror maybe on his right and maybe the left. But there was, let's be honest, there wasn't a lot of room for the Mercedes to work. There was not a full width of car.
No, he certainly forced his way out there a bit, but either way you look at it, it's just a scary moment. But, and both those drivers' defence, they're not trying to, it's just an awkward part of the track with that kink. It's a lot more than you think, and then it's a bit blind as you're coming around as well. So,
well, at that point, there. Okay, so no.
So he's starting
at that point there was. I will apologise there, because when you see the entry into that, there was the room there.
Yeah.
I take that back, but it squeezed up very quickly.
Absolutely, and that's what you got to look at as well. Ben, he would have had these cars pass him 10 times over by now. He knows to get out of their way. He's trying to do the courteous thing, but the rate that those cars close up just make it so difficult.
So there's the 20 car that's doing its pit stop. There's the Andrew Brunt and Jared Parmenter, little Mazda RX-8. They're done and dusted. Pit stop's going hell for leather and getting out there, but still under safety car.
Wow. So that safety car came right on the window for these pit stops. So that's why I think these guys have just gone to the single stop, safety car, get the AM driver out, put the pro in, and then these guys are in for the rest of the race.
So this comes back. We know that the Porsches are going to have. Sorry, back green again. Mobile safety car back in, and we are back in racing. So now we'll just work out where we are. We've got the Pedersen GT3 Mercedes in there. out front as we see.
So this is a complete change-up. Looking at our results here, we've got Ann Pedersen leading the race, Kane Lawson in second place, Johnny Reid, and then Daniel Gaughan in fourth place.
Now, my understanding is that was quicker pit stops by the Pedersen crew over the Knighton crew of 5 seconds.
Yeah, wow. So that's obviously what's helped there. But then the Reid and Gaughan pit stops, maybe we got a bit more held up once that safety car came out to get to the pit stop. Interesting to see the length of their pit stops. From what we could see on the footage, they look like clean stops, but I'm just assuming they lost their time once it was safety car. You get stuck behind a slower car, you lose time getting to the lane, which has then delayed you and allowed Pedersen to get ahead. But wow, look at that.
Don't worry, Sam Fillmore has already passed the Knighton car. Johnny Reid is in the car, and I wouldn't want to be the car in front of Johnny Reid because let's be fair, you know what it's like for racing Johnny Reid, right?
Yes.
He is quick.
He is fast.
Quick.
Yeah, he is a very, very... I've actually had some great battles with Johnny at this track. It's I was in the car that he's driving at the moment, actually, before Sam owned it, and he was with Neil Foster at the time. So, yeah, we were battling flat out on this track, and it just, it's so tight, so hard to get past around here.
Well, Daniel Gaughan hasn't much around when it comes to getting up to speed. He's already clocked the fastest lap of 59.09. See, look, we're now 16 and the butterflies are back because there is so much more to unfold here. Yes, we're a little out. It almost feels like we're out of sequence when you take a look at who's leading the race, but that's what's happened. We got the safety car. Literally, the whole field came in fast at pit stops, and congratulations to the Pedersen team for getting that car in and out of the pit stop, and the driver change and putting Ant in.
Absolutely, great call by the team there to make that driver change, get the car in, get the stop, and get back out. And look at the times, Ant has got some pace too. 59.3 on the last lap versus 59.5 for Johnny Reid. Whether there's traffic involved, we've got to just watch a few laps here.
Well, just hold the phone for a moment because Daniel Gaughan's just clocked 58.4.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He has been very, very quick this weekend. But the interesting one, obviously Johnny's going to be pushing as hard as he can to try and get out in the lead and win this race too and try and make it a clean sweep for the championship. But at the same time, Ant Pedersen has pace. He is fast. So drive-through penalty, we're just getting word from race control for car number 33.
It's the lead car. They're getting a drive-through.
I'm wondering if that is maybe they didn't quite meet the minimum driver time, and that's why they were able to put that lap. I'm just assuming. I could be completely wrong. Maybe they came in just a little bit early, or it could be anything. It could be something to do with the stop as well. But that is my assumption of why maybe they put it just a lap earlier than everybody. We're going to try and get to the bottom of this and why, but it's obviously clear cut because again, to issue a drive-through, they are confident up the race control that their decision is the correct decision. So whatever it is here, it's a drive-through penalty. So we're getting word from race control that it's due to contact down the straight. So,
are we coming? Hang on, no. It's the 417. Is it contact on the 417? It'll probably go back to that incident where that forced the safety car.
It will.
If they're talking about contact, it's the only contact we've seen that 33 car have in the last 10 minutes.
Yep.
And that was pre-safety car.
You're dead right, but we couldn't even, without seeing all the other footage, I wouldn't be willing to make a call on that one at this point in the race.
Race control have made a call. They've made a call that's saying the 33 car was at fault for what happened that brought out the safety car.
Wow, big call from race control to be giving a drive-through in that situation. But that basically puts Pedersen's out of contention for the race. To be calling that is big. So as we can see, Dan Gaughan here is going to go for the move up the inside, a little bit loose coming out of turn 2 there. But he's hard to control and trying to make the move on Kane Lawson.
But nice work by Kane Lawson.
Really,
not to force him back in, just allow him, knowing the pass was on, get on.
Yeah, smart driving. He knows that his race isn't against Daniel Gaughan. His race is against the other McLaren of DeVeth and Smith. So that's their race. So that's why he didn't put too much of an effort on that. But yeah, wow, it'd be nice to get a second confirmation and maybe word down in the lane to see about this drive-through penalty, just to firm up why they have received this drive-through penalty. They're not serving it straight away either, notice.
How long are they allowed to go before they get the flag to say, well, you've got to serve your penalty?
I'll have to have a look up on the rules, the exact amount of time, so we can see Johnny Reid now, 57.9.
And effectively you're looking at a race leader right now, because the Pedersen car has been called in for a drive-through penalty on contact. That's what we've been told by race control. And the only contact that we have seen that makes complete sense is the contact that took the 417 car out on the front straight.
Yeah, well, you're dead right. It's got to be to do with that, but I'm just surprised at the call that they've made this early. Race controls for a drive-through, so they're obviously confident in their decision, and you know that's why they're up there. They're good at what they do. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
But the chase is on, you see, because we've got the moment until the Pedersen car serves its drive-through penalty. Your effective leader is the 27 Audi of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. Johnny Reid in the pilot seat at the moment, who is racing Daniel Gawn, who's still 9 seconds off him. 9 seconds.
Yeah.
Two quick drivers. It's going to take a while to try and get that 9 seconds back.
And it will. And then you can see that Johnny's very, very quick as well at the same time. So he's just obviously set the fastest lap of the race.
So black flag was shown, I think, to get him in. So into the pits now is the drive-through penalty being served by the 33 car, which was your leader. It was called for contact. Our understanding, and we are assuming a little bit, but we'll get confirmation whether that contact was for the 417, because it's the only contact that we can believe that car has made when it was trying to pass. And we saw the 33 car go onto the grass edge, which basically everybody's heart stopped in that moment, because we knew what happened in that last race.
Absolutely.
But it's also a huge game changer as far as they are concerned as a race team.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Pedersen's down the lane as well, so it'd be nice if we can try and catch up with them and their team and get Paul's side of the picture as well. It's wow, that's a huge call.
In the pits, but no one in the 33 pits wants to talk to our pit report at the moment. We have had it confirmed by race control that the drive-through penalty was for the contact on the 417 car, which was Ben Silcock's Honda CRX, which saw him spin and lose some panels and guards and the like. Now, I can tell you that we are seeing the
crew of the 33 down in front of us here having a chat to the computer relations officer about their call and why it's been made. So yeah, they're obviously not happy with it. So but as I said, up in race control, they were obviously pretty confident in their decision to call that. But well,
let's put it this way: the conversation is ongoing, but it looks amicable. But faces tell the story. So another fastest lap from Johnny Reid, puts down a 57.7 in the Audi. And what you're looking on screen at the moment is the Magna Turbo Warehouse GT3 Mercedes with Kane Lawson at the wheel, sitting in third position at 18 seconds off the lead. But that lead that Daniel Gaunt is trying to cut down is slowly coming down. When we last talked about it, it was 9 seconds. Now it's 6.4. We've seen this before. Daniel Gaunt pushing and Johnny Reid responded.
Absolutely, and 7/100ths of a second between their last laps. Let's have a look. 58.3 for Johnny Reid, 59.4. I'd say Daniel must have been held up in that lap there to be that much slower than then Johnny Reid. So that's what it comes down to. This is now the battle. We both know they are super fast drivers, and look at qualifying. They were separated by a couple 100ths of a second. The race isn't in pure lap speed, it is in how you get past traffic. And how you get past traffic requires risk. To pass the traffic as fast as you possibly can. So to be able to do that right, I tell you what, it's game on. And the way they're going to be passing lap traffic, it just really puts a level of risk up through the roof. As you can see, Hayden Dyson there is ahead of Glenn Smith and John DeVeth there, and Peterson closing up on the back of him as well. But Kane Lawson, who's now behind the car, he's doing a great job there, doing some good lap times. He's just getting faster and faster, so they sit in third position. And fastest lap of the race, last lap, Johnny Reid with a 57.6.
Now, just remember that the lap record is a 56.2. Just throwing that one out there.
Wow. Yep. That's but yeah, these boys are fast, and you know now that there's no fuel race involved in this, because they're going to have to stop again no matter what, because they've all stopped right on that hour 10 mark. So we're not going to be seeing much of a fuel race unless there's a safety car on what they call the bubble, which we've all learned about from Larko with the supercars last weekend. That's when it becomes a fuel race, but for the moment, you may as well just push on.
Well, you would be concerned and slightly nervous if you were because you know that's a first car. So how hard do you push, even though you know you're going to stop?
Yeah, well, at this point you may as well push on to try and see what your pace is like against Johnny Reid. But you know, if you find that you're not catching, that's when your race changes. Maybe you go, right, okay, we're not as fast over a lap. Maybe we look at trying to save some fuel and try and keep the lap time that way, so that the back end of the race you've got more fuel in the car, that when you make the stop you're that little bit closer, and you know, things might unfold a bit better that way.
So it's just worth noting, as we look at the timing boards, that the Peterson car, despite having a drive-through, still sits in P3, but they are 23 seconds off the lead. Now, let's be blunt, 23 seconds, still got another fuel stop. Just saying. You know what I'm saying here?
I do.
I'm not suggesting that's a race-winning car, but when you're sitting in P3 and you're 2 seconds back and you're ready to almost halfway through, it's not as severe as it sounds in the end.
No, it's not. It's not. Like, you know, their race isn't over. Let's put it that way. Their race isn't over. They may as, you know, and they will. They're you know, a high-level team, and they'll just be sitting in their own race now. They'll be really pushing hard. They want to try and win this after the problems that they've had. But, you know, after qualifying, they know they don't quite have the pace of the two front cars, but, you know, Ant is you know, a very talented driver. We know he's fast, we know he can do the job, so you know, they're working on their game plan now and how they can try and close that up. So their best hope is to, you know, get that safety car and pull back up a bit more.
So that is
Jono Lester. There's that one there. So
I'm just a little bit confused with the other car, which is the Tom Alexander car, but they're coming in on the Marco Giltrap, Simon Evans 6th Porsche, which has already won the Class 3 coming into this meeting. They were so far ahead.
Yeah, they have.
And a tiny little team too. Simon, a strong driver, good tin top driver, new father, right? You've been a new first-time father. And Marco Giltrap, who has made it quite clear he wants to race tin tops as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, Marco's doing a great job in that car, and he's obviously got Simon Evans there, sort of helping mentor, get him up to speed, and you know, as we know, Simon's a very accomplished driver, and you know, Marco's got the right person in his corner to help improve and you know, upskill Marco, and you know, they work really well together. It's you know, a high-level team, the way they operate, that beautiful presenter Jenny Forman Porsche. It's yeah, it's just they're awesome.
Speaking of something, who's the team manager of that team, and saying that his son Mitch, who drove for Jaguar in Formula E, voted the I think it was some magazine 11th best driver in the world.
Yeah,
you know,
that's huge.
Which is pretty cool. And you're going, well, if he's 11th best driver and he was ahead of Nick De Vries, Nick De Vries just got a contract with AlphaTauri. What a shame that they didn't actually have a look at that young
conversation that would take more than a 3-hour race.
It is one of the funny ones, right? Because, you know, Mitch Evans, and despite what you think of Formula E, is a very quick driver.
Oh, yeah, Mitch is a seriously talented driver, and you know, that's why he's been doing so well with Jaguar. He's had a few different teammates now, and constantly he's just a lock in his teammates that he's up against, and that's what he's speaking internally as a friend of his. That's obvious. You can see he's constantly beating his teammates, and he's just the level he operates at, and how hard he works as well to get where he is. He's committed.
And I think that's the thing that stands out about Mitch too, is the effort put in and the reward at the end of it. But people still Formula E, you know, is it exciting racing? I think it can be. You've just got to make it sound better.
You do, but at the same time, like, when you really get into that Formula E, it's incredible what goes into the tech, and you know, they've got their own language within the teams to talk to the engineer, because they know all the teams are listening to the radio, so they literally learn another language of Alpha, Delta, Bravo, all this sort of stuff to relay information back to the engineers. Like, it's just incredible what goes on.
This is Daniel Gordon, the Mylands Clarence 720S, second in the last 2 rounds, second in this third and final round. Do they have enough in them to get past the Audi, the 27 Audi of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid? But even then, it's potentially not enough to win the championship. They need that Fillmore Audi along with Johnny Reid to literally finish 3 or below. And so it is one of those things. I think today, the way this is starting to pan out, a win would be the satisfying way to end the season for this car. But there is still a long way to go. We've just clicked over the halfway mark. We've just got 1 hour and 32 in this 3-hour endurance race, the final round of the Tyres Services South Island Endurance Series for 2022. We're coming to you live on Pits TV and Flow Racing around the world from Levels Raceway in deep south Southampton, Timaru, just outside this lovely little city that's by the water. A lot of, and the funny thing about this weekend, a lot of teams had to find accommodation elsewhere because they have the Masters Games on this weekend in Timaru, and accommodation was at a premium.
Yeah, exactly. And as you keep saying, what a beautiful track to come to. It's, everyone just loves this place in terms of it's a technical, challenging, tough track, and it's all about the track position here, as we can see.
Yeah, my first visit to this track, and I drove in and went, I just feel like I'm at a country club. Beautiful sort of poplars and poplar trees lining the driveway coming in, and you chat to the ladies in the office. It was so helpful in anything they wanted. And it was really interesting to talk to the office ladies. The fact that because the track has been here for so long, the presence in the community is strong.
That's an important thing.
They moved on. And they said it's actually really good because when we want to go and look for the most important thing, that sponsorship, they're not pushed away. 9 times out of 10, there are open arms, and I think that's a testament to the people that are running the South Canterbury Park.
No, it really is, and it's great for the community to have Timaru International Raceway here, and it just brings more people into the area, and like this weekend, as we're saying, this whole place is just full of not just got the Master Games people as well, so it's great to see.
Masters Games, but scary that Masters Games. What you a master yet?
No. Fast coming that way, but.
So the leader, Johnny Reid in the Audi 27, now having to deal with back markers, holding him up somewhat.
This is costing him a lot of time here as he comes out onto the main straight, round the kick. Be interesting to see what his lap time is there. He just got hammered on 59.7 that lap. The lap before was high 57s, and look at Daniel Gordon, 57.8. The gap is down to 4 seconds.
I don't know if my heart can take another hour and a half of this watching Daniel try and chase down Johnny Reid, because as I remarked before,
So
Johnny Reid will respond.
He will, absolutely he will respond. But at the 1 hour 31 mark, the gap was 7.3 seconds. The gap now is 4.2 seconds. 4.3 seconds. It is, wow.
The 33 Mercedes of Ant Pedersen has also shaved at least 2.5 seconds of his time, and so now putting at 20.7, and that's in the last 2-3 laps. So he's buying more time to try and stay on that podium, because the Nigel Lawson at GT3 is another 18 seconds back. So that is really when you consider that in the first half of this race they were all over each other. You could have thrown a towel over.
Yeah, just the race just keeps changing. As you can see, Daniel Gorn coming behind that R8. He just wants to get past him as quick as he can. He will see the gap between him and Johnny Reid now. He will be pushing as hard as he can. He knows that if he can win this race and Johnny finishes second, it may not be the championship, but they do not want another second place. They want to win this race.
You start bringing out the old lines, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Well, at least for season 2022, but that's not a definite either. So
don't ask me about that. I've finished second in New Zealand Endurance Final 3 times now. So
always the bridesmaid, huh?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, but I bet you had fun chasing the idea of finishing first.
Well, when you're leading with 6 minutes to go and have a failure with the car and finish second, we don't want to go there. So then
Here is the driver swap notes, and that'll be Simon Evans coming out and Marco Giltrap going into the 64 car. That is the 6th sponsored Porsche GT4 Cayman, and Google Carter, another good drive for Marco Giltrap, who I'm hearing wants to go driving Porsches next year.
Yeah, he's really keen to go over and do the Porsche Challenge Series over in Australia, which we see Ryan Wood, who was very, very successful last year in the New Zealand Endurance Championship, or the South Island Endurance Championship, should I say. And I know Marco wants to go over there and have a crack at that, and he deserves a crack. How he's driving and the commitment Marco is putting in, he really deserves a crack to go over there and have a go at it.
Am I right in saying it's 2 years since Marco had that moment and told him his national record? 2 years now?
He would be coming up that, time flies,
I think it was or split in the whole code. That series, I can't.
Was around.
It seems like yesterday when the McLaren he was driving, wire stuck over his brakes. Something snapped. The rear brakes just.
Yeah, it was a freak thing. It was sounded like it may have been a pick up on the bit of wire that got caught around the ABS sensor, which has then caused an ABS failure, which has then caused a lockup, which has then caused the car to go straight ahead.
And straight ahead into concrete blocks.
Yeah, scary crash.
He walked away, but then they found later that he'd done his back.
Yeah,
broke his back.
A few injuries.
But again, you talked to him after that, and the commitment he made to his rehab and doing everything right. You got to say that's just balls. That's commitment, and again a testament to the kid that wants to do what he wants to do and realise what is necessary to be at this level.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a big thing to get back in a car after a crash like that, especially when it's nothing to do with what you've done. It's been a failure, and you've ended up in the position you've been in. It's it's a big thing for him to have to get back in the car.
And I think, Andrew, too, that may have been part of the process, knowing that he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
knowing that, because I think anyone's confidence would be knocked around if you knew it was avoidable, but you had done something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you can sort of look at it on the other side, and the argument on the other side is when it's not you realise more that some things just aren't. That mechanical failures do happen, and they can knock your confidence as well. I've been there with mechanical failures that's caused you to go off track, and I found it knocked you quite hard because it was out of your control. It's nothing you've done to cause the car to do this, and you get quite nervous about this.
And plus, you probably feel a responsibility because you're in the sense.
Absolutely, do.
Regardless of it being your fault or not.
You do for sure.
Just an update, we're still trying to find out. There was a post-race investigation into the Class 2 and 3 with Sam Collins and Grandma Melville's in that race. We still don't have a result, so we are still calling that the result of the second 1 hour race down Classes 2 and 3 a provisional result. Oh, let's spray the champagne and put on them for that. But we still don't know what the outcome of that have sent a good man called Paul Lancaster, who knows a bit of driving around this place, knows it well. I said, do you mind going and asking them for me? Go and check with the clerk of the course on what's going down. So hopefully before the end of this 3-hour race, we'll have a response to that investigation, that racing incident that caused the Melmazat car to go off. Albeit that Melmazat car is sitting in P5 with I think Mana Melmazat is in the car. So, excuse me, no, he's not. John Lester is still in that car, double stinting, and we got the explanation on that one. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that, because there was talk maybe there was no overlap on that, some suggested maybe there wasn't. So we'll get an answer to that one shortly. The honest answer that Paul has got back to me from us is nothing, they're all still open. So there you go. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign when it comes to whether or not you were right or wrong, but Paul Lancaster has kindly wandered back and said, no, haven't got a clue, there's just lots of shouting and yelling. So
well, we'll see what comes of that one.
So there we go, there's your race leader, Johnny Reid in the Alliance 27 Audi Evo doing the job. But that gap to Daniel Gaunt has come down a little more, just under 3 seconds now. Johnny Reid putting it fast now at 57.6.
And as you can see, Johnny Reid coming past the main straight. Will we get a snapshot of how close Daniel Gaunt is getting? He's getting closer and closer. Can we see in the back of the screen?
There he is.
Look how close it is getting. They are getting closer and closer. With 2.9, next lap 2.7 seconds. Another 2/10. Daniel has taken out of him.
Okay, I'm just going to say now, watch Johnny Reid respond.
He will respond, but where the response is, it's traffic. You've got to take the bomb up the inside. You just cannot afford to get held up by anyone. Obviously, Johnny got through nicely there, but then we hopefully will see Dan Gaunt now. He's going to come up behind the little RX-7. Look, he's got away without losing any more time. And now look how much time Johnny is losing. He lost a bit of time into there from the Askews.
And look right there, here comes the Daniel Gaunt McLaren 720S. The Askew TCR holding up Johnny Reid a little bit, allowing the McLaren to pull back some time. Coming onto the front straight here, the Timaru middle recycling straight, and it's all on. And there's still over an hour to play. We're at 1 hour and 42 in this 3-hour race. And now Johnny can see him in his rear vision mirror. And Daniel Gaunt will have those eyes. They will be red.
1.7 seconds is the gap. It is getting closer. This is game on. So as I keep saying it, Johnny will know this. He knows he needs to just get through this traffic as fast as he can. And this is where that risk level just goes through the roof, you know. Johnny wants to win this race. Yes, there's a championship on the line, but he wants to win this race just as much. So, you know, you've got to make big moves on cars in front, but at the same time for Johnny, he's thinking, yeah, okay, I better watch out for other cars around you as well. So, yeah, it's just amazing to see where it's going.
Down the Alpine Energy back straight by Daniel Gaunt, the Milan McLaren 720S. This is the championship fight in front of you right now. It's the final round of the Carter's Tyre Service 3-hour endurance race in the South Island Endurance Series.
Interestingly enough, Ben Silcock is back out there in that little Honda after the big spin down the front straight, losing his front bumper. He is still out on the track. And look at this, Kane Lawson is now in front of Johnny Reid. This is going to hold Johnny up a bit. Kane is not going to make this too easy. Let's see what he does here. Let's see if he holds him off or Johnny takes a big dive up the inside. No, this is going to close the gap up even more. As Kane does the right thing there. He moves out of the way and lets Johnny go. There's no need for Kane to get involved with this. That's smart driving there by Kane to let him go.
That's the other thing too. This is how quick these the Evo Audi and the McLaren are as opposed to the other GT cars. So it's another lap.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, your race is against that McLaren, so you're better to let Johnny go, put the anchor out to try hooking behind Johnny and get him to pull you along. You're going to make more time by doing that than holding each other up. So next one is Daniel. Is Daniel going to get held up by Kane at all?
Yeah, the 910 car, the Leicester car, is in the pits, and it'll be driver change, and the boss goes in. Martin Mellon's back for the final stint. An hour and 15 to go in this race, and the boss will bring it home. Obviously, this will be the last stop. It'll cost them placings, but they want to bring it home, and it'll be interesting to see what the time's like too.
Yeah, it will be, to see how it levels out and see what times he does in that car. And Johnny getting a clean run out the inside there of the white RX-7 there, and Dan Gaunt now 1.6 seconds. That gap has subsided just a little bit. Johnny will be responding to this. He does not want Dan all over the back of him.
Look, this is almost a replay of what happened at Teretonga, except this happened in the last 20 minutes, not an hour and 15 to go.
I've been in this situation of Johnny's before, when you've got someone, actually it was Johnny catching me in this exact same situation where you're leading a race. I know how tough it is to have to stay out the front when you've got a car just as fast, maybe a little bit more of an edge on you, catching up to the back of you. So this will make a long hour 15 for the rest of the race.
How much pressure do you feel when you're being chased down by a driver like that? I mean, do you feel, how much does it put you off concentrating and out of your rhythm?
It just makes you concentrate more, and it gives you more rhythm. It's the opposite. You just really focus in, and because you've built up to this part in the weekend. You know that it's not seconds that the other driver's quicker than you. It's a tenth here. You know where you've got the game, and then you know where you lose it. So you're just trying to get those little parts that you've been struggling on all weekend just that little bit better, and you're just working as hard as you can. But just in the back of your mind in this situation, and as we can see, Dan is quicker at this stage of the race than what Johnny is. In the back of your mind that car catching you is just a little bit quicker. It's not a lot, but it messes with you knowing that you've got an hour 15 left of dealing with this. Imagine that pressure cooker, that you've got an hour 15 left of Daniel Gaunt on your tail trying to get past you. It is so mentally draining to hold that on.
Well, it must be in a similar way mentally draining too for the chaser, Daniel Gaunt. And look how close he is now as they come through Castrol and head on to the Alpine Energy back straight. But a nice come out of that corner too by Johnny Reid though.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're talking about mentally draining for the driver behind. It's a booster. It's a morale boost, because you know that you're quicker than the driver that you're ahead of. So you know that you've got the driver in front under pressure. You know they're working the tyres a little bit harder. You know that they're doing a bit more risk to get past cars in front, like we can see there. So when you're in Dan's position, even though you're not in the lead, you've got a level of control on what's happening. But then the flip side for that is Johnny knows how hard it is to pass around here. So you know that Johnny can just hold on to it as much as he can, but look, Johnny has Daniel Gaunt now all over the back of him with an hour and 10 minutes to go left in the race.
Coming into the S's, then heading out towards Castrol, and the heat gets even hotter for Johnny Reid. He's a lot closer this time, is Daniel Gaunt, as they head onto the back straight. Who would have thought at this point that we were looking at the championship after an hour and 48, and there's the two front runners just going toe to toe.
So now this is where the engineers come back into play. How do you win this race? You know how hard it's going to be for Dan to get ahead as an engineer. Stephen Giles knows this. So he now is working the numbers, working out what he can do to try get ahead of Reid. So
that 417 car involved again in a small way, slowing Johnny Reid up.
Yep. But what you'll be doing in this situation of the race, yes, you'll be pushing as hard as you can, putting Johnny under as much pressure as you possibly can to make the pass. But then you get to a point where you go, all right, maybe we look at trying to save fuel while you're sitting one behind to jump them in the pits. It sounds like we've got an interview down in the pit lane with Hayden Knighton.
Yeah, we got him down here. You've come out of the car recently. How's it feel? How's the track? How are you?
Not too bad. Car's going all right. It's not the best car we've had all weekend, but that's okay. We were just chipping away and just doing our thing, and we were sort of getting held up there a little bit by the Porsche, but you know, it's just we just had to sort of just sit behind and just keep going around really. Yeah.
So you've lost about 5 seconds after after the Mercedes and the McLaren passed you. Was there anything going on with the car, or?
I was just pushing away, but the tyres are just sort of gone off a little bit. But yeah, don't know really. It's just a day of the track. It's hard to get it perfect, you know. Like,
Stefan, all over in the pits and doing a fine job, just keeping us up to what the mood is like as we look at Daniel Gordon coming into the S's, now trying to smother the back of that Audi 27. Oh, there's that GTCR. Stay out of the way.
And see what Dan did there. He didn't bomb straight to the inside. He stayed a bit wider to try and get a better run onto the straight. He took advantage of that. He knew that Johnny was cornered. He was pushed right down to the inside of the corner. Look at the speed that he's managed to gain down the straight because he got that better run on. But the best thing best thing that Dan can do here is just pressure Johnny. You'll spend, you've got so long in the race. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go in this race. You may as well spend a good 20 minutes, half an hour now, pressuring the back of Johnny to try force him into a mistake. And if it gets to a point where it's just not happening, maybe you look at now saving fuel to be able to run less fuel to make the jump to the pit stop. This is where all the games come in. It's not just a race on track, it's a race with the engineers, as I was saying earlier.
I know this is all about tactics, but there's the part of me, when it comes into the television part of me, would love to see them both put at the same time.
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
I don't think we will, because they're basically in the same garage. So unless it's safety car, yes, we will see them pit at the same time. I'm pretty sure. But at the moment, you're best to just run. Yeah, this is going to get interesting. I would say Dan will be smart enough here to maybe start saving fuel early, because all it's going to take is, if they'll have around the same amount of fuel left in the tank. Yes, the Audi's a little bit better, but if Dan can manage to save another sort of 5 litres over a stint, let's say another 2 seconds in the stop, that might be the difference to jump Johnny in the pit lane to get back ahead. But at the same time, Dan's got his work cut out, because we know that the McLaren is a little bit more hungry on fuel.
Battle for the race win. We know pretty much that even if the 27 doesn't win the race, they win the championship. So that's how. So let's go pit-wise now. Let's just go to the back of the field, because it hasn't been a great day for Cameron Jones, Stefan.
No, it hasn't. This guy's had quite a few issues with his car. Can you explain what's happened?
Yeah, to be honest, it's just a point that was also on the paddle shift. So once we figured that out and cable dried it up, it was away. But it looks like the exhaust is broken off now. So it's broken off and dragging on the ground. So I think that might be us for the day, unfortunately.
A bit of bad luck there, mate. Well, have a good weekend now. Have a beer.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, mate.
It's Stefan's perfect response, isn't it? That's the perfect
response. Have a beer.
It's the perfect response to anything. If you're done for the day, find a cold one. Although not that we should be promoting that around cars at the same time. Just, it's the old don't drink and drive message, but enjoy watching it. Get someone else to drive you home. The Audi 27 leading this final 3-hour race, round 3 of 3. And the Tyres South Island Endurance Series. And that constant pest, that tick that is following him, is Daniel Gaunt.
So already noticed Dan isn't putting as much pressure on Johnny now. He's just sort of hanging back there. Maybe they are already looking for the strategy of fuel save. I'll poke my head out the window very shortly and listen into turn 1 to see if we can hear Dan lift and coasting to save a bit of fuel, to see if that's making the difference. Could be that, or maybe he's just looking after his tyres now. Maybe he's burned the car up to get to the back of Johnny. There's so many different things, Again, you just think you can just drive up to the back with him now, pass him, but there's so many different elements to add into this to get the race win.
It's an interesting sort of mind game, this, isn't it? When you look at, Johnny Reid, he's been around the blocks. He knows how to drive fast cars, open wheels, the whole 9 yards. But he's also very smart.
Absolutely he is. And I was just listening down on the straight there. It looks like Dan is still hard up on the gas there, so doesn't look like he's doing any fuel saving there. And but yeah, as you're saying, Johnny is a very, very seasoned racer, and he is not going to make this easy.
All right, let's go to the 33 garage and see if we can get some responses to that drive-through as well.
We're here with Ricky. He's the crew chief to the AMG Mercedes and Peterson in there, mate. How's he feeling? How's the car going?
Oh yeah, it's pretty happy out there. It's doing pretty comparable times to the couple of cars out front, but unfortunately that slower car on the front straight and got a drive-through penalty with that. So not much we can do from here. We're a little bit behind, about 25 seconds behind off the leaders now. So sitting in third, we'll try and manage that and maybe wait for a late safety car or something and pop some fresh tires and see what happens.
Long race, enjoy it, have fun.
Yeah, cheers boys, thank you.
So he mentioned the crash. He mentioned the one with the 417 car on the front straight. Got the drive-through penalty for contact.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get their view on what actually happened there as well. But yeah, they seem pretty calm about it at that point. And that's the thing with the drive-through. Once it's served, there's no point in fighting anymore. You've just got to get on with it, because even post-race, if you find that you're not guilty and it hasn't been your fault, it's still game over. You know, you've served it through the race.
But that would make it even worse if you get the drive-through and you find it's not your fault. You get the drive-through because it shouldn't have been given, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, you know, if it's not actually their fault come the end of the race, and they sit down and they analyse it, and you know, this never normally happens. But say if you're a race control go, we shouldn't have we shouldn't have given out that penalty.
Well, it was interesting because on second look, and I said to you, there didn't look like there was enough room, but on second look,
it looked like there was.
It looked like there was, and he got squeezed, right? Because obviously this 417 car was looking both ways. There were cars on both sides. So, and the Mercedes must have come at a great rate of knots. So, I can understand why there would be some angst in the camp now after going off like a spring chicken saying, well, actually, there was no room. There was, but it was a split second of room. It was a split second, and then it closed.
Yeah, and there's so many ways to look at it, and that's why, you know, I think it should have been a post-race, you know, look at this one, because, you know, it depends on the angles, you know, and which way you want to look at it, if there was enough room or not. But that's what I mean in terms of race control. If later on they sit down with video from both cars, they find more camera footage, and then they go, oh yeah, actually the Mercedes wasn't at fault, the damage is done. They can't come back from that. They can't reinstate a drive-through, which actually, believe it or not, I've been involved with a reinstatement of a drive-through up in Asia, but that's another whole conversation.
A reinstatement of a drive-through? So
yes.
Is that mid-race?
Post-race. We got reinstated a drive-through, which,
So explain to me how you reinstate a drive-through post-race?
Don't ask.
Okay.
Don't ask. It was... Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's next level. Let's leave that. Yeah. Okay. Let's leave that. There is the 33.
It's a conversation for the drive home.
So there's the 33 car that got affected by the drive-through. They got affected when they were actually leading the race, and they got back into the race because they had a better pit stop than the Hayden, the Knighton car, right? The Mangan Turbo Warehouse GT3 Mercedes, and then it all went pear-shaped. So that was tough, right? We know that, but it's done. What's done is done. And it's Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid leading this 3-hour endurance race with a little over 1 hour to play. And they hold about it's actually, now, this is an interesting thing. 2 laps ago, the gap was 0.7 of a second. Now it's 1.7. So I wonder whether the fuel save is coming into play for the Daniel Gaunt.
Yeah, he's dropped right off. That's all I can put it down to is he's just purely looking for a fuel save now, and he's just trying to get ahead of that game. But you know, that game's opening up quite a bit. But don't get me wrong, it is so hard to fuel save. It is one of the hardest things in racing to do, is to fuel save and fuel save properly without losing any time. Because you know what you got to do to fuel save. It's not about just short shifting the gears. Sometimes it doesn't work. Most of the time it doesn't work. The best, most efficient way to save fuel is what they call the lift and coast. So you're going down the straight. You lift off the gas 200-300 meters early, coast, and then brake. But because you've coasted, your brake point is now later because you've not carried as much speed to the braking point. So as a driver, you've got to figure out the coast and how much later you can go on the brakes that next lap. And that changes all the time because, you know, some laps you might not coast as much. It's just, you know, it's all over the place. It's really, really hard to get right.
All right, let's go down to IMS and see what they're thinking about what is unfolding between two of their cars that are leading this race and both fighting for the championship. Stefan?
Nick, it's all go up the front, first and second, mate. A good team race. What's happening out there?
It's a bit of a just trying to get both the cars
through the traffic here at Timaru until the end. Really close racing between John at the front of Leone and Dan chasing them down in the McLaren. In fact, very close as they go past right now. We've got a little bit of a lead on the third car, the Mercedes-Benz, about 30 seconds. So just got to manage our own race at the moment and see what happens at the end.
So about an hour to go. It's looking pretty good for you guys. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and have a good championship run.
Yeah, I think Williamson knows pretty well that they're in the 1-1 position for a championship with that 27 car. I would like to know technically though what they are playing out as to who goes who, whether they both go in together or one tries an undercut or whatever.
Yeah, so just put yourself in Nick Williamson's position there. You've got two cars who are leading. One's leading the championship, one's second in the championship. The car behind, which is a quick car at the moment, is really pushing on as hard as he can to try and win the race. How do you manage that as a team Audi? There's so much going on. You want both your cars to be up the front, but you want them to both come home safely, but both teams want to win the race. It's a hard situation to manage, but IMS, they've done this for years. They know exactly how to handle these situations, and there's some rules set out within the team of what you can and can't, within reason. Obviously they wanted to go racing. They know that both cars want to go racing, but basically the rule is no contact between teammates. It is as simple as that, and these guys will obey that, but they'll be playing real hard and fast to try and win this race.
So that confirms no team orders here?
Of course not. No team orders. It'll just be about one team rule is no contact. Do not hit your teammate. As simple as that. And you could go to any form of high-level motorsport around the world. It's the same rule. Just no contact with your teammate. That is the first and foremost, most important thing.
Inside the last hour of this 3-hour race, the final race in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series for 2022, and you've got your championship leader Johnny Reid and Sam Filman, the 27 Audi, leading currently second place, and the Andrew Fawcett, Daniel Gaunt McLaren.
So just in the corner of that shot there, did that look like a car that has slowed down and stopped on the track? I was at the Silcock. It has stopped down the straight. Are we going to see a safety car here? How is this going to change the race with 1 hour to go? If we think back, 70 minutes is how long the car can go on a tank of gas. There's an hour to go in the race. Are we going to see these guys coming for fuel?
Okay, so
are we going to see a safety car? That is what it comes down to.
Well, I'm seeing a farm bike out there, the old 4x4, but I'm not seeing a safety car. Now, you tell me, if we get to look at where it's sighted at the moment, is that a dangerous position? Because that's all that race control will be looking for, right? Is that a dangerous position to have parked up? Drivers out of the car.
Yeah. To me, it is not in a safe position. I would say that it's exposed. There's no other cars around. We've seen what's happened multiple times down the front straight in a straight line today, where cars have gone off. Obviously, yes, there's a kick involved as well, but they don't look like they're going to be putting a safety car here, which is a big call by race control. It's
Are you trying to will race control to bring out a safety car just to spice this up even more?
Looks like they're just going to leave the car there. As we can see out of our commentary box here, they're just going to leave the car and driver there. You sit there, you stay there to the end of the race. And it's a long walk around from where he is positioned, as we can see out of our commentary box here, or that's a long wait for the rest of the race.
So it's at the braking just before the 200 metre, just by thereabouts the 200 metre braking mark on the Alpine Energy back straight. Is that a weird call for you? Is that a weird call not to bring out the safety car?
Yeah, I would be calling the safety car, especially now you've got a driver sitting on the fence on the racing side of the track. To me, that needs to be rectified, but not my job. It's race control's job, so we'll wait and see what happens there.
All right, so just something to keep an eye and ear out for. 417, little Honda out there that has been involved today, parked out on the back straight. No safety car. should there be a safety car? 2 hours and 5 minutes about to tick over in this 3-hour race. There is your race leader, Johnny Reid, with Sam Fillmore in the Alliance 27 Audi, holding out Daniel Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett.
And that pedal for the AM Cup, Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson in position, and we've got Dan Gaunt in the lane serving his pit stop.
So they jumped first. They have jumped first. So the Andrew Fawcett, Dan Gaunt McLaren goes first.
So this is the undercut that they're trying to get. They're coming in, putting the new tyres on, and they're going to try and put down some real quick laps. If we are going to see the fastest lap of the race from Dan today, now is the time. He knows he needs to be head down, setting some laps to try and make the undercut on Johnny Reid. Are they going to pit Johnny? Are they going to bring him in this lap to cover the undercut? No. Round he goes again. They're going to stick to their own strategy. Endurance racing, sometimes it's about sticking to your strategy, your race, not worrying about what the other car's doing. We've got to remember there's still an hour left in the race. Wow, big call not to take the undercut there to protect the lead, but because it was so tight, it could be the right call. You know, they've got a real smart crew down there on the 27 car with, with who's running it. So it looks like, talking to race control, we've got car 65 and car 90 with drive-through penalties. Car number 90, which is Glenn Smith and John DeVette. This really puts him out of contention for the championship. And also
the 65 car, which is the Askew Golf GTI, the TCR car. So both have drive-through penalties. So okay, so that affects the AM Challenge Cup for DeVette and Smith. But right now we're waiting to see how long Johnny Reid stays out before they pit, because the competitor, the opposition, same team, have done their final pit stop, and that was Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel.
So just doing a bit of a calculation here. I reckon now we haven't seen Johnny cover the undercut. When we see him run to around that 2 hour 20 mark is where we're going to see him run. He's going to run this fuel right out, and then that's when they're going to come in for their stop. So yeah, this is going to get real tight and how this is going to work out.
There's the drive-through penalty being served by John DeVette and Glenn Smith in the McLaren 650S.
So we're just getting word that it's passing under yellow is the reason for the drive-through penalty. That one there is pretty black and white. You know, you just cannot pass. Is down in front of us in race control here. We can see that they've just served the drive-through penalty, so that really knocks them out of contention for third place in the championship and the winners of the AM Cup.
Not protecting the undercut, so you've got a car that's fully loaded, and the Daniel Gaunt, Andrew Fawcett car. By the time the Audi comes in, the McLaren will be a lot lighter.
Yeah, absolutely. The McLaren will be a lot lighter, but it's going to have tyres that are a lot more worn out. So that is the difference. But then GT tyres, they seem to handle the long run just that little bit better, but they're obviously going to stick to their game plan. And just looking as well, car number 33 has a drive-through penalty as well. We're not too sure why this is, maybe passing on the yellow as well, but this is not their day. This is a second drive-through for the Pedersens.
So they will be they will be throwing arms up there and saying, what have we done wrong, to say, who have we said bad things about?
Yeah.
Whatever. Who have we cursed against?
That's tough for them. And then just looking at the lap times as well. Last lap, Johnny Reid with a 58.5, 57.9, responding with a 57.9. He is flying out there, and then Daniel Gaunt doing a 58.2. Let's see what his next lap is as he comes around. So now we obviously don't have a race that we can see in front of us. It's a lap time race. This is what we're looking at. Who can pass the traffic the best? Dan will be taking some risks in traffic, which he needs to do. It's calculated risk. It's not full risk. He's making the moves where he can, but he knows he just needs to push on, and then this is the time that he can make up to be able to get back in the front. Well, sorry, should I say in the front? They haven't had a chance to lead the race today, but it's all go from here.
It's worth noting though that Daniel Gaunt, even if he does get into the front and wins the race, it's not enough to win the championship.
No,
it's not enough to win the championship.
they want to win. They want to win this race. They've been trying so hard. The North Island Series as well. They've had, I think it was 1 win up there, but apart from that, they've had second, quite a few seconds along the way. So they are hanging out for this win. They will be pushing as hard as they can to try and win this race.
The old bit between the teeth from Daniel Gaunt and Andrew Forston, the Myland McLaren 720 S, and we're inside that hour mark now, only about 15 minutes to go. And it's been one heck of a race. There's been all sorts of things going on, from drive-through penalties to cars being turned around to battles coming off. The whole day has provided plenty here at Levels. If you want entertainment, Levels is the place to be on this Saturday. In fact, this whole South Canterbury is the place to be right now. You've got the Masters Games, you've got this, you've got all sorts of things going on. And I've got to say, we're only about K here. I haven't seen too many big plans coming in. Yeah, it's a little locally, but I understand that. It certainly is a beautiful part of it. Just letting you enjoy the sounds of the GT3 racing around here at Levels Raceway as we see the knight in the car, and there is your leader. Well, there is still your leader. Now, I still have to ask the question: did it cover the undercut?
Didn't cover the undercut.
You think that Johnny Reid will come in at about
2 hour 20 mark, depending on how good they are at fuel? They might go even longer than what that is.
So just hearing from the pits that Team 33 are
not happy.
Less than happy for getting caught for passing under the yellow. Let's just say that's the most polite way we can describe how they're feeling at the moment. But we have to come back to this situation here. So not covering the undercut, does the McLaren, we know it's a thirstier car.
Yeah.
Surely they have enough juice to finish.
You'd think so. There's no point in coming in that early to then have to fuel again later on. It becomes a 3-stop race. You're not going to win on a 3-stop race.
No, and they haven't done 3-stop.
No, unless they're looking for some magic under a safety car, which there's no way that it's going to work. So, to me, they needed to fuel the car to the end of the race. They could put greens on. I completely get doing this early stop to put greens on to get the undercut to get ahead now, but there's no point in not doing it so you got fuel to the end. But they pitted in, they should have enough fuel because it was around an hour 50 to go. Sorry, an hour 10 to go, and then that's how far they had to get with Fawcett, and he had enough fuel, so they should be good on fuel to go from here. I'd like to think.
I know we're not trying to put doubt in anyone's mind, but there are some questions flying around, and we thought we might address those in an open forum, and maybe you can respond, and you have responded to that. So we're inside, we're getting close to that 45-minute mark left, and this car here, your leader, Johnny Reid, with Sam Fillmore, who did a really good first stint. Took a while to find his rhythm, didn't he? Got caught up at the beginning, even though they're on front row. They didn't have a great start.
Yeah, well, Sam did get out to the lead at the start. He was leading the race, but then the McLaren just turned the wick up and around she went.
And it's not the McLaren we're talking about, it was the 650S.
It was the 650S McLaren. Turned the wick up and around it went. And but then they sort of just seemed to struggle a little bit from there. And then that's from this, what you mean by, took a little while for Sam to get into rhythm. But when he did, and that's just typical of Sam. He held his rhythm. He just drove a solid race, did all he needed to do. He's, very, very solid in that regard.
I mean, it's cliched in saying that, but he's certainly a true team player with some gas.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got it covered, and that's why we now see Johnny and Sam out in the lead, and we'll keep it on that gap at the moment between Dan and Johnny. It's 41.6 seconds.
Now, a lot of the pit stops we've been. Paul Lancaster has turned into an absolute little gem sitting here beside us, because most of the top teams have been pulling down a 42 second pit stop. So just to give you an indication that if they try and jump soon and they're 43, 42 seconds, it could be rather exciting getting in and out here.
Yeah, very much so. And just as we say that as well, Johnny Reid has responded with a 57.6. The pace is good in that car. There is nothing wrong with that pace, and that's not what Dan Gore wants to see when you've got fresher tyres and you've got Johnny Reid still pulling away from you. But then at the same time, you've got to think that Dan has more fuel on board, but that's where they needed their gain through the new tyres.
The one thing we have seen with Johnny Reid, and we all know this, we've said it before, he's very good on tyres. He knows how to work a car and work those tyres, and we've seen this time and time again with Johnny Reid. There is the Smith DeVeth McLaren 650S that was an early leader in the race and then decided to go backwards. Don't know why, but it went backwards. It's always suffered a drive. It's been caught for a drive-through as well today, but it's also hurt their chances of winning the AM Cup as well.
Yeah, it has. It really has hurt them, and that's not the result they wanted. I think they're a lap down on Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson for that AM Cup and third overall in the championship.
So wherever you are watching this around the world on Flow Racing or on Pits TV, welcome to Levels Raceway and the home of the South Canterbury Clark Club. 75 years young this year. Track that was built in 1967, 2.4 kilometres long. Andrew was described before, it's been resurfaced in certain areas. The other time you had a little skate on it yesterday. And by the way, what did you have a little skate on it yesterday?
What car did I ever skate in?
Yeah.
The Mercedes of...
the Knighton Mercedes.
The Knighton Mercedes, yep. A few laps in that one, and also in the Porsche, which is unfortunately looking a bit more second-hand after their day.
Well, talking to Steve Brooks after that, and he's a little disappointed because they don't even think they might be able to make the national finals with Highland. He says the parts could be a huge issue for that car.
Yeah, which is a real shame, but, the James Marshall Motorsport boys, they will be on the case trying to get their car ready, and the hold-up won't be the matter of being able to repair the car.
It's parts,
purely parts, and we know what it's like around the world at the moment, trying to get anything around the world parts-wise, trying to move things. That is going to be the telltale of what can and can't be done.
Well, it's funny you mention that, because I was at a panel beating shop, getting a tour around a huge panel beating shop yesterday. Excuse me. They called the repair hub. Anyway, they were talking about parts. People having to wait 16 weeks for parts. That's how bad it is. And that's just one panel shop, right?
Yep.
So you talk about race parts and specialised parts. It's probably going to be as bad.
It can be. And but then the flip side of that, because it's it's a factory race car, you'd like to think that Porsche have got parts on the ready.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of these cars around the world that get raced and bashed up every weekend, that you'd like to think that Porsche have a few of these parts, and if any manufacturer does, Porsche will have the parts available. So let's just hope that it's all doable and they can get back out for the final.
Hashtag ad on the back of that statement.
Yeah, but that's just at the level these, and not even just Porsche. You got Audi; they're the same in the same boat as well. They've got race cars all around the world, and they know which parts need replacing normally, and they can most likely be able to get there.
43.6 seconds is the difference between second and first.
That gap's grown. That gap's grown by 2 seconds.
And does that play into the hands of the Fillmore Reid team now when it comes to pit stops?
Absolutely it does. Absolutely.
Don't need a driver change, just need juice and rubber.
And I would say probably less fuel than what has to be taken on board with the McLaren over the full stint. Not just this last stint, but over the fuel, because obviously Dan's got more fuel at the moment, so it's going to be a little bit shorter, but then that gap.
It's all about the rubber now, isn't it? Because Dan's rubber will have been worked over. Johnny comes in, takes less fuel, fresh rubber, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, and the undercut unfortunately doesn't look like. Well, it's hard to know. We need to know that the in and out lap the time of the pits. If it's 41 seconds or more, what it takes to come in the pits, do a stop, and then get back out. That's what time we need to know. But either way, I think it's going to still be very tight.
Well, you have suggested that it's the 2:20 mark, and it's just about to click over the 2:20 mark, and there's still no sign of the 27 Audi coming into the pits.
Yeah, it'll be close to that because now that's on that 70-minute mark. We know that the Audi can nearly do a full race distance, which takes you to the 2 hours 30, 2 hours 40 mark. So it's going to be somewhere in between that. Between 2 hours and 20, 2 hours 40 is where we'll see the stop.
So still a lot to play out, even though in essence there are only 2 cars in the running here. Both cars in championship contention, but in essence probably not anymore, because if it's a clean stop for the 27 Audi and they continue on where they are, even if they finish second, they will win the 3-hour endurance championship for 2022 in the South Island Endurance Series.
Oh, look at Dan just getting seriously held up there down the front straight, but no fault of the car in front either. That's just all part of trying to get into the gaps that you're trying to find, and but that's the stuff that hurts Dan from being able to progress. But at the same time, Johnny has his tyres where he gets held up by cars, so it's a yo-yo. So we're just going to keep an eye on that time and see how much it does grow, the gap between them.
It is worth noting that the 2 Manthe Porsches are 6th and 7th, and good to see that Tom Alexander and Francois Beziak having a good run with Marlon Malisamak in the 910. So the 910 and 909 cars running 6 and 7 at the moment.
As we can see, the McLaren off the road.
That's John DeVeth finding the grass coming through the Carter's Valuations hairpin. So the day starting to just it'd be unfair to say fall apart, but they haven't had a great run. They had a good early stint, and he's decided to put that car.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've got a bit of a problem, something not right with it to be able to come off the track and then come straight into the pits like that. But we sort of missed the start of how that would happen. Maybe we'll get a bit of a replay. We're busy looking at the lap times, working out what's going on. As we can see, Kane Lawson now has done his fastest lap of the race as well. But so they're getting happier and happier in that car.
So we're running a clock at the moment on the McLaren just to see what their pit stop is like, just to give us an indication. The 33 Mercedes is in again, this time for just
this will be their stop.
This is their stop.
Sorry, this will be the stop to get them to the end of the race. Putting some fresher tyres, don't look like green tyres. Look like they're putting some fresher tyres on that car to get it to the end, fuel it up, and get it home from here. You can see what I mean by with the pit stop here. The tyres are already done, they're waiting on fuel, and now they drop the car and away they go. So beautiful McLaren heading down into turn 1 and 2. Dan will be just pushing on as hard as he can, and he'll be wanting updates as well. What's the gap? What do I need? But looking at it, it's now out to 46 seconds, that gap. It was down at 41, it's now out at 46. Dan's getting further behind.
So you can make the call now. When are you going to put the Audi?
You're going to run it out of fuel. You're just going to keep going until you run out of fuel, and that's where somewhere in the window of when we're going to see it come in now. I'd say it'll be close. I said around the 2 hours 20. It's going to be from there onwards, but it'll be closer to that 2 hours 30 mark now. But yeah, basically they're going to run it out as far as they can.
If you like tactics, this is actually fascinating, even though it has turned into a 2-car race, because for a while there, the gap was down to 1.7 seconds, then they try and run the undercut. The Audi doesn't cover the undercut, and now the Audi's done such a good job with the Johnny Reed in the pilot seat, you'd almost be tempted to suggest they have time, and now they pit.
So in comes the Audi. It's 3 minutes off, sorry.
Oh, wow, okay. So I've just hit the stopwatch, let's figure this one out. So the gap is 45.6 seconds. Let's see what this pit stop is like and keep our eye on where Daniel Gaunt is while this car is in the pits.
So you can see the guys just taking it nice and slow with the tyres, getting on. There's no need to rush. They're purely just relying on how long the fuel takes. They still don't have the right rear tyre on. Now they do. They've got a little bit of panic there. Now the car's down. They're away.
32 seconds that pit stop was. That's a 32-second pit stop.
Yep. What we need to know is how long as well.
Here comes
looking under
Gaunt now
window.
onto the front straight, and the 27
He's going to do it.
Is coming out of pit lane. Gaunt goes into the lead.
Wow. Pass for the lead. So that is a huge gain for Gaunt and Fawcett. That undercut worked an absolute treat. Unfortunately, we didn't have that info of how long a total stop, including in and out, was, but that worked. The undercut worked massively. They are way ahead now.
I'll guess they had a second or two up their sleeve. Tops. I stopped it when it came off the jacks. And I took it from when it came in and then on the jacks. So I'll take 32 seconds. So if you look at it like that, I'm still thinking they had maybe 2-3 seconds up their sleeve, which is great work.
Wow.
By the Gaunt team to
get that undercut, put the tyres on, but that's what, and that's what you work out over a race weekend as an engineer as well. They work out how long a run through the lane is. You quite often see in practice, you just drive in the pit, out the pit. You work out how long it takes to get down the lane, and then on top of that, you work out the stop. And so that's the total time of what's going on. So that's a huge advantage.
So from 45.6 seconds behind to 5.3 seconds in front, and you've got 35 minutes left in this 3-hour race. Johnny Reid is the hunter now.
Wow. And we know Dan has the pace as well. We saw it earlier in the race. We saw that Dan hasn't been as quick in this middle stint. His team would have known this gap that we didn't know about. We didn't know the total time. Dan's team would have been on the radio saying, look, we've got the undercut, all's good, you're going to come out ahead within reason, so now, just weigh the rest of your race up, because you've got to look after these tyres, because now you've got to remember Johnny is on fresher tyres, so he's going to be quicker and start pulling in.
Can you imagine what Daniel Gaunt's heart rate is like in that McLaren 720 right now, knowing that for the first time in a long time they are in front, but then you've got Johnny Reid on fresh rubber hunting you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just getting word as well that Dan hasn't actually had radio this race as well, so he didn't know any of this. If my sources are correct, he's had no radio this whole race.
The story gets better in the South Island Endurance Series. That's what happened. That's what happened to Murph. That's what happened. He had no radio. Oh no, that's right. He could hear them. He just couldn't talk to them. That's right.
That's probably that on purpose. I'd say that if he was in the room too. Don't you worry.
Yeah. He'd look at me sideways and say, "Just be quiet." But that's okay. I've got to say though, when we just quickly reflect on Bathurst, SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, and GT Garth Tander, sublime effort. Yeah. Absolutely sublime effort. I just loved SVG's comment in post-race when he said, I was pretty confident. If I got a second ahead, I'd be okay. And when you look back at the year that SVG's had, I can't think of anyone has driven anything better. Supercar, rally car. You could give him a push chair and he'd win something and make it look like he was born a push chair. But you know what I'm saying, right?
For him, anything for $5. I'm just going off that because growing up, everything was for $5. So whether you're racing a push bike or whatever, if there was $5 in it, he'd be pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, but he's an incredible talent, and we are super proud of him because he flies the Kiwi flag and has no real ambition to go away from supercars. He just loves the opportunity to race different cars. He told us that on an edition of our show we have here in New Zealand called Sky Speed with myself and Greg Murphy. And I was fascinated because a lot of people are saying, mate, you should be heading to IndyCar because you would tear it up, or even NASCAR and tear it up. I would love to see him have I think Trackhouse Racing, they had Kimi Räikkönen a few weeks back.
Yes.
Dave guesting in a NASCAR. I'd love to see Shane have a crack at that because I just reckon he'd go and give them a really good nudge.
Yeah, he just loves driving anything, and any opportunity he's happy to take. And as we know, he takes it on properly, and he does a good job with it too.
Massive talent. That's all I can say. As we look at we're heading into the last 31 minutes of this Carter's Tyres service round 3, and I can imagine the tension in the Gaunt Fawcett garage is a little high at the moment. I think Stefan's got Andrew himself.
Well, mate, that was a perfect undercut. Now it's all about looking after the tyres, getting yourself to the end. Good stint. How you feeling?
Oh, look, I mean, that was a tough stint. My first stint was a tough stint. Didn't have the best of starts, had to fight back from back in the pack. But look, we came in second at that safety car, and like Dan's done an amazing job out there. He's got the lead down, undercut, worked out perfectly. I don't think his tyre condition is quite as good as the Audi, but I think he can hang on. You know, we're about a 5-second gap still. But we're ready to go, but looking good.
And no radio. How are you communicating?
Oh, unfortunately, the car, we've got fuel flow data coming on the dashboard, so I knew it had 24 litres when I came in. I knew we were going to run out there, but yeah, I wasn't sure whether we'd done the by allocated time, but we just followed the Audi and the pit stop. When the safety car came out and hoped for the best, and it all worked out.
All good, thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Andrew Fawcett looks like he's been run through the ringer for his stint anyway, but so look, interesting, no radio, but this is how we do it.
Yeah.
Great call. By the way, that gap has actually gone out for 6.8 seconds.
Yeah, he has extended that gap, so you know we've obviously got to keep an eye on that gap for a couple of laps, just because obviously, well, look at Johnny Reid. He's just responded with a 57.5, so he is on fire. He knows what he's got to do to win this race, but you know, watch it over a couple of laps. That gap is now out to 5.8 seconds at the 2:30 mark. So let's just keep an eye on that one and see if that comes a bit closer. But you know
it's going to get closer. You know, with Johnny Reid on green tyres, it is going to get closer.
Oh yeah, it will. It will.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just the natural thing, you know. When you're the chasing driver, it's always easier as the chasing driver. It's always easier to pull that gap. Like Johnny can physically see that gap of the car ahead, so he'll be just pushing as hard as he can to get as close as he can.
Well, that's the other good thing about timing it, to just go. You've got 35 minutes, 40 minutes left. Don't spare the horses. There's no fuel saving. All out attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And and Dan will know this as well, that his tyres are nowhere near in the same condition as what Johnny's are. And I tell you what, I know I keep talking about this, but this is always something that, as a driver, Dan will be thinking about this. He'll be hoping there's no chance of a safety car from here. And Johnny's the opposite, because that closes that gap, and then it's all even again, and you've got Johnny behind on fresh tyres, and then Dan on bad tyres. There goes that advantage gain that Dan's got through that undercut. It just diminishes that, but we know how hard it is to pass around here. But it's half an hour to run in this race still. There is so much water to go under the bridge just yet.
Just a quick rundown as to where the top 5 stand and who are in the top 5. It's Forson and Gawn sitting in P1, 4.9 seconds ahead of Sam Fillimore and Johnny Reid, who, if they finish in that position, will be your 3-hour South Island Endurance champions. The 33 Pedersen car has had ups and downs all day, drive-throughs, penalties, the whole 9 yards, but they still sit in P3 ahead of Knighton and Lawson and the other GT Mercedes. The top 5 rounded off by Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, and then McLaren's 650S, but they are 4 laps down. 2 cars on the lead lap only, because that's just the way it's unfolded. It's been a crazy day here at Levels.
Has it what? Has it what? It's just been go, go, go. You know, for this track, smaller track, it creates some drama, doesn't it?
Well, we still don't know the official result of Class 2 and 3. Did Sam Collins get a penalty for a potential tap on Marna Melmazak's car early in that race, or not? We still don't know that confirmed, because if he doesn't get the penalty, and it's all hunky-dory Sam Collins in Class 2 and 3. We know Scott O'Donnell won classes 4 and 5 overall, and he's had a really nice, consistent 3 rounds to earn that right to be overall champion. If this continues the way it's going, it'll be Sam Fillimore and Johnny Reid as your overall 3-hour champions. But the real story here today, if that's going to be the case, and the way it's unfolding, and it feels like it's unfolding as it has done in the first 2 rounds, it's a race between these 2 cars. Daniel Gaunt just wants this race win. Full stop, nothing else. No more bridesmaid, baby.
They are here to win the race. That is what they're here to do. They want this win. They've finished second twice now, as you were just saying. They so badly want this win. You know, it's gone running away from them a couple times now, so they just want to cement the rest of the series with this race win.
5.14 seconds was the margin at the last cross. The Fillimore Reid car is behind Fawcett and Gaunt, but they could be the defining factor. And if we just look at it now, Johnny Reid is closing in. It's now 4.5 seconds, so he's closing in, and more than enough time to close the gap right up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Kane Lawson in the pits. They're doing a left front tyre there. Have they had an issue? Because that's a strange tyre to be replacing. So maybe they've had an issue. Or...
So Kane Lawson goes out. Now I wonder what their mood is like in the Fillmore Reid camp. Stefan's got Sam Fillmore.
Hey, how's the mood down here? They got the undercut, but you're on fresher tyres. What's the plan for the rest of the race?
Oh, the ideal for us, as much as we'd like to win, we just need to get on the podium to secure the championship. So, it's always nice to win, but I'll just be happy when we get on that podium at the end. And if we can secure the South Island the championship, that'd be a great result.
It's looking pretty good for you at this stage. So.
I never want to say that. It's never a race run to the end, but it's pretty exciting for this whole South Island Championship, and in the North Island we've been head-to-head with the McLaren, who are great friends of ours and teammates. So, great racing, eh?
Exactly right. Thanks for your time.
Sam Fillmore always smiling, and once again more drivers congratulating the South Island Endurance Series for what they are putting on as a whole.
Rightly so. The championship that they put on here is just so good. Everyone just gets so excited to come down here and race. So you think about it as well. You've got the top three cars. They're all North Island cars. They're coming down. There's so many people. You know the two McLarens. You've got Peterson guys. They're from the North Island. John DeVeth, Glenn Smith. They're from the North Island. You've got Lester and Melzimak. They're North Island. Nearly half the field's from the North Island. That just shows how much they love coming down here and being part of this championship.
What's the secret sauce for you?
It's the tracks. It's just being out. There's something special about the tracks in the South Island. You've got Tiratonga, which is super fast and flowing, and Timaru. Everyone just loves coming to Timaru because it's a tight technical track, and Ruapuna is also a great track. It's got its technical parts, its high-speed parts, its just the environments as well, the camaraderie between competitors. You've got guys that, as we were saying earlier, come in their little Honda Civics and all sorts of home-built machines, and they love getting amongst it with the faster cars as well. And it's very rare that you actually hear the guys in the faster cars complaining about these slower cars unless they're just not getting out of your way, inconsistently. They enjoy seeing these competitors out there. It's just a really, really cool championship.
And great friendly volunteers who make pretty mean sandwiches.
Pretty mean sandwiches.
Mine was like a doorstep today. I haven't had you know what a doorstep sandwich is?
Go on.
Just big. It's almost like eating half a loaf of bread. But I tell you what, it was a pretty cool doorstep, I'll tell you that. 2.683 seconds is the gap now between Daniel Gaunt and Johnny Reid. Johnny Reid's on a flyer. He'll be seeing him going, you know what, you are not going to get away with this if I have anything to do with it. Like Sam Fillmore said, not over till it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Sam's right as well. They're focused on the championship, but there's definitely a part of them that still want to win this race. Don't get me wrong, but just the level of risk might be a bit different for them compared to what it would normally be if this was down to the wire where they had to win the race. But that's taking absolutely nothing away from Dan and Andrew. They deserve to be out in the lead. They've worked for it, because I know for sure Sam and Dan and Johnny would like to win this race.
There is the visible gap now. Johnny Reid can certainly see Daniel Gaunt in his laser-guided sights as they go onto the Alpine Energy Bank straight. It is on like Donkey Kong.
Oh yes, and this is where the tyres for Dan must be really starting to fall off the cliff. They just start getting that little bit worse now, and this is where it just gets that little bit harder for Dan out in front. And once that gap gets inside 2 seconds, you just get sucked onto the back of the car in front, and that's exactly what it is. You just naturally end up right on the back of the car for 2 reasons. You see as Johnny, you know that you're now that close, it's easy to get that last little bit, and then Dan now is to the point where he goes, oh, how has this happened? You just naturally lose a little bit of not motivation, situation, but momentum of having that gap, and it's going to be a tough 20 minutes from here for Dan.
I'm not sure I like your negative vibe because that gap's now down to 1.5 seconds.
It depends on what side of the camp you're on, if it's a negative or positive, isn't it?
Well, you've raced for the team. You've been in that IMS team, so no split loyalties, I understand, but gee whiz, if you want a little bit of a fairy tale to finish this series off, you'd like to think that Dan Gort can hold on, but that gap at 1.52 seconds, I'm stopping there because I could go right down that deep emotional well, and I don't want to.
Yeah,
but we're going to have a cracking finish.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where I talk about. I've been in both of these positions as well, where you're the chasing car. You've got fresher tyres. Actually, I've been in this exact situation against Dan in the New Zealand Endurance Final, where the tyres aren't as good for Dan, and you catch up on the back of him, and you know that you've got the advantage. It's like running a race, and you've got that little bit more extra at the end. You have another boost that allows you to just push that little bit harder, and that's where Johnny's at the moment. And then flip side, I've been in the opposite position where I've been in the car in front, and you know how hard it is to stay ahead of the car. You're on worse tyres. You're already tired from pushing on. It just gets so hard in that environment when there's a car behind you just catching up. And then you want to know how long's in the race, and Dan's got no radio to know how long's in the race. 20 minutes to go. Dan won't know if there's half an hour, 50 minutes, because you just get so caught up in your own world. You don't know how long there is to go in the race. So that would be tough for Dan, just circulating, going, how long have we got to do this for?
So from 45.6 seconds behind to now 1.213 seconds in front, and we're inside the last 20 minutes of a 3-hour race. Who would have thought that we'd get a finish like this?
Again. These guys just absolutely take it to each other, and it'll be hard but clean and fair racing. I just know what it's like racing with these two, and they will be racing so hard against each other. It is great to see.
Johnny Reid is on the attack, and he is attacking so well. He's cut that lead down from, I think it was 5.6 seconds off the pit stop, and it's now under a second. And I don't think we even need to worry about timings now because they can see each other. One's looming large in a rear vision mirror, and one's got the back end, a big wing of a McLaren sitting in front of him going, I'm going to try and get him.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the class results as well, as we just go back through each class here. So obviously class 1 is going to be Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore. They are looking pretty good to take that out. Class 2 is Malzamak and Jono Lester. They are way out of... Well, now they are, because we know that Bill Riding and Steve Brooks didn't start the race, so they are in the lead of Class 2. Class 3, Marco Giltrap and Simon Evans way ahead in that class, and doing a great job again today. And then Class 4, the Askews also looking pretty good to take that out.
It's been a wonderful day of racing, and it's almost at the conclusion.
And then we go down to Class 5 as well. The Moore team are looking pretty good to take that one out too.
A little lock-up, I think. A little lock-up by the McLaren coming in down the bottom end of the...
I would like to see a lockup. That might mean there's an issue, because these cars got ABS, so you shouldn't be seeing any lockup, any smoke coming out of them.
Just saw a little puff of smoke.
Yeah, good assumption there with some sort of smoke. You don't want to see that, but maybe we can have a look at a bit of a replay. Let's see what it was.
No, my sources inside telling me it was just a little bit of dust, went off a little bit. That'll be pressure. That'll be pressure from Johnny Reid all over your back wing.
Absolutely. And I just keep thinking, I couldn't imagine what it's like for Dan in there. He will be absolutely cooked in that car.
Wait for it.
I think he's going to be pretty safe here, because he's got to go up the inside of Marco Giltrap there as well. But, inside the car for Dan there, it'll be high 40s, 50 to 55 degrees inside that car. It will be so hot, so hot inside that car. Dan will be absolutely cooking. And let's have a look at a replay.
So there was just a little puff there. No, that's dust.
That is definitely dust, that one there. So
that's what we're about, giving you the correct information.
Absolutely. So that looks like, to me, I don't think I don't think that Dan did go off the road there. It looks like a car has dragged a bit of dirt on, just the way it's sucked up through the rear wing there. So, yeah.
2 hours and 43 gone, almost 2 hours and 44 of a 3-hour race, and we are down to this. Mano oh mano, the championship leader and probably going to be champions, Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore, sitting in P2 ahead of Daniel Gordon, who simply, along with Andrew Fawcett, want to win at least one race in the series. They've been P2 in the opening 2 rounds. This is the third and final round, and it has been this finish all the way through the series. But this one has kept us on our toes for the last hour and 15 minutes. Normally this happens in the last 20 minutes. You're going, can Dan do it? Can Dan do it? Can Dan do it? And now we're going, if Johnny's actually going to get him.
Yeah, it just changed massively, and where it really changed is all of a sudden Dan just lost pace. As we can see Johnny try make a little bit of a dive up the inside. He's just showing his nose to Dan, even if he knows the move wasn't going to happen there. He's just putting himself in Dan's mirrors to show him, I'm here, I'm going to try.
You would love to know the state of those tyres on the McLaren right now. Okay, in one word. Alrighty, well that's fair enough. And he's got fresh rubber and an Audi 27 behind him, and Johnny Reid in the pilot's seat. This will be a great last 15 minutes because we're inside that barrier now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the point where Dan, every lap he's coming across the start finish line, he's just, about this point, he's looking down the straight. Is there a last lap board? He'll be going, no there isn't. I've got no radio. How long to go in this race? He will be just pushing and pushing. But through here, see, he's taking a little bit of a breather. He knows there's no room for Johnny at this point. So he's just looking after the tyres a little bit more, but making sure he gets a run. He's saving the tyres for the run. See the car move a little bit. He's saving the tyres for the run onto the straight. Unfortunately, the car slid a little bit, so he didn't get the run he was after, but that's where he's going to save the tyres for, because this is the passing opportunity that Johnny is going to get him off.
This is the first time when you take a close look at those two cars where the McLaren's shown strong pace on that back straight. Oh, being held up by a car. Don't need that.
Bit of lap traffic, got a bit awkward there, but there was nowhere for Johnny to go to make the move happen.
Daniel Gaunt leading the Milan McLaren 720S, followed by the Alliance Audi Evo, the 27 car of Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore. Heard from both co-drivers, both noticeably nervous. Sam Fillmore probably a little bit happier knowing that if they stay in this position, they will be the South Island 3-hour champions, brought to you by Carter's Tyre Service.
And so just going back to what I was saying about this corner here, Dan knows this is the single most important part of the track for him to get the exit, but he's struggling. See the car slide a little bit again. Johnny is right behind him. Is he going to be able to make a move down the end of the straight? Not quite. The horsepower just isn't there in the Audi. Is he going to have a look?
Having a look. Reid on the inside, down through John Jones Steel corner. Doesn't get it.
Oh, that was a late break into there to try and make it stick, but you could see Danny just held it open just a little bit more, so there was no contact, but it's getting tight. But Dan is really struggling with his run onto the back straight. The one place he needs the car to be good, he's struggling. He's really struggling to get the exit out of there. The tyres are gone. You can see him through there just trying to get the car a breather. He knows Johnny can't get him at that point, but he's getting the exit out of here. The exit out of the last corner and the exit onto the back straight are the two places that Dan really needs to focus on here, and he will know this. He needs no coaching. He needs no radio to tell him this. Dan knows exactly what he's got to do. Look, he's got the run this time. Out of the corner.
Still the wiggle. Still getting the wiggle on the rear of the McLaren, but he's holding off Johnny Reid.
Yeah, still relying on that traction control. That's where the car's wiggling. He's trying to rely on that traction control to help get him out of the corner. It is all go here.
This is where concentration must be laser focused.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I mean when I say about there's no need for Dan to panic too much through here, because there's no passing opportunities. So this is where you let the car have a bit of a breather. As Dan just weighs up the traffic. Where are they going to get in the way? What can I do? How can I get the exit? And he knows that the Porsche's got that little bit more power. It gets awkward up here at the kink. Dan knows he needs to get to the inside to make the move stick and makes him nice and safe down into here.
Johnny Reid down on the inside, coming to the S's. No, had a little peekaboo. What will he be like coming out of Castrol?
Dan gets in the hot tight, sets himself up, and Johnny will know this too. Johnny will know this too.
Okay, red flag. There's a red flag being shown. We've got a car in the wall, and it's the DeVeth McLaren 650. I'm seeing a yellow flag now. They threw a red, now they've thrown a yellow out. Safety car! Safety car!
This works to Dan's favour. This gives Dan, oh, look at the state of the McLaren. He's gone in hard. Whatever's happened there, yeah, that's a big hit. I hope he's okay in there. We'll get a chance to see if he's all right in the car, but yeah, that's a big moment. We're not too sure how he's ended up on the inside there, whether he's gone in or out. So just getting reports up in the commentary box here that he's got his wheel up over the curve on the outside and the car's spun inwards into the inside, and yeah, that's not what we want to see this close to the end of the race.
So this has parallels to our last race. We're getting near the end. With 2 minutes to go, we had a rather large incident where the Wolfbrook Porsche and the Scholes Ginetta came together, and it ended up, now I'm seeing a door being open, so we'll just hold fire on that, where the Scholes Ginetta was literally, in the end, lost its back half.
Just seen him get out of the car from the commentary box here.
That's John DeVeth getting out, so that's good. Hands are on hips. And he'd be looking, okay. It's not what I expected to do to the car today.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely gutted with that close to the end of the race. But main thing, cars are fixable. Good to see John's out of the car and walking around. But yeah, that's a hefty hit, and yeah, real shame for these guys.
Okay, start breathing again. We've had 2 big whacks today here at Levels, and the most important thing, all drivers have come out with less than 10 minutes to go now.
Yeah, it's going to be a push to get this race underway again with a car with that much damage. I can't see this race getting a restart with 10 minutes to go, and yeah, Dan will be the one that's breathing a little bit easier now knowing that. But yeah, you know, no driver, it doesn't matter if you needed the safety car or not, no driver wants to finish a race under a safety car, but I'm just assuming it's going to go that way, but we haven't seen any recovery vehicles make it over there at the moment, and you know, now we can see John out walking around. Be interesting to see if we've got a replay there of how that unfolded.
So, the clock ticks over. Lap 169 and 7.5 minutes to play. The recovery vehicle on its way around. Most importantly, John DeVeth okay. We have to apologise, we didn't have a camera on that moment. All we know is it may have clipped a wheel onto the grass, and we know what happens in the grass. We saw it here earlier today on the front straight, and he's taken a heavy hit into the tyre barrier. into the tyre. It's a low tyre barrier on that back straight.
So it's quite a common one to have happen. It sort of makes you wonder how you can go from a curb on the outside and crash inwards, but it's quite a common one. You get stuck out on the curb, you realise you have a bit of moment, you pull more steering, and then that's what happens.
So we've just been told we do have a view of it. It'll be a long look, so let's just have a look and see if we can figure out what happened with John DeVeth in the car in that McLaren 650.
So as we can see, so he's come out to the exit of the track.
Top left
of
the screen.
Oh, yeah, and he's just, go back into the inside and around it goes. So very, very awkward one for them. So that's all that's happened. He's basically just got out to the curb on the outside, realised he's wide, added more steering wheels on the throttle, and then the car's just lit up and then gone inwards.
And he's accelerating out of the corner too.
Yeah. Very, very common, very easy thing to have happen.
So now we're still waiting on what they're going to do with that car. Do they put it on a flatbed? Where do they put it in a safe position? But we are clicking down on the time. We have got 5 minutes and 41 seconds to go.
And so we just have another look at this replay as we can see John DeVeth coming out wide. At this point, you're hard on the gas, opening the steering, just a little bit more, and all it's done is just slightly slid on the curb and then just pointed inwards. There's just no time at all to correct that one up.
Okay, so that's another car that needs a bit of work.
Have they cleared it yet? Okay. Alright, sweet.
So as they just keep circulating around under yellow, we're just keeping an eye on whether or not they're going to recover this car in time. It's getting very, very close, but it's going to be touch and go whether or not we do see a restart here. I don't think we will, which works perfectly into Daniel Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett's hands, but we'll wait and see what happens here. And as we're saying a bit earlier on as well, we'd rather see this race finish under green, and even for Daniel Gaunt, who was up against it towards the end of the race, he still wants to finish this race under green. He would rather win it that way than under safety car, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, he'll be kind of hoping that he gets to just finish just like that. It's just been go.
Can I just jump in here and say, any driver is happy to take the W.
Absolutely, don't get me wrong, but
I know you what, but he's raced for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
I'm taking nothing away from Dan. He has driven
I'm calling you out here
outstandingly this whole race, but there is, you do of course want to finish under green, but at the same time, there's a reason they're in the lead. They played the right strategy, they got the undercut, they made it work, they were in the lead, they were up against it, but they're about to, pull this off. It was a very, very incredible race.
Well, we can go back to the numbers again, right? So they were second position behind Johnny Reid. They were 45.6 seconds behind. They decided to go for the undercut. They come out 5.6 seconds in front, and it works. And we're all going, really, really, really? Because in the end, when I say 5.6 seconds in front, Johnny Reid went to the 2 hour and 18 mark to unload as much fuel as possible. That's pretty smart strategy. And let's be honest about it. There probably wasn't much guesswork. They would have known their fuel numbers.
Oh, absolutely. There's no guesswork in that. It's basically all you're going, right, we can undercut from this lap to get home. And that's exactly what they done. That was their best option. It's probably on paper not the race winning strategy, but it's the race winning strategy to pass another car. That's the strategy they needed to go to win the race, and it worked out absolutely perfect for them, and they've just it's a huge credit to Stephen Giles and the team that pull that off.
So we're 2 hours and 18 seconds left in this 3 hour race. Still no sign of a race start. They've got the McLaren 650 hoisted in the air, and it looks a lot worse for wear when you get it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of damage to the back of that car and the front of that car. It's
just how about we just say the car's toasted, right?
Yeah.
Back, front, side, but safe as houses.
Absolutely, yeah, super safe car. It's,
that's the good side. that's the take the photo side.
Yeah,
because the other side's not at all flash. But I think you may have made a fairly safe call with 1 minute and 37 to go. This race might finish under safety car.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a chance to restart this. They've basically got to get it out of the way before they come back around to the start-finish line, and it's just putting a few too many people at risk, so I can't see them getting it started this lap.
So that is the John DeVeth Glenn Smith McLaren 650S, which, as we know, has been a key contributor in the North Island and South Island as one of the leading GT cars in the last 2 years. That was the car to beat. Now it's just beaten up.
Yeah, real shame. That's actually the car I raced at the Bathurst 12 Hour as well, so real shame to see that car and in the shape that it's in at the moment.
So we're inside the last minute. It looks like we are going to finish under safety car. I'm just looking at the flag marshal now. He's got the checkered flag in his hand, and it looks to me that they are going to finish. The checkered flag is coming out. The checkered flag is coming out, and it will be a win. A win finally for Dan Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett in the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. No more the bridesmaid in 2022. They get the win. But in P2, it will be Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore, and that is enough to be Carter's Tyre Service 3-hour endurance champions overall. What a day of racing, Andrew Wade.
Huge day. Time to take a breath, but well deserved there by Andrew Fawcett and Daniel Gaunt to take the race win. They fought super hard for that one, played the right strategy, got the win, and congratulations to Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid as well for that outright championship for the South Island Endurance.
And despite all the troubles they have been through today, with penalties and safety cars and drive-throughs, Paul and Ant Pedersen take out P3. And you know what? Good on them.
Yep, huge result for those guys. And then Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson take out the AM Championship, which is another huge result for those guys, coming home in 4th place, which is, great effort to see them finish up there.
John O'Lester, Amana Malmazak finished P5, and their sister car, the other Manthe car, Francois Beziac and Tom Alexander, finished P6. Smith and DeVeth, as it stands, going back to the lap beforehand, finishing 7th, and we'll put the car away for a while. Marco Giltrap and Simon Evans win their class. More and more, the P9 and P10 is Askew and Askew, who earlier in the day won classes 4 and 5 overall, which was a great day for them. Phyllis and Crop 11, Bunton 12, more and more 13, Kitching 14th, Silcock and Simon 15th, and rounding off Coffin and Jones in 16th position. What do you say about that, hey? What do you say about that? You just see the two co-drivers there to the right of your screen, lower right of your screen, having a chat. That's Sam Fillmore and Andrew Fawcett. I'll tell you what, Andrew Fawcett will be happy because he knows that start he went backwards pretty quickly, which was very unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Very unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, it was, but huge redemption the way he came back through the field and managed to pull off that result. So IMS crew will be super happy with that one, with round win with one car and championship win with the other car. There's that beautiful McLaren 720S pulls up. Stunning looking car.
It is indeed, and there is the most important thing. They get P1, and you know what? I can imagine there will be huge relief on Daniel Gaunt's face, because we know how an intensive driver he is, an intense individual, but to finally get the win, I think he'll be satisfied. You would be able to ask the question, if this race had continued, would Johnny Reid have been able to get past him? And the answer could have been maybe.
As close as it was going to get, the would have, should have and could have, but I still think it would have been very hard for Johnny to make that pass, with that much time remaining. So either way, there's no point in speculating. The strategy of Gaunt and Fawcett with Stephen Giles behind the helm, making those calls, was spot on.
There's the 27 car. There's your championship car, your Carter's Tyre Service 3-hour South Island Endurance champions, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. They'll be stoked. As Sam said, it's never over till it's over. But look, smiles on his face. There's Lyle Williamson from International Motorsport. Gets another trophy to put on International Motorsport, and they'll be happy about that as well. But Johnny Reid, look at that, the smile on his face. He would have been loving this. Every driver loves a battle.
Absolutely. You'd far rather a good battle like that, and then rather than circulating around way out on the front or way behind. It's just good to see a solid battle, and these two have been at it all South Island series.
So there is Dan Gaunt taking his kit off. There's Andrew Fawcett beside him. And Stefan just about ready to go. No, we can see you, Stefan. It's all good. No, we can see. I'll get you in a minute. Just wait for Dan to brush his hair. Get him out of that. Get out of that race suit, and we'll get some reaction from the race winners, which will be Dan Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett. Stefan, it's all yours. Go have a yak to them if you're ready. My apologies. I shouldn't be rushing it. Haven't had the get-go to say, yep, go and chat to them. But I just really want to know. I want to see the look on Dan Gaunt's face, Andrew. Alrighty, here are your race winners, Dan Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett. Stefan?
Well, guys, you have been the bridesmaids for a couple of rounds now. You've finally got the win. How are you feeling?
Oh, yeah, great. I mean, the same as the first two rounds here, just unlucky at the start, but Andrew brought it back. Andrew brought it back in that race, like purple sectors all race long, and I was just happy to drive such a good car, and I'm glad it ended under safety car. Then I don't think I could have handled the pressure for 10 more minutes.
Awesome race, mate. Awesome race. How are you feeling about all of this? You drove a perfect race there. Undercut worked real good, didn't it?
Yeah, the undercut worked well. I mean, the guys, you got to take my head off to the guys for their pit stop. I mean, it was absolutely executed perfectly. International Motorsport, they run such a great team. The guys have just been on it all weekend. We're really hungry for this win. You know, as you said, we came bridesmaid a couple of times. We haven't won since Taupo in the North Island, so here we are. We've got a South Island win. And we're ready to go for the big one at Highlands in a couple of weeks, even better. Yeah.
Well, let's go, boys. Spray that champagne, eh?
And how about a little fist pump in between? Alrighty, we'll just wait till Stefan gets the P2 place getters and also the new 2022 Carter's Tyre Service 3-hour endurance champions, which will be Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore.
P2 today, South Island and 3-hour endurance champions, the Carter Tyre Service championship. It's been full on for you guys. 2-round wins and a P2 today. You got to be pretty chuffed.
Oh, we couldn't be happier. It's for the whole YMS team. Racing with Johnny, I feel like I've learnt so much. I've just developed more as a driver. So I came back from the States for this race. So it feels like it was all worthwhile.
And you brought the car home in fantastic drive. It's been epic for you guys. Nothing to be sneezed at, especially with the calibre of drivers.
Yeah, 100%. We're happy. That's obviously the South Island Endurance Championship today was about circulating and not taking max risk and just making sure we finish in that top three. But Sam's stint in the first half of the race, man, that was the best I've ever seen him drive, and I'm just so proud to be part of it and coaching him along and teaching him as much as I can. And obviously Dan's been pushing me, so I get so much enjoyment out of this, and I'm just so excited as we head into Highlands. It's going to be an awesome battle.
IMS 1-2. Go get wet, boys, and spray some champagne. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gotta love Stefan, hey? Didn't bring up the tube, just go get wet, lads. Loving that one, and it'll be P3, which will be a car that has been in the news all day, and that's the Paulin and Pedersen Hoonagain. Let's see what they think about how the day has unfolded for them. Yeah, it'll give the son a little bit of a hug. Well done, son. And it might be one of those days, Stefan, where what might have been.
Okay, we're here with Ant and Paul Pedersen. Bit of a challenging day, guys, but still pretty lucky enough to get it on the podium.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be a podium car, but we tried to take it to the guys in front and just didn't happen today.
And a bit challenging for you, but you got to be pretty chuffed with how you performed and how the car went.
Yeah, no, it was a good day. Congrats to the guys in front of us. They were really fast. The old boy did a good job. Team did a good job. So yeah, we'll get set, regroup, and come back for the final.
How frustrating was it with all the penalties for you guys?
Yep. Oh mate, you got cars that are 10 seconds slower. It's just really, really difficult. Yeah. So you just got to be careful. I went left and he came left as well, and you just got to be careful. So.
Well, guys, you're on the podium. Go celebrate, have fun.
And that, folks, wraps up the 2022 Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. And what a series it has turned out to be. Scott O'Donnell wins Class 4 and 5 overall. We are still unsure as to how Class 2 and 3 has sorted itself out with that post-race inquiry over the Sam Collins-Malmazak incident in that race. And Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore, 2 wins and a second, and they take the overall 3-hour endurance series. It has certainly provided a perfect end, Andrew Waite, finally, to a series that's been a whole heap of fun.
It is a lot of fun, and that's why they just keep coming back over and over to contest for it. And huge congratulations to Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore.
So there you have your lineup for it all. So our thanks to the Fitz TV crew, also all the volunteers around the tracks at Ruapuna, Tiratonga, and here at Levels Raceway. And if you're watching this on Fitz TV or Flow Racing around the world, trust you've enjoyed it, but that wraps it up. There are your champions in 2022. It'll be Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore on the 3-hour. On behalf of all the team, have a safe and enjoyable weekend, but that's us done for the 2022 Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series.